Time stands still, yet you can move freely. Facing the motionless class beauty, you casually start playing pool, all because you've crossed into a Korean webtoon world and inherited the Demon King's eye. Your first mission is to make the class beauty's affection meter reach its peak. Failure means an explosive end for your vital parts. For the sake of your future happiness, you decisively stake your 18 years of singlehood purity. After a moment of stress-relieving ease, you swiftly return to your seat, and the frozen world resumes its flow. The class beauty, Junglan, collapses weakly onto the floor, her flushed face covered in sweat. Subconsciously, she adjusts her slightly disheveled skirt, her movements carrying a hint of stiffness. When she glances at you, Junglan's cheeks flush even redder. How did this guy suddenly become so much more handsome? Could that strange feeling just now be related to him? Zhang Lan's affection meter plus 20. Ignoring Zhang Lan's gaze, you calmly pull up your attribute panel. Su Kan. Demon King Air LV2. Appearance 95. Charm 99. Scale 25. Stamina 15. Main quest requires winning over 99 goddesses. Abilities: Time Stop LV2 2 times per day, duration 5 minutes, Teleportation LV1 once per day. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and you stood up, blending into the crowd pouring out of the classroom. Zhanglan seemed hesitant to approach you, her face still flushed with lingering embarrassment and a hint of confusion. Seizing the moment, you activated your teleportation skill and instantly returned home a 2-story villa, where the faint scent of laundry detergent lingered in the air. Can, why are you back so early today? A gentle, feminine voice called out from behind, tinged with affectionate surprise. You paused mid-step and turned around. Standing by the living room sofa was a woman whose distinctive pink-purple eyes momentarily dazed you. Her black hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing her smooth neck, while the black dress she wore accentuated the curves of her mature figure. Instinctively, you focused your gaze, and sure enough, lines of text hovered above her head. Zhang Yanai, 38-year-old housewife. Heartthrob level 0. SS class goddess. Progress control level 0. You quickly accessed the host's memories and imitated that slightly awkward polite tone. Auntie, my classes are over, so I came back early. Then let's eat. I made beef stew today. An AI gracefully turned her waist and headed toward the kitchen, the hem of her skirt outlining a captivating curve. At the dinner table, the two of you casually chatted about your school life. Suddenly, Zhang and AI set down her bowl and chopsticks, her beautiful pink-purple eyes filled with concern as they rested on your face. Can, are you dating anyone now? You lowered your head just right, your ears turning a suspicious shade of red, your voice tinged with a hint of shyness. Auntie, I'm not dating anyone. Those classmates, they always say I'm from the countryside and laugh at me behind my back for being uncool. Zhang and AI set down her chopsticks, her voice tinged with concern. What's wrong with being from the countryside? Who dares to look down on you? You're clearly such a bright young man. It's all my fault for being so busy with household matters lately and neglecting you. Before she could finish, Zhang and AI had already walked around the dining table to your side. She gently crouched down, her warm breath brushing over the top of your head. Look at your hair, it's almost covering your eyes. And these clothes, aren't they a bit worn out? She reached out naturally, with a touch of tenderness, and brushed the overly long bangs away from your forehead. A flawless face unexpectedly crashed straight into the depths of her heart. Zhang and AI's hand froze mid-air. Can. She cleared her throat, trying to steady her voice. Auntie thinks you're just a bit too introverted, not confident enough. How about this later? I'll take you for a haircut to freshen up your look, and then we'll pick out some new clothes for you. Thank you, Auntie. You lifted your head, still wearing that shy expression, though a fleeting glint of calculation flashed deep in your eyes. I'm full. I'll head upstairs now. Jonghoon AE responded, but her gaze involuntarily followed that tall, straight figure until your silhouette disappeared around the staircase corner. She shook her head, trying to shake off that unwarranted flutter in her heart. Soon, at Jonghoon AE's call, you both stepped out. She chose a rather stylish-looking barbershop and pushed the door open, the wind chimes jingling. A woman in a sexy work uniform, with a graceful figure, was blow-drying the hair of the last customer. Kim Soo Ran, 32 years old, barbershop owner. Heartbeat 0. B-class goddess. No need to hold back. Suddenly, you had a clear idea in your mind. Just then, Zhang and I's phone rang. She answered it, spoke a few words, and her brows slightly furrowed. After hanging up, she looked at you apologetically. Can, Auntie has an urgent matter to attend to. You go ahead and get your hair cut here. I'll be back soon. You lowered your eyelids, your voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of disappointment. It's alright, Auntie, go ahead with your work. I promise I'll be right back. Jong Yuni added one more reminder before hurriedly running out of the hair salon. Over there, the shop owner Kim Soo Ran had just seen off another customer. She turned around, her gaze settling on you with a professionally warm smile. Come here, handsome, lie down over here. Let me wash your hair for you. You complied and lay back on the shampoo chair. When your completely uncovered face fully came into her view, her movements abruptly froze. Her fingers paused at Su Kan's temple, and her breath seemed to hitch for a moment. The next second, as if bewitched, Kim Su Ran acted before her rational mind could intervene. She leaned down, and her warm, soft lips pressed precisely against yours. You paused slightly, then calmly accept. So this is what Spider-Man felt like kissing when upside down. Quite a novel experience. She's just a tier, no need to be so careful. The real task is the haircut and makeover, damn it. The demonized voice rages in your mind, frustrated at your lack of urgency. Ah, relax, you respond lazily in your thoughts. When something's handed to you on a platter, it'd be a shame not to taste it. Consider it an appetizer. A few minutes later, Jin Shuelan finally ends the sudden kiss, seemingly reluctant to pull away, her cheeks flushed. Then she leans close to your ear, her voice low and sultry, her warm breath brushing against your earlobe. Handsome, a shampoo is just the basics. How about letting Big Sis give you a deeper treatment? You wore a gentle smile on your face. Sis, I'm still a student, and auntie could come back at any time. You lightly mentioned it, stopping just at the right point. Little handsome guy, you're quite tough to crack. Jin Shuelan coquettishly teased, her charm undiminished, though she didn't press further. The scissors danced between her fingers, snip after snip, as strands of hair kept falling. In just over 10 minutes, the reflection in the mirror showed a completely refreshed you. The bangs that covered his eyes were gone, replaced by fresh and sharp short hair, which completely set off that already impeccable face, sunny and handsome. Su Kan looked into the mirror, pulled the corner of his lips and showed his teeth in a smile. That subdued confidence was as piercing as the sunlight. Jin Shuelan's hand holding the comb froze in midair, and his breath stopped for a split second with it. This kid. Handsome is simply killing people. A prompt rang in his head at the right time, Jin Shuelan's heartbeat value plus 30. Devil, in the future, this kind of heartbeat prompt sound of non-raid target is turned off for me, annoying. Su Chan ordered in his consciousness. There are quite a lot of things, but my concubine can't do it. Devil magic muttered a sentence. Little handsome boy Jin Shuelan's voice was soft and creamy like melted honey, pressing against his ear. So inviting, surely you have a girlfriend? She stared intently at Su Kan through the mirror. Not yet, sister. Su Kan's response was light, with the characteristic cleanliness of a teenager. Is that so? Jin Shuelan's voice steeply pulled up half a degree, as if she had confirmed some heavenly good news. That's really. She didn't finish her sentence, but her eyes were amazingly bright. Before the words fell, her person had already floated to the door. With a twist of her slender hand, kata, the crisp sound of a falling lock rang out, completely isolating this tiny barbershop from the outside world. In the blink of an eye, Jin Shuelan was back behind Su Chan, carrying a fragrant aroma. The soft body pressed up without warning, her arms encircling his neck, gently pressing his head towards the softness of her chest. Sister, what are you doing? Su Chan looked at the woman behind him through the mirror with those mesmerizing eyes. Back to what home ah? Jin Shuelan exhaled in his ear, her voice was charming and soft, with a meaning that could not be rejected. Little handsome, you this hair, let sister give you a good wash well. Sister, really no need. Su Kan's face still hangs that mild, but his attitude is not to be shaken. B rank. Honestly, he really didn't have much interest. There were still a large number of S rank, SS rank, and even the legendary SSS rank goddesses waiting for him behind him, so there was no need to delay in this kind of place. Don't Just cut which is not wash your hair, and broken hair, sister give you a good cleanup to clean up. Count sister begged you, okay? Just wash it once. Jin Shuelan heartwarming value plus 10. Su Kan looked at her calmly, the eyes were calm and waveless, but it made Jin Shuelan's heart inexplicably tremble. Since my sister has begged me, he dragged out his tone, with a condescending meaning of charity, okay? He raised a finger, his tone indifferent but non-negotiable. 10 minutes. Once the time is up, I'll leave immediately. In this instant, the aura emanating from his body made Jin Shuelan's breath stop for a moment, followed by a deeper fascination. Thank you. Thank you, my good brother. Jin Shuelan's eyes mischievously lit up, like a child who had gotten candy. Look at you. Su Chan lay on the shampoo chair, his expression unchanged. Jin Shuelan's heartbeat value plus 1, plus 2, plus 1. At this time, the sound of knocking on the glass sounded outside. Where are the people? Why isn't this business going on? A woman stood at the door and rang the doorbell. Su Chan looked at the boss's wife, which meant as if she was asking what to do. The boss's wife guffawed. Brother, don't worry, I want to wash your hair in peace now. She's my regular customer, she won't look in, she'll be gone in a while. Sure enough, it was right, the woman knocked for a while longer and then left. The boss lady took the shower and continued to gently rinse Su Kan's hair. 10 minutes, every second counts. Ding. Jin Shuelan's heartbeat value is 100. Good brother, really, thank you. She said with a hint of huskiness in her voice. Well, time's up. Su Chan stood up and arranged his clothes with a sharp movement, as if he had just watched a show that had nothing to do with him. Sister, I'm leaving. With a flat tone, he turned around and walked towards the door. Hey, brother! Don't go! Jean Shuelan chased after him in a few steps, her tone full of anxiety and reluctance. Still haven't settled the bill. She fumbled to pull out the bill, and quickly fished out a brand new membership card from the drawer and shoved it into his hand. A total of 12,000 won. My sister will give you a discount, just count it as 10,000. Take this card, 10 times get one free. Haircut. When she said the word haircut, she couldn't help but giggle and laughed. The laughter was charming, and the eyes that looked at Su-ken were so charming that they could almost pull out silk. Su-chan pushed open the glass door of the barber store, the wind chime on the door jingling. Just after taking a step, he almost bumped into someone. Jeon-yun-ae was standing in the doorway, her cheeks were flushed with an abnormal red color, and even the roots of her ears were tinted with color. Her breathing seemed to be a little short, and her body stood straight, as if she was a little nervous. Seeing Su-kan's appearance after her haircut, her whole body obviously froze for a moment, those beautiful pinkish-purple eyes slightly widened, then moved away in some panic. Hey, auntie? When did you come back? Su-ken immediately switched states, slightly lowering her head, her voice carrying just the right amount of surprise and a hint of helplessness, living like a good child who had just been caught doing something bad. I also just arrived and you came out. Jeon-yun-ae stumbled a bit in her speech, her eyes drifted, just not landing on Su-kan's face. Since we're done with the haircut, let's go clothes shopping. After she finished speaking, as if to hide something, she turned around and quickly walked towards the parking place without saying another word. Su-ken turned back towards the direction of the hair washing, standing not far away really can't see inside, but sticking up to cover the glass will be able to see the situation inside. Su-ken immediately followed behind, the heart quickly calculating. This reaction was just heard by her? Or see what? Chapter 7 Not on fire that is still called a young man? The space inside the car was a bit narrow and the atmosphere became subtle. Jeon-yun-ae's fingers gripping the steering wheel tightened slightly as she started the car in silence. After driving for a while, she seemed to have finally made up her mind. Kan-chan, you don't have a girlfriend right now, do you? Her voice was so soft that it was almost about to be drowned out by the sound of the air conditioning in the car. I've heard people. Our experts say that when boys reach your age, they are, well, firepower is more intense. Jeon-yun-ae seemed to be weighing her words, and her words broke off. But, it doesn't seem like it's good for your body if you take care of it yourself. The more she spoke, the lower her voice became, and the blush on her cheeks deepened a few more points, like a ripe peach. Yes, auntie, I really don't have a girlfriend yet. Su-chan kept his head down, his voice sounding muffled. He paused and added with a volume that was almost a whisper, it's okay, usually I watch movies and stuff on my own. Without bothering others. His afterglow quietly observed the reaction of the woman beside him. Of course you can't trouble others. Jeon-yun-ae's voice steeply drew up as if she had been stepped on her tail, and then she realized that she had lost her temper. I mean, I'm your aunt. Not someone else. Her words came out sharp and fast. No, I didn't mean that. Jeon-yun-ae hastily waved her hands, her face so red that it was about to drip blood, her entire body was permeated with a hand-wringing panic, like a young girl in love. I mean, auntie will take care of you. Auntie does not need, I am fine. Su-chan lowered his head, his voice was muffled, like a child who was aggrieved and did not dare to say it. That pitiful look that made people's hearts tighten, paired with his freshly trimmed, handsome face that made people's hearts beat faster, there was simply a strange magic that made people want to pamper him. How can I not care for you? It was auntie's fault for ignoring your feelings before. Jeon-yun-ae's tone was filled with guilt. Her words turned to mentioning her own son, and her face immediately clouded over with obvious disappointment and annoyance. That child Zihao, how many times have I told him it's useless, still always sneaking around to see me? I think this child is hopeless, and am planning to find some time to send him to a juvenile detention center to be properly disciplined. Auntie, Zihao he might also be because he doesn't have a girlfriend, he didn't mean to sneak a peek at you. Su-ken lifted his face a little, pretending to be completely ignorant, carefully saying a soft word for that kid whose death sentence had long been pronounced in his heart. This kid was bad in the original story, he had to be completely strangled in the cradle before he made a big mistake. Silly child, you are still too simple. Jeon-yun-ae looked at him compassionately. You also do not have a girlfriend, you have never looked at auntie with that kind of eyes. Auntie can see that you are kind and simple in your heart, you will not think about those messy crooked thoughts. With a squeak, Jeon-yun-ae jerked the car to a stop on the side of the road. She turned around, those beautiful pinkish purple eyes locked onto Su-ken. Although her cheeks were red, her eyes were full of undisguised concern and a kind of resolved candor. Jeon-yun-ae heartwarming value plus 10. Su-chan, raise your head and look at me. You're not little anymore, and I saw what happened in front of the barbershop just now. It's all because that woman forced you. Don't be afraid in the future, with auntie here, no one can bully you. Before the words fell, Jeon-yun-ae fiercely stretched out her hand and swept Su-kan's head into her warm and soft embrace, hugging tightly, her voice brought with it a sobbing tone. At this moment, it was as if all of Zhang Yun AI's motherly nature had been galvanized, mixed with an unspeakable heartache and protectiveness that burst out passionately. "Thank you, auntie." Su Chen smoothly reached out his hand and gently hugged Zhang Yun AI's soft waist, burying his face in the middle of her neck. His shoulders slightly shrugged along with him, and he let out a low, suppressed whimpering sound. After a few moments, young Yun Ai calmed down a little, let go of him, sniffled, stretched out her fingers, and tenderly wiped the tears from the corner of Suchan's eyes which didn't exist. "Kanchan, don't worry, there's auntie here." She restarted the car, her tone much firmer. "Let's go, auntie will take you to buy clothes. You're all dressed up, it's long overdue for a change." A few minutes later, the car pulled into the underground parking lot of the busy mall. Getting out of the car, the two walked side by side into the dazzling shopping area. Zhang Yun AI seemed like she wanted to make up for the deficit she owed Sukan over the past few years, happily pulling him through the various brand stores. Sportswear, casual wear, jackets, shirts, she has a good eye for picking styles that match the youthful vigor, but without losing taste. Even the shoes were matched with several pairs. Sukan let her pick and was pushed into the fitting room from time to time. When he changed into a set of tailored beige casual clothes and walked out in front of the fitting mirror, Zhang Yun AI was holding a dark blue hooded sweatshirt and gesticulating, but her movements suddenly stopped. The young man reflected in the mirror had a straight figure and a clean temperament. His short, crisp hair completely exposed his already outstanding face, and his features looked like they had been carefully sculpted by God, so he couldn't find a single flaw. Before the long hair and washed white old clothes, like a dusty cloth, covering the pearl splendor. At this moment, the dust was brushed away and the light was revealed. Zhang Yun AI looked at Su Kan in the mirror, her breath missed half a beat, and a strong, almost panicky sentiment welled up in her heart. She hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to straighten the clothes in her hand, while a blush quietly crept up to the base of her ears. Zhang Yun AI heartwarming value plus 10. Su Chan himself was a bit surprised. He had always thought that the 95 face value given by the system was based on the face he had in his previous life, and only now did he realize that the original owner of this body's base was so amazing. After dressing up a bit, he felt that he seemed to be a bit more dazzling than the radiant super love being Su Kan in his previous life. Boom! A sudden mountainous wave of screams and shouts came from the front, interrupting the two's shopping. Only to see that the atrium plaza not far away was surrounded by crowds, flashbulbs crackling, and the atmosphere was so enthusiastic that it almost boiled over. Su Chan frowned. He was more than familiar with this kind of scene. It was an exact replica of how he used to go out and be surrounded by fans. "Seo Nari, I love you. Nari, look this way." The fans frantically shouted the same name. "Go around the road, Chan Chan." Young Lun Ae was obviously not too keen on the clamor and pulled Su Chan's arm. "Wait." In his head, Demon yelled up sharply, "That's Seo Nari. SSS ranked goddess. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't brush a wave of heartwarming value before leaving? It's a big loss." Chapter 8 SSS Goddess, Popular Idol Suneli. Su Chan's feet lurched as his mental power focused, penetrating through the saving heads and locking onto the figure in the center of the stage. Other irrelevant information was blocked, only the target figure's profile surfaced clearly. Name, Seo Nari. Identity, one of the sweet twin stars. Age, 21. Heartbeat, 0. Caricature, rich girl's sister. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Face value, 98 points. Rank, SSS Goddess. Raider progress, 0. Raider progress, 0. The various values were indeed bright, worthy of being SSS grade. Su Chan's mind raced and immediately found the perfect excuse to stay. He turned his head, with a few moments of teenage eagerness and a little embarrassment on his face. "Auntie, the one in front is Suneli. It's Seheo's favorite idol. He chants every day, wanting a signed photo of her. I was wondering if could go get one for him? Aya, it's still our Kanchan who knows what he's doing, unlike that brat Seheo, who just knows how to give me a hard time." Immediately an approving smile appeared on her face, and the previous bit of impatience dissipated. "Go, auntie will accompany you." She naturally took Su Kan's hand and led him towards the edge of the crowd. Right at this moment, Sukan glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a few men wearing uniform black sportswear, masks and duck-tongued hats, gathering in a corner and talking about something in a low voice, their movements appearing to be a bit furtive. With a thought, he quickly scanned through the information of several people. Li Bangfei, kidnapper A target, Suneli. Jin Dazhong, kidnapper B a target, Suneli. Jia Qiangshou, kidnapper E target, Suneli. That's 5. You're going to kidnap a popular actress at the mall in broad daylight? The guts are too fat. "Auntie," Sukan stopped and pointed to an elegantly decorated milk tea store not far away. "There are too many people here, and it's not safe to crowd around. You go sit over there first and wait for me. I'll go over to you when I get my autographed picture." He had to sidetrack young Un Ae first to facilitate his next move. Then, okay. Zheng Un Ae looked at the surging crowd in front of her, and then looked at Su Chan. Although she was a little uneasy, she still nodded. "Then take care of yourself, go and come back quickly, I'll wait for you over there." Auntie Nai carried a large bag of clothes and turned towards the milk tea store. Su-chan watched her leave and quickly formulated a plan in her heart. Rushing up to stop the kidnappers now? No, that would be too undramatic and wouldn't be able to brush up much heartbeat value. The best plan is to wait for them to make a move, and after the kidnapping is successful, he will make a magnificent appearance as the savior, staging a heroic rescue. That way, the benefits could be maximized. He adjusted his breathing and blended in at the edge of the crowd, patiently waiting for the time to come. On the stage, Seo Nari's fan meeting was nearing its end. Thank you all very much for coming and supporting us today. The host's voice was loud and clear. Today's meet and greet has come to a successful conclusion. Please give our sweet goddess, Ms. Suneli, the warmest applause to send her off. Under the spotlight, Suneli elegantly bowed and gave her thanks. Then, surrounded by bodyguards and staff, she turned around and walked towards the backstage passage. The few black-clothed men wearing masks moved almost at the same time. Su-chan's eyes stared, and he unhurriedly followed, his figure quickly disappearing into the surging crowd. The crowd pushed and crowded towards the exit of the mall. The black commercial car was parked at the curb. Suneli, escorted by her assistant and bodyguard, lowered her head and quickly walked over. The car door opened, she bent down and drilled into it. Su-chan mixed in the crowd, her footsteps were not slow. Sure enough, the few men in black in the corner moved. Like cheetahs hunting for food, they violently scurried out from the flanks of the crowd. Their movements were incredibly fast, and the short sticks in their hands carried the sound of wind, cleanly knocking on the backs of the necks or the bends of the knees of several bodyguards who were caught off guard. With a few muffled grunts, the people fell softly to the ground. The car door slammed shut, and with a roar of the engine, the commercial car shook off the screaming fans and left. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. The fans present were stunned by this sudden turn of events, frozen in place. No one dared to take a step forward. Su-chan looked around. It just so happened that there was a delivery motorcycle parked not far away, with the key still inserted in it. It was really heaven's help. Taking out his cell phone, he told Zhang Yunai that he had met his classmate, and told Zhang Yunai to go home first. He crossed his long legs, twisted the key, and the engine started with a buzz. The gas pedal was twisted to the end, and the motorcycle chased after him like an arrow out of a string. The commercial vehicle dug in and out of the traffic, obviously trying to get away from any possible tracking. Su-chan relied on the motorcycle's agility and clung to it. 10 minutes later, the business car turned into a remote abandoned highway and finally stopped in front of a rusty factory gate. The huge iron gate stood open, and the inside was pitch black, emitting a musty odor mixed with rust and dust. A few black-clothed men roughly shoved Suneli inside, her mouth stuffed with a cloth ball and she could only let out whimpers, her body trembling violently from fear. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty factory building, which seemed particularly harsh. Hee, boss, this chick looks really watery. Later, can you let my brother me first? A sharp-tongued kidnapper rubbed his hands, his harangue was almost flowing out. What's the hurry? Can't run away from her. The man known as the boss, his voice was coarse and hoarse. When it's done, everyone gets a share. He let out a sardonic laugh. Damn, if it wasn't for the employer directly giving $600 million, I would have to kidnap her and knock a large amount of ransom. What a ing value. With that, he took off the black sports jacket he was wearing, casually threw it on the ground, and began to unbuckle his pants. Oh, Suneli desperately shook her head, tears smeared all over her face as she looked desperately at the man who was stepping closer. Remove the cloth from her mouth, I like to hear screaming. The leader of the kidnappers licked his lips, revealing yellowish black teeth, and a pair of dirty hands could not wait to reach for the hem of Suneli's skirt. It was now. Su-chan fished out a piece of gravel from the shadows and flexed his fingers. Snap! The stone accurately smashed on the kidnapper leader's wrist. Who? The leader of the kidnappers suffered pain, his movements lurched, and he snapped. Just in the moment he was distracted, Su-chan unleashed, time pause. The entire world was instantly frozen. The kidnappers kept their stunned, lustful, or bewildered expressions frozen in place. The teardrops on Suneli's face also hung in mid-air. Su-chan's figure was like a ghost, silently appearing in the center of the plant. He casually picked up a few heavy bricks on the ground and aimed at the back of each kidnapper's head without mercy, one by one. Bang! 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 The dull sound of the blows was extraordinarily clear in the stillness of space and time. The 5 kidnappers gained a baby-like sleep, unconscious. After doing this, Su-chan threw away the brick and clapped his hands. Time suspension lifted. Chapter 9 Saving Suneli. Handsome guys must be all good guys. Suneli closed her eyes tightly. The world was pitch black, only her beating heartbeat and whimpers were blocked in her throat. The men's laughter and vulgar words still echoed in her ears, and cold fear gripped her. Suddenly, an unfamiliar male voice rang out, very close. Stop yelling, it's okay. The voice was calm, even a little lazy. Suneli's eyelashes fluttered a few times and slowly lifted her eyelids. What came into her eyes was not the expected fierce and vicious kidnappers, but a face that made her breath stop for a moment. Too good looking, good to see, unreal, like a person who walked out of the comic. Her brain was a little confused. This kidnapper looks like this? The residual fear immediately overpowered the brief moment of amazement. Please, please. Her voice trembled, tears welled up again and slid down her dusty cheeks. Let me go. How much money do you want? I can give you all of it. I'm a star, I'm really rich. She was incoherent, just trying to grab the last straw. Please. Who cares about your money? Su-kan's voice carried a bit of impatience, as if he was interrupted by something interesting. Look carefully, the person who saved you is me. He casually raised his chin towards the paralyzed black shadows on the ground. Su-neli looked in the direction he gestured, only to realize that the men who dragged her in were lying on the ground in a heap, not moving a muscle. Her heart skipped a beat as she incredulously re-examined the boy in front of her. He was dressed in simple casual clothes, clean and fresh, out of place in this dirty and dilapidated factory building. If he had saved himself, then why was he here? You said you weren't the kidnapper. Her voice trailed off, but her guard was undiminished. Then how did you end up here? Tisk. Su-chan looked like he had a bit of a headache. I'm a student from Beichuan University. I came to this neighborhood to shoot something, and I just happened to see your car driving in furtively, and a few men even dragged you downwards. He spread his hands. I followed you here to take a look. I was kind enough to save you, but you think I'm the bad guy? A student from Beichuan University? Su-neli froze. Looking at his impeccable face and clean temperament, he really didn't look like a vicious kidnapper. Su-neli's heartbeat value plus 20. Her cheeks burned a little, embarrassed by the way she had just cried and shouted and said she would pay. She hummed softly, as if hiding something, and lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously gripping the corners of her skirt. I still have a bit of a brain. Good-looking people, generally, shouldn't be bad people. At this time, outside vaguely came the sound of sirens, from far and near, more and more clear. Count on you to still have some conscience. Su-chan raised his chin. Let's go. Listening to this commotion, the police are about to arrive. You don't want to involve me. Su-kan took the lead and walked towards the outside of the factory building with easy steps. Su-neli, however, stood still, not moving. Hey, why don't you go? Su-kan turned back to look at her. Yes, I'm sorry. Su-neli's voice was tinged with a crying tone, and she was almost unsteady on her feet. My legs. Legs don't have any energy. She had been so frightened that her legs were too weak to walk. Tisk. Su-chan looked like he was too troublesome and walked back. Then the good guy does it in the end. You don't turn around and say that I took advantage of you. As soon as the words fell, he stretched out his arm and easily picked Su-neli up by the waist in a steady princess hug. Su-neli let out a cry of surprise, subconsciously stretching out her arms, tightly encircled Su-kan's neck, for fear of falling down. With her body close, she could feel the strength of his arm and the body temperature coming through the material of his clothes. She lifted her face and looked at Su-kan's cool and clean face from a close distance, with clear contours, delicate skin, and long eyelashes hanging down, casting a faint shadow. The heart, inexplicably, missed a few beats. Su-neli heartbeat value plus 10. Do you know who I am? Su-neli was held by him and walked outside. Still she couldn't help but ask the doubt in her heart. This person seemed to not put herself in her eyes at all. Who are you? Su-kan's tone was flat and unperturbed. Something to do with me? Su-neli was a bit unconvinced. Have you heard of Su-neli? She pursued. What about the sweet twin stars? You should have heard of it, right? No. Su-chan's answer was dry. I'm not interested in those Jiao. He hugged her, his footsteps not stopping, with a bit of mockery in his tone. Just singing and dancing, what real ability can you have? In his last life, he himself had climbed up from this path, and knew too well that those glamorous idols were privately most afraid of others poking their spines and saying that they were incapable. These words were simply a precise blow. Like a thorn, it stabbed Seo Na-ri for a moment. Not at all. She hurriedly retorted, but for a moment she couldn't think of any strong proof, and after holding her tongue for half a day, she muttered in a small voice, I can also cook. Oh, that counts as your awesome line. Su-kan perfunctorily said. As he spoke, he had already walked to the front door of the abandoned factory with Su-neli in his arms. Just the moment he stepped out of the shadows, ear-piercing sirens, noisy human voices, and waves of flashlights and shutter sounds came from all over the place. What was even more alarming was that countless scarlet points of light instantly hit Su-kan's body, which were the laser sights of the sniper rifle. Freeze! Deafening shouts accompanied by ear-piercing sirens instantly drowned them out. Countless icy cold gun muzzles were aimed at the two people who had just stepped out of the shadows, and those eye-shattering red dots were even hitting Su-kan's body unceremoniously. Trouble. Hey, hurry up and explain, Su-kan urged the person in his arms in a low voice, with a hint of impatience in his voice, or else both of us will have to explain here. Su-neli was scared out of her wits by this battle, her body shaking even more. She looked at those black holes of gun muzzles, and then looked at the boy holding her, and the remnants of her sanity finally returned. Don't shoot. I'm Seo Na-ri. He's the one who saved me. She screamed with all her strength, her voice tinged with sobs, and raised her hands high in the air to show her innocence. In the midst of the chaos, a middle-aged woman in professional attire was brought over by the police, and when she saw Su-neli, her face turned white and she practically pounced on her. Neli! It's really you. That's great. Quickly let go of her. The woman's voice was trembling, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. Sister Jiao. I'm fine. It's really okay. Su Neili shouted, trying to pacify the other party. Su Chan smoothly put her down gently. As soon as she touched the ground, Su Neili's legs went limp, and if she hadn't subconsciously held onto Su Can's arm, she was afraid that she would have already collapsed to the ground. Ka chow! Ka chow! Click! The magnesium lights were as white as day, flashing madly, fixing this scene firmly. The reporters swarmed around like sharks that smelled blood, the microphones almost poking them in the face. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, this is StarMax Entertainment Frontline Report. A microphone-carrying host grabbed the best spot, his voice excited. Just now, the popular idol Miss Su Neili, who suffered a frightening kidnapping, has been successfully rescued. And the one who created this miracle is none other than this valiant young man. Please look at the exclusive footage we captured. Countless cameras were focused on Su Can and Seo Na Ri, who was still snuggled up next to him. In the picture, the boy was clean and handsome, with a few careless brows, and the actress in his arms, though in a sorry state, had a thrillingly fragile beauty. This strong contrast was almost like the climax of a carefully choreographed drama. Almost at the same time, the internet exploded. Hashtag sweet twin star Seo Na Ri is shockingly rumored to be kidnapped. Hashtag Seo Na Ri was rescued by a mysterious handsome man. Hashtag. The related topics climbed at an unbelievable speed and instantly bloodied the hot search lists of all major platforms, dominating the top of the list. Chapter 10, Su Can is on fire. The online comment section exploded. The scene was completely out of control. The reporters came like a tidal wave, instantly dispersing the little bit of pathetic cordon, and countless microphones scrambled to dislike them. Ms. Su Neili. Was it really this gentleman who saved you? Were you injured? Were there any scares? Did they do anything to you? The questions were one more pointed than the other, cluttering the stunned Su Neili. Su Chan frowned and reached out to grab the microphone from the nearest reporter. The kidnappers are still inside. 5. His voice was not loud, but it pierced through the noise and traveled clearly. These words were like pouring cold water into boiling oil. The reporters first froze, then as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, they pushed forward even more exuberantly, their flashbulbs bursting into flashes. For the sake of headlines, these people do not want to die? The police then reacted, hollering and rushing into the abandoned factory. Not long after, the 5 beaten and swollen, unconscious kidnappers were dragged out. The journalists immediately turned their guns and shot at the kidnappers. In the midst of the chaos, another microphone was handed to Su Can. This handsome man, may I ask, how did you subdue the 5 kidnappers? You are so good looking. Have you considered entering the entertainment industry? Are you interested in becoming a trainee? We can help you. Get in touch. Su Chan was a bit annoyed by this battle and pushed his way through the crowd and wanted to walk out. Wait. A slightly cool hand grabbed his arm, and Seo Na Ri followed, her face still pale from fear, her voice as thin as an ant. That. Thank you. I still don't know what your name is. She slightly lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her coat. Can you add a contact? Su Neili heartwarming value +10. This scene precisely fell into countless lenses. Neili. Sister Jiao, the agent, finally squeezed over, pulling away Seo Neili's hand with a professionalized vigilance and natural resistance to gossip on her face. My name is Su Can. Su Can pulled out his cell phone without much care. Okay. The two of them quickly added their friends. Su Can put away his cell phone, turned around and intended to leave this place of wrongdoing completely. 2 people, please stay. A police officer stopped them. Please follow us back to the station to assist in making a statement. The air in the police station was stuffy and heavy. After finally taking a statement, Su Can took the lead and pushed open the thick glass door. The air outside carried the coolness of the evening. Su Neili followed closely behind. Her footsteps were still a bit weak, as if she was stepping on cotton. Just now, inside, she had finally gotten rid of those crazy reporters outside for the time being. Su Chan. Mr. Su Neili's voice was very soft, with the trembling of the aftermath of the robbery, which was extraordinarily clear in the cool evening wind. This time, I really thank you. If it wasn't for you. She didn't say any more, but the aftershock was tangible. She subconsciously clutched the corner of her coat, her cheeks couldn't control the blush, and her voice was a little smaller. I don't know how to repay you. Why don't I treat you to a meal? She slightly lowered her head, her fingers twisted together uneasily, not quite daring to look directly at the boy beside her who had saved her. Su Can glanced at her sideways, his expression still light. A favor. Anyone else who encounters this kind of thing, it's only right to lend a hand. As soon as the words fell, blinding flashing lights came like a sudden rain. The entrance of the police station had been densely packed with people at an unknown time, with long guns and short cannons all aimed at them. It's coming out. Seo Na Ri is out. The handsome guy next to her. That's him. Quickly shoot. Exclusive. Various shouts, shutter sounds, and the ghostly light from cell phone screens mixed together, instantly engulfing the two. Several anchors holding selfie sticks crowded at the front, excitedly shouting into the camera, "Families! See that? National goddess Su Neli and the mysterious hero who saved her." In the midst of the chaos, a reporter who had just rushed back from the side of the abandoned factory, as if he had dug up shocking news, the veins on his neck popped up as he hissed into the camera, "Latest news. We've confirmed it. This hero is called Su Kan. He is a freshman at Beichuan University." These words were like igniting a powder keg. Almost the next second, the internet completely boiled over. Hashtag mysterious hero Su Chan, a freshman at Beichuan University. Hashtag Su Chan single-handedly fought 5 kidnappers and saved Su Neli. Hashtag. The two topics went at rocket speed, directly slaughtering the list and dominating the #1 hot search on all platforms. Su Kan's high-definition side-face photo of him holding Su Neli at the factory entrance, as well as his slightly impatient side-face photo when he was surrounded by reporters at the moment, as well as a few front-facing photos, instantly spread all over the internet. Crap! Is this face value real? Mom, I'm in love. This is the divine face. It's even more top than my brother. I'm begging him to come out in situ. Handsome. There's no contact info for little brother, IG? Sisters, dig it out. The comment section was instantly exploded, and countless people began to frantically search for the name Su Chan and his social accounts. Wow! Reputation value. Thousands of points. It's still rising. It's still rising. The points are also jumping upwards. You've earned a lot this time. Momo's voice yelled excitedly in Su Kan's mind, simply more excited than he himself. Expected, just a basic operation, no need to be so excited. Su Kan had little expression on his face, and in his heart, he faintly replied back. Handsome brother. Can you say a couple sentences briefly? Successfully rescuing Ms. Su Neli, what is your mood now? A reporter's quick eyes and hands disliked the microphone to Su Kan's mouth once again, and the flashlights around him were even brighter. Su Kan swept a glance at that reporter, his tone was flat and unperturbed, just doing a favor, I should. He paused, as if casually adding, besides, before I did it, where did I recognize who she was? No matter who encountered this kind of thing, if you can give a hand, do so. I still have to go home, I'll leave first. As soon as the words fell, Su Kan pushed aside the wall of people in front of him, squeezed out with a sharp movement, casually stopped a cab, pulled open the door and sat in. The action was done in one go. On the other hand, Su Neli was also escorted by Sister Jiao, hurriedly got into the nanny car, and quickly left this place of wrongdoing. The cab had just driven away from the hustle and bustle in front of the police station when another prompt popped up coldly in Su Chan's mind. Zheng Yun AI's heartwarming value plus 10. Zhou Wei's heartwarming value plus 20. Zhou Wei? Su Kan froze for a moment. Zheng Yun AI, that eldest daughter? What's going on? She probably saw the hot search, right? But Su Kan remembered clearly, this big sister in the past to him this brother, but the nose is not the nose, eyes are not the eyes, everywhere through the dislike. In here, it is estimated that Zhang Zihao in the middle of adding oil and vinegar to smear. The original owner of that boring gourd nature, look at the good bullying, no wonder even Zhang Zihao that kind of goods dare to stomp on the face. Chapter 11, Zhou Wei is a bit moved. As soon as the door to the living room was pushed open, Zheng Nai rushed over like a gust of wind. Her hands were a little shaky as she grabbed Su Kan's arm and looked him up and down as if she wanted to make sure he wasn't missing parts. Kan, you're fine. Why did you suddenly run off to save some star? How dangerous. If anything happens to you, how am I going to explain to your mom? As she said that, Young-Yone's tears came down and her voice choked. It's okay, auntie, I'm not back. Su Chan let her grab and gently patted her back. Zheng Yunai leaned on his shoulder and kept sobbing, her body still shivering slightly. At this time, footsteps came from the stairs, accompanied by a slightly shrill female voice. Mom, he's not fine. People aren't dead, why are you crying? Zhou Wei held her arms and slowly walked down the stairs, condescendingly scrutinizing Su Kan. What are you talking nonsense about? Kan was lucky, next time you can't be so impulsive. Zheng Yunai hurriedly wiped her tears and touched Su Kan's head again heartily. Poof. Zhou Wei skimmed her mouth, that look of dislike undisguised. Su Kan, why did you even cut your hair and change your clothes? She paused, her tone tinged with inquiry, taking the wrong medication today? Su Kan met her scowl. Zhou Wei, on the stairs, was wearing a simple little white crossbody undershirt that outlined amazing curves. Underneath were sports shorts, and her two long, straight legs were just exposed in the air. In front of his eyes, information surfaced. Name, Zhou Wei. Identity, Beichuan sophomore. Age, 21. Heartbeat, 20. Manga, Secret Teaching. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Face value, 94 points. Rank, SS Goddess. Strategy progress, 20%. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Zhou Wei's brows furrowed slightly, and the arm she was holding tightened. Yo, still dare to ignore me, huh? There's something you'll regret. Kan, don't pay attention to her, Wei is like that, knife-mouth tofu heart. She was just in her room secretly watching your news. Yamune sighed and a smile piled up on her face again, as if dispelling the gloom. I'm sure you haven't eaten yet, I'll go heat it up for you. After saying this, she quickly walked towards the kitchen, her back all carrying a hint of urgency. Suchan sat down on the sofa, fingertips crossed the cell phone screen, hesitated for a moment, finally put it down, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. The screen was full of news about Suneli's kidnapping and rescue, and in the scroll bar, the eye-catching headlines flashed non-stop, as if they were afraid that others would miss this explosive news. The screen turned, the camera was aimed at himself, high-definition dislike face shot, even the pores were clearly visible. In the report is made of his heroic deeds of single-handedly and bravely fighting criminals, matched with the face that is called God's face. The eye-catching effect is pulled full. Suchan changed the channel, still the same, as if the whole world is discussing this matter. He simply turned off the TV and picked up his cell phone, his fingertips sliding rapidly on the screen. All the major social media platforms, the #1 searches were his and Suneli's names. The heat was still continuing to climb, and it could simply be described as terrifying. The opportunity was rare. The corners of Suchan's mouth rose slightly as he skillfully registered his social accounts. Facebook, IG, TikTok, OilTube. One by one, all of them were arranged. These platforms would be the perfect battleground for him to harvest prestige values and points. His fingers flexibly tapped on the keyboard, and one account after another was quickly created. Hi! It's really high! Demon's voice whirled excitedly in his head, taking advantage of the traffic from the entire network. The reputation value and points are going up like a rocket. We've made a fortune this time. That excitement didn't last long, but MOMO was a bit weak again. But I have to give you a precaution first. This kind of network heat comes and goes quickly. If you are not careful, what scandal overturned the car, now up the reputation in points, but will be mercilessly deducted back. Maybe even the heartwarming value that you've brushed up to will have to fall off. That would be a huge loss. Auntie. Suchan's fingertips flicked on the screen, the last account registration was completed, and he casually threw his phone aside. He changed to a more comfortable position nestled into the sofa. His tone was lazy, but it was permeated with a sense of certainty. This kind of scene, I'm familiar with it. When I have the chance I'll also go over the wall to register VB over in the Dragon Kingdom. The fans over there are better to manipulate. Just then, the door was pushed open with a click and a dangling figure wandered in. Wu Zihao, 19 years old, adopted son of Zheng Nai. Current status, unrisen mobile battery. Momo's voice rang out at the right time. The person who came in was none other than Wu Zihao, and when he saw Sukan in the living room, his footsteps paused for a moment, then he looked up and down. Crap! Wu Zihao took the cigarette down from his mouth and clamped it between his fingers, with an expression of having seen a ghost. Sukan? You kid. Line ah? He took a few steps to the front of the sofa with that usual, off-putting teasing smile on his face. Cutting my hair and changing my outfit, I almost didn't recognize you. Wu Zihao said, reaching out his hand to slap Sukan on the head as a matter of course. Let Buddy take a good look. This action, frivolous and skillful, obviously did not do this before. Sukan's body did not move much, just raised his hand and accurately grabbed Wu Zihao's falling wrist. The force coming from his wrist made Li Zihao freeze for a moment. Sukan smoothly sent it forward, a deft force directly pushed Wu Zihao to stagger back 2 steps. He withdrew his hand and did not even look at Wu Zihao again, as if he was just dusting off something that was in the way. Hey! Wu Zihao stabilized his stance, his face couldn't hang on, and his voice rose a few points. You've grown up, Sukan? Dare to make a move with little master? He took a step forward, his finger almost poking Sukan's face. Are you itching? Believe it or not, I'll ask my sister to clean you up? It was this set again. Sukan sneered in his heart. Seeing Sukan ignoring him, Wu Zihao was even more energized, reaching out again, this time trying to grab Sukan's collar. Sukan got up violently. So fast that Wu Zihao didn't even react. He only felt that his wrist was tightened again, this time the force was many times greater than just now, drilling pain. The next second, the sky turned. Bang, a muffled sound. Wu Zihao's whole person was twisted by Sukan's arm backward, dead pressed in the soft sofa, cheeks pressed against the sofa cushion. Breathing was difficult. In the future, Sukan's voice was very light, pressed against Wu Zihao's ear, with a kind of icy penetration. Speak politely to me, understand? Well. Let go. Cough. Wu Zihao was pressed to the point where his face was suffocated red, shocked and angry. His hands and feet struggled, but found that the other party's strength is amazingly large, simply cannot break free. Uing. Let go of me. In the heat of the moment, he shouted at the top of his voice, Sis. Sister Via. Help. Suchan, the son of a hit me. The shouts were shrill and cut through the tranquility of the living room. Zheng Ai in the kitchen heard the commotion. She couldn't even untie her apron and ran out in a panic. Seeing the scene in front of her, her face turned white with fear. Kan-chan. Seheo. What are you guys doing? She rushed over and tried to pull Sukan's arm, her hands shaking. Auntie, it's fine. Sukan turned his head sideways, his face had little expression, but his tone eased, "We're just fooling around." He slightly loosened the strength in his hands, but still pressed Wu Zihao, and said to the guy who was still struggling in vain, "Look, Zihao just said that I couldn't hold him down, and had to try." Chapter 12, Zihao, you son of a. I really want to beat you up. Movement came from over the stairs, and Zhou Weiya also heard Zihao's pig-killing howl, shuffling down slowly with her slippers. She leaned on the staircase railing, her gaze falling on the center of the living room. Sukan's figure has indeed straightened up a lot, changed his clothes, cut his hair, and the whole person seems to be transformed. That face is clean and handsome, especially in that chaos just now. There is an indescribable attraction. Zhou Wei's mind even flashed to the TV news, the slightly indifferent side face when he held Suneli out of the factory. Looking at him today, it seemed less obtrusive. "Come on, Sukan," her voice was lazy with a bit of the usual bossiness, "Mom is still here, let go of Zihao." Sukan glanced sideways at her, and then looked down at Zihao, who was being pressed by himself to the point of rolling his eyes, feeling that this kid had almost learned his lesson. He loosened his grip and withdrew his force. Zihao, like a fish lacking water, popped up violently and flopped on the sofa, coughing violently, gasping for air, his face reddening. Who? After slowing down, his reddened eyes immediately stared at Sukan dead on, almost squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. "You, Sukan. I'm not finished with you." Saying that, he was like an enraged panther, getting up and wanting to pounce over again. Sukan had yet to make a move. Slap! A crisp slap resounded through the living room. Zheng Yanai rushed over at some point and threw a solid slap on Wu Zihao's face. Wu Zihao was completely dumbfounded, covering his face and looking at his aunt in disbelief. "Zihao! Are you finished?" Zhang Yanai's voice carried an exasperated tremor. "I said it was a joke, why are you still cursing? And make a move? Auntie! You shut up." Zhou Weiya also walked over with a cold face and interrupted him. "You're the one in the family who can cause the most trouble." She swept Wu Zihao up and down and said with little warmth, "Either sit down honestly and eat, or get the hell back to your house, choose for yourself." After saying that, Zhou Weiya no longer paid any attention to him and walked straight to the dining room, pulling out a chair and sitting down. She grunted in her heart. Just now, she was relieved for Sukan. According to that kid's previous moral character, this moment should definitely be like a puppy to come over, grateful, right? After all, he was so good to him today. However, she waited, the corner of her eye glanced to the living room. Su Chen did not even look at her side. He helped Zhang Yunai, who was still a bit scared, to sit down on the sofa and comforted her in a low voice, with a soft smile on his face. That kind of gentleness was only towards his mother. To her, to Wu Zihao, he didn't even owe her a look and remained in the same salty, calm demeanor. Zhou Wei's heart inexplicably a little uncomfortable. Was it because she usually bullied him too hard? She skimmed her mouth and quickly suppressed this bit of discomfort again. It didn't matter. He would be back to his old self again before long anyway. He would always be the same pug wagging his tail behind his ass. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. Cutlery occasionally clashed, making a crisp sound. Other than that, there was an uncomfortable silence. Wu Zihao lowered his head and pulled at the rice in his bowl, his cheeks puffing out, but in his heart, he was calculating how to make up for the face he had just lost. Zhang Yunai's mind was almost entirely on Sukan. She glanced at him from time to time, her eyes full of pain and worry, thinking that she would have to treat him better in the future. This child was really in shock today. Zhou Weiya, on the other hand, held her chopsticks and poked at the dishes on her plate with one hand. She also swept Sukan out of the corner of her eye from time to time. That guy didn't take the initiative to talk to her from start to finish, and didn't even give her a second glance, which made her heart clogged and a bit empty. What's wrong with this guy today? Su-chan, Zhou Weiya finally couldn't help herself and broke the silence, her voice sounding quite calm. That idol called Suneli, do you know her? Don't know. Sukan didn't raise his head. Zhou Weiya's heart was relieved for no reason. It's just a cacao edition, Sukan added, his tone flat as if he was saying that it was a nice day. What? Wu Zihao jerked his head up, his eyes glazed over. You have Sio Nari's cacao? Quick! Give me a recommendation. He was so excited that he almost jumped up from his chair. That bit of unpleasantness just now was instantly thrown to the back of his mind. He was a hardcore fan of the sweet twin stars. Out of breath. Zhou Weiya rolled her eyes in dismay. It's just a singer and dancer. If I want a debut, I'm definitely much better than her. As she said that, she put down her chopsticks with force and pushed away her chair to stand up. Walking to the stairway, she still unwillingly looked back. Sukan was still eating slowly and methodically, not looking at her at all. Zhou Weiya was so angry that she stomped her foot and thumped up the stairs to her room. Auntie, I'm done eating, I'll go back to my room first. Sukan put down his dishes and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Okay, go ahead. Zheng Yunai responded mildly. Su-chan got up and left. Only Zhang Yunai and Wu Zihao remained in the restaurant. Wu Zihao's eyes began to become a little fluttery, sneaking around, glancing towards Zhang Yunai's open neckline, and then down, landing on the hemline of her skirt to cover it. He stole glances like this for a while before he violently lowered his head, bowed his waist, and slipped back into his room like a thief. Su-chan lay back on the bed. The only thing left in the room was the ghostly light of the cell phone screen. Fingertips crossed, the number of IG's fans had already broken through the 50,000 mark and was still jumping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Other platforms were also not idle. The number of fans soared synchronously, and roughly estimated that the fans of the entire network combined were feared to have broken through 100,000. This number was a height that many small netizens who had been crawling around on the network for years would find it difficult to reach in their entire lives. Points: 65,344. The reputation value is also this number. Demon Magic's voice rang in his head with unbelievable ecstasy. My god, it's gone up like crazy. This speed, completely beyond imagination. This is just the beginning. Su-can's face didn't have many waves. This side of the stick country is still a bit slow. If it were the dragon countryside, I'm afraid that this night would be able to suck in hundreds of thousands of fans. There will be more and more in the future. He casually threw his cell phone onto the nightstand and the screen went dark. Closing his eyes, he sank into sleep almost instantly. The next day, the early morning sunlight poured in through the cracks in the curtains. Su-can went downstairs to eat breakfast. At the dining table, Jiao was actually already there, taking small sips of milk, moving slowly. This was rare. Normally at this point she would have already left the house. By the looks of it, it looked like she was purposely waiting for someone. On the other hand, Wuziheo was eating fast, and after stuffing his mouth with a few bites, he grabbed his school bag and rushed out the door like a gust of wind. Almost at the same time, Jiao also followed Su-can downstairs, carrying a black garbage bag in her hand. The mouth of the bag was open, and it was stuffed with toilet paper that was kneaded into a ball. She looked at Wuziheo's back as he disappeared in the doorway, sighed softly and shook her head helplessly. Only Su-can and Jiao remained on the table. Su-can picked up a sandwich and ate it unhurriedly. On the opposite side, Jiao, her eyes drifted over from time to time, landing on him and quickly moving away. Su-can, she finally opened her mouth. Her voice couldn't hear any emotions. Let's go to school together today. Su-chan raised his eyes. No need, I eat slowly. If I say we'll go together, we'll go together. Jiao put down her glass of milk, her tone carrying an irrefutable implication. She finished her share and pushed away her chair, but didn't get up to leave, just stood by the table with her arms wrapped around her, waiting for Su-can. Chapter 13, Being photographed by a girl in the subway. A few minutes later, Su-can wiped his hands with a napkin and stood up. Finished eating, let's go. Auntie, I'm going to school. Okay, be safe on the road, Kanchan. Young Lune cleared the table while giving a warm admonition with warmth in her voice. Aha! Su-can responded, pulled open the door and walked out. Mom! I'm leaving too. Well, be safe. Jiao followed out almost immediately, her high heels knocking out a crisp and sharp sound on the porch. The streets were still a bit cool in the early morning, and there weren't many pedestrians. The two of them walked one after the other, separated by a short distance, and silence filled the air between them. Jiao looked at the upright back in front of her. Her steps were not tight or slow, completely different from the previous shadow that was always careful to follow behind. She felt a bit squirming in her heart and couldn't help but speed up her steps to walk alongside him. Su-chan, she opened her mouth first, her voice put as casual as possible. Why did you suddenly cut your hair? Look. Much smoother. Made a girlfriend? No, Su-can's response was flat, as if he was stating an insignificant fact. Before, my hair was too long, it was a bit hot. He didn't even look at her sideways. Jiao felt like her words were thrown into a wave-free ancient well, without even a ripple. She pursed her lips, her fingers unconsciously gripped the bag strap, and after a pause, her voice softened a bit, with a bit of temptation that she didn't even notice. So, what do you think of me then? Asking the question, her heart inexplicably beat half a beat faster, a little afraid to look at the side of the person in front of her. You? Su-chan finally inclined his head, like he thought for a moment, but also like he didn't think at all. His tone was without ripples. It's just average. Average? Jiao's footsteps lurched, like being thrown cold water on her head. Who was she? Beichuan University's department flower, used to hearing flattery and praise since she was a child. When was she ever described with the word average? Or by Su-chan? You. A wave of fire rushed to the top of her head. She almost blurted out, but swallowed it back, just stomped her feet in place in anger. Su-can, however, continued to walk forward like nothing, his figure gradually pulling away. Jiao looked at his back, angry and annoyed, and finally clenched her teeth, jogged after him, her high heels stomped thumping. Soon, the entrance to the subway station where the crowd was growing was in sight. Via. This way. We're here. Not far away, three fashionably dressed girls were gathering together, and one of them saw her with sharp eyes and waved her hand vigorously. Jiao stopped her steps, looked at those friends, and subconsciously twisted her head to look at Su-can beside her, with a hint of inquiry. Want to go over there? My classmate, let's go together? No, Su-can's attention had already fallen on the subway line map at the entrance. Studying the stops, his head didn't turn back. You guys come together. His tone was detached, as if she was just a stranger on the way. Zhou Wei's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, and that bit of discomfort in her heart bubbled up again. She glared at the back of Su Kan's head before she turned around and walked towards the few chattering friends. Vaya, getting close to a handsome boy? That boy is really quite handsome, hey. What's snuggling? That's Su Kan, my brother. Zhou Wei returned with an irritated tone. What? Follower Su Kan? That soft persimmon Su Kan? Su Kan? So handsome? A few girls were talking at once, and their voices got louder. It can't be that Su Kan on the hot search. Looks like it can't really be your brother, right? A sharp-eyed girl covered her mouth, her face full of surprise. That's right, it's that heel, it's him Su Kan. Zhou Wei suddenly felt a light on her face. Inexplicably, she was a little bit proud. Her arms were clasped in front of her chest, and her chin was slightly raised. Wei, you're really capable. A big handsome guy like Su Kan has been tamed by you like this. Isn't this your pug? That goes without saying. If I tell him to go east, he would never dare to go west. Zhou Wei couldn't hide her smile anymore. The corners of her mouth were almost grinning up to her ears. Wei, let him come over for a moment. I want to take a picture with him. I want to too. He's a traffic code now. Why don't we post an IG together? Or take a TikTok would be fine. Several girls began to urge Zhou Wei. Don't, he pissed me off yesterday. I don't want to ignore him now. I'm punishing him. Zhou Wei hardened her head and found a random excuse to put it off. So it's like this, I said. He should just be punished properly so that he can learn a lesson. Alright, the subway is here. A few people joked and laughed and got on the subway. On the other side, Su Kan also entered the subway car. Su Kan, tell you. The subway station neighborhood has gone up quite a few points again, as well as reputation values. It means that many girls are charmed by you. 99 charisma value plus 95 face value is invincible. Devil Magic shouted excitedly. If it had a physical body, it would probably have already jumped to the ceiling. When he got on the subway, there weren't many empty seats in the carriage, so Su Kan found a corner to stand in and held the handrail above his head. Hey, look at that person. Is it the one on yesterday's hot search? Which Su Kan? Right. That's him. The one who saved Seo Nari. My god, he's even better looking in person than in the picture. The whispers quickly turned into open chatter, and many people quietly fumbled for their cell phones, with their lenses immovably focused on Su Kan. Someone took a side profile and posted it on IG. Someone took a screenshot and posted it on Facebook. Someone even recorded a small video of him looking down at his phone and directly uploaded it to TikTok. That handsome guy. A girl in a pleated skirt squeezed over with a red face and a thin voice. Can I take a picture with you? Su Chan raised his head and smiled at her with teeth. The sunlight just shone in from the car window, shaking people a little dizzy. Okay, how can I cooperate with you? No need. Just like this. That's fine, just like that. The girl's heart raced at his sudden smile, and she fumbled to raise her cell phone, clicking the picture together with a quick snap. She thanked him profusely and backed away with flushed cheeks, immediately looking down and starting to edit her tweet. With the first to take the lead, several other girls who were still hesitant also immediately surrounded her, chattering and requesting a photo. In the next carriage, Zhou Wei happened to see this scene through the glass of the connection between the two carriages. She saw Su Kan surrounded by several girls, with a relaxed and easygoing smile on his face, a look she had never seen before. Watching him smile like that at other girls, Zhou Wei's fingers that were pinching the strap of her bag unconsciously tightened. Chapter 14, Adopting Zhang Lan as an Attendant. Just after getting off the subway, Su Kan accelerated his pace and walked in the direction of Beichuan University. Only when he reached the entrance of the university, a small commotion erupted from the crowd. Look, it's Su Kan. The one who was on the hot search yesterday. It's really him. He's even more handsome in real life than in pictures. The girls whispered excitedly, taking out their cell phones and snapping pictures of him for a while. The clicking shutter sounds rang out as if they were greeting a star. The points and reputation values were like rockets, jumping wildly. Su Kan looked as normal, walked straight into the teaching building, came to his class, and casually found a seat by the window. Before his but was even warmed up, a figure with a few twists and turns moved in front of his table. It was Zhang Lan from the same class, usually dressed up in a flamboyant manner, but today she looked a bit anxious, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural blush. Su Kan, her voice was as thin as a gnat, with a trace of imperceptible shyness. You come out with me for a moment. Su Kan raised his eyes, faintly swept her a glance, and had no intention of getting up. Oops, you come out with me for a bit. Seeing this, Zhang Lan simply went out on a limb and tugged on Su Kan's arm. Her strength was not small. I really have something to tell you. Without being able to say anything, she pulled Su Kan out of the classroom, and came to the door of the restroom. After determining that there was no one around, she stopped in anger, and questioned with rounded eyes. Su Kan, what exactly did you do to me yesterday? The tone of voice carried the flavor of an accusation, and the redness on her face deepened, as if she was about to drip blood. What did I do? What are you saying? I can't understand. Sukan pretended to be bewildered, her eyes clear, as if she was really confused. Stop pretending. Zhang was so furious by his pretending to be dumb that she stomped her feet, and her voice unconsciously raised, "It's you, yesterday, my underwear disappeared." Towards the end, her voice was almost inaudible, and her cheeks were so red that they were about to explode. Oh? Sukan raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful arc, his eyes recklessly surveying her body. "You mean, you're not wearing panties right now? Want to seduce me in this way? You! What nonsense are you talking?" Zhang was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly exploding, her already reddened cheeks rising to the color of pig's liver. "Who said I'm not wearing them? I'm wearing it." Today's Zhang was carefully dressed up, a white dress, her slim and straight legs wrapped in a thin layer of white silk, making it even more seductive. Paired with her trendy long pinkish golden gradient hair, the whole person was like an exquisite Barbie doll, extraordinarily eye-catching. "Just wear it." Sukan's tone was frivolous, with a few moments of carelessness. "What does that panty thing have to do with me? How does it not matter? You were the only one who came close to me yesterday." Zhang was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying out, her voice carrying a sobbing tone. "It must be you who took it. You pervert. Tisk, that's wrongly accusing someone." Sukan let out a light laugh, his tone suddenly became serious. "Well, to tell you the truth, in fact, I have superpowers, I can make time pause." "Ha?" Zhang froze, wondering if he had heard wrong, then snorted, "Are you kidding? Time pause? You've watched too many sci-fi movies. Believe it or not." Suchan shrugged his shoulders, his tone casual as if he was saying that it was a nice day. "Time pause, launch." As soon as the words fell, it was as if the pause button was pressed on everything around them. The clamor disappeared, the air froze, even the disdainful expression on Zhang face froze there. Sukan was the only one who was still able to move freely. He walked to Zhang with interest, scrutinizing the frozen expression on her face, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. What a naive girl. Suchan reached out his hand, his fingertips gently traced over Zhang delicate cheeks. The touch was delicate and smooth, like fine silk. Zhang heartwarming value +1. He pinched her small chin again, feeling the warm touch coming from his palm. Zhang heartwarming value +1. 5 minutes later, time resumed its flow. As if waking up from a long stasis, Zhang looked around blankly, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Everything just now was as unreal as a dream, yet it carried an unspeakable sense of reality. She clearly felt that time had stood still, yet it was as if nothing had happened. "This time, you believe it, don't you?" Sukan's voice rang in her ears with a hint of mischievous laughter. Zhang snapped back to her senses, her eyes widening in disbelief, looking at Sukan with eyes filled with horror, as if she was looking at a monster. You're such a pervert." Her voice trembled with a sobbing tone. "I'm going to call the police. I'm going to tell my teacher." "Call the police?" Sukan let out a light laugh, her tone icy cold for a few minutes. "As you wish. However, I advise you to think better before you say anything." He approached Zhang ear, lowered his voice, and said in an eerie tone, "I am the devil's heir, and just now, I have placed a curse on you. If you don't obey, you will die." The word curse was like a magic spell that instantly shattered Zhang psychological defenses. She was already in a state of shock, but at this moment, she was even more scared out of her wits, sitting on the ground, her face pale, and she could not stop trembling. With a wow, she cried out, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Hey, have you heard? That Sukan from yesterday seems to be from our school." "Really? That super handsome guy?" The sound of talking outside got closer and closer, and clearly transmitted in. Sukan reacted extremely fast, grabbed Zhang who was still frozen in place, almost dragging her, violently pushed open the door of a nearby cubicle, dodged in. The door gently locked with a click. Suchan smoothly sat on the toilet seat, the narrow space suddenly seemed more crowded. He raised his hand and put his index finger on his lips, signaling Zhang to keep quiet. The sound of conversation outside was accompanied by the sound of footsteps, gradually fading away. Only the suppressed breathing of the two remained in the cubicle, mixed with the smell of disinfectant. Zhang body was still trembling slightly, trying to stop herself from crying, only that fear was like substance, gripping her tightly. "If you don't want to die," Sukan's voice was pressed so low that he was almost speaking against her ear, his warm breath brushing against the contours of her ear, "then obey me." He paused, his tone carrying a playful iciness. "Forgot the curse I just said? Displeasing me has serious consequences. Don't kill me." Zhang voice carried a heavy sobbing tone, so thin that it was almost inaudible. I'll listen to you all." Fear completely overpowered shame and anger. Then, Suchan let out a low laugh. That laugh seemed extraordinarily clear in the cramped space, carrying a certain evil compulsion. "Everything you should know how to do, right?" What should I do?" Zhang raised her head in bewilderment, her eyes tearful. "What do you say?" Suchan asked rhetorically, his tone carrying a sense of command that was not to be trifled with. A brief dead silence fell in the cubicle. Afterwards, the subtle sound of fabric rubbing together resounded. Zhang heartwarming value +1. Zhang heartwarming value +2. Zhang Lan's heartwarming value +1. The heartwarming value finally reached 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host, air level up to LV4. Level up, unlocking a new ability, the Demon King Shock LV1. Devil Magic's voice rang out in Su Kan's mind at the right time, carrying a hint of excitement that was hard to hide. Su Kan, you are now a level 3 heir, you can take in a follower. Oh. Is it possible to accept the A-grade goddess Zhanlan with a heartbeat value of 100 as a follower? Su Kan's mind moved with a thought. Accept it. Accepting Zhanlan as a follower is successful. The thought fell, and a virtual panel unfolded before Su Kan's eyes. Name, Zhanlan. Identity, freshman, follower number 1 of the Demon King's heir. Age, 20. Heartbeat, 100. Manga, Shibuya Eyes. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 90 points. Rank, a class goddess, rank, a class goddess. Raider progress, 100% raider progress, 100% raider progress, 100%. Chapter 15 English teacher, Zhu Ruishui. Check my panel. With a thought, a light blue virtual light screen unfolded in front of Su Kan's eyes. Name, Su Kan. Identity, Demon King Heir LV4. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188 centimeters. Face value, 95. Charm value, 99. 20, 25. Physical strength, 15. Force value, 30. Prestige value, 68,788. Heartwarming value, 200. Points, 75,764. Raid progress 1%, raid progress 1%. Available points to main task rating 99 goddesses. Main quest, rating 99 goddesses, main quest, rating 99 goddesses, side quest, none. Side quests, none, side quests, none. Mission center, currently LV4, now open. Ability, time pause LV22 per day. Abilities, time pause LV2 2 times per day, duration 5 minutes, instant transmission LV1 once per day, Demon King's Shock LV1 consumes 10 prestige points per use. Demon King's Attendant, 1. Not bad, all the values had increased significantly, especially the newly unlocked abilities and the first follower. Su Chan laughed silently, quite satisfied with the result. He looked sideways at Zhang Lan, who was still leaning against the wall of the cubicle. Her eyes were still a bit lax and the flush on her cheeks had not faded. Zhang Lan, I'll go out first, you can return to the classroom later. His voice was not high, yet it seemed to carry an irresistible power. Zhang Lan's body trembled lightly, as if she had just woken up from a dream, and subconsciously responded. Okay, Appa. Without further words, Su Chan reached out to straighten his slightly wrinkled collar, pushed open the door of the cubicle, and calmly walked out, returning to his class. He had only just sat down in his usual seat by the window when the originally low murmurs in the classroom became a few points clearer. That's Su Kan? Wow, was he this handsome before? Didn't realize it at all. Only felt that the man is quite tall, I didn't realize that the face is also so beatable. Your village through the network ah? The hero who saved Suneli's life in yesterday's hot search is our class Su Kan. The whispers were mixed with marvel and curiosity, and many gazes intentionally or unintentionally glanced to Su Kan's side. Right at this moment, a few boys clustered around a guy with dyed yellow hair, walked straight to Su Kan's desk, blocking the light from the window. The yellow hair in the lead had his hands in his pockets, his chin slightly raised, with a few hints of provocation. Su Kan, it's okay, just now I saw you go out with Zhang Lan. He paused, his tone was unkind. You too, what are you doing sneaking around? Su Kan didn't even bother to raise his eyes, his fingertips were still sliding on the IG interface of his cell phone. None of your business? He lightly returned a sentence, then as if he remembered something, he added, Zhang Lan, quite moist, you probably don't know it well, right? Shiba. What the are you talking about? Yellow hair was instantly enraged, his face flushed red. Without thinking, his clenched fist smashed towards Su Kan's face with the sound of wind. In a flash of lightning, Su Kan coldly ordered in his heart. Demon King's Shock. Unleash. A terrifying pressure that was intangible and qualitative, yet seemed to come from the depths of the soul, spread out with Su Kan as the center. Yellow hair, who rushed at the front, took the brunt, his fists froze in midair. The angry look on his face was instantly replaced by great fear. He felt like he was being strangled by an invisible giant hand on his heart. His breathing stopped abruptly. The Su Kan in front of him seemed to have transformed into an abyssal demon that chose to devour people. Yellow hair let out a short choking sound in his throat, his legs went limp, and his whole person collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. The several juniors behind him were even more unresponsive, not even humming a sound, directly flopping, kneeling on the ground. Shivering all over, gasping for air, their faces as white as paper. That student. What are you doing? A somewhat shrill female voice cut through the eerie silence in the classroom. How can you bully someone in the classroom? Su Chan lifted his head and followed the voice. There was a woman standing in the doorway, catching long red hair draped over her shoulders, white tight short sleeves outlining a plump silhouette, and underneath was a black hip-hugging short skirt, revealing her curves to the fullest. She was holding a lesson plan in her hand and looked serious. "Who are you, meddling here?" Before Sukan could say anything, a boy watching from the side muttered, "Teacher Zhu, he's Sukan." Immediately, a female student whispered a reminder. "Ah, Sukan?" Zhu Ruishua pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose and carefully sized up the boy in front of her. Sunny and handsome face, sharp short hair, upright figure. This was like a different person from the Suk, and she remembered who always kept his head down, had long hair covering his eyes, and was silent. "Even if it's Sukan, you can't hit someone in class." Zhu Ruishua quickly came back to her senses and slatted her face. "Come with me to the office." She dropped these words, turned around and left, her high-heeled shoes hitting the corridor floor, making a clear and regular tada sound, without dragging her feet. Suchan stood up, glanced at the yellow hairs who were still paralyzed on the ground, gasping for breath. The invisible pressure had long disappeared, leaving only the wretchedness of the aftermath. He slowly and methodically followed them out. Zhu Ruishua's information panel floated in front of his eyes. Name, Zhu Ruishua. Identity, freshman English teacher at Beichuan University. Age, 25. Heartbeat, 10. Comic, universal resume. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Face value, 91 points. Rank, a class goddess. Rank, a class goddess. Raid progress, 10% raid progress, 10%. Suchan recalled the plot fragments about this world in his brain. The equipment administrator called Wu Junyan from the Universal Resume seemed to be in this university as well. The beginnings of a plan were quietly generated in his mind. Zhu Ruishua, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Sukan, who was following up unhurriedly. "Student Sukan," her tone eased a bit, but still carried the majesty of a teacher, "I don't want to see you bullying your classmates again." After saying that, she pushed open the door of a nearby office. Sukan followed and walked in. The office was not big, the furnishings were simple, and there were only the two of them at the moment. He casually brought the door with him. Click. A soft sound, the sound of the door lock falling, was exceptionally clear in the quiet office. "HM? Suchan, what are you doing?" Zhu Ruishua was about to walk behind her desk when she heard the sound of locking the door and immediately frowned and turned around. "Open the door, no need to lock it." "Teacher," Sukan had a warm smile on his face as he approached her step by step. "With the door open, what comes next will be inconvenient." His smile looked harmless, but it made Zhu Ruishua feel a trace of uneasiness for no reason. "What are you babbling about? Quickly open the door." Chapter 16, I'm going to kiss Mr. Zhu hard and forcefully. The closer Sukan walked, the air in the office seemed to freeze for a few moments. Zhu Ruishua's body subconsciously tensed up. "Student Sukan, if there's anything you want to do, just stand there and say it." She tried to maintain her composure, but her voice unconsciously took on a bit of dryness. "Teacher, what are you nervous about?" Suchan stopped walking, with that smile on his face that made people unable to see through. "It's not like I'm going to eat you, I'm not a demon." He revealed his white teeth and smiled brightly, but it made Zhu Ruishua's heart jump inexplicably. "Suchan, student, open the door. In a moment, Mr. Wang will have to come back to get something." Zhu Ruishua moved out her colleague as a shield, hoping to scare the suddenly unfamiliar student in front of her. "Teacher, you're the one who told me to come to the office." Sukan took another step forward, so close that he could smell the faint perfume on her body. "Wasn't it you who had something to say to me?" He was very tall, and at the moment, he slightly lowered his head, almost looking down at Zhu Ruishua. It was an invisible sense of oppression, like a net that slowly tightened. Zhu Ruishua felt like she was standing in front of someone who didn't look like a student, but rather like an emperor who controlled everything. That aura pressed her a bit. I'm fine now, you go back to class." Her voice weakened. Before the words fell, Sukan's hand had already reached over, and his fingers accurately pinched her tiny chin, forcing her to raise her head. "Teacher Zhu, has anyone ever said that you are rude?" "What?" The force from her chin alarmed her. "Let go. I'm your teacher." Zhu Ruishua reached out to push Sukan's hand away, but her wrist was easily grabbed by his other hand, unable to move. Why was his strength so strong? In the next moment, a red light blossomed vaguely in the depths of Sukan's eyes. Zhu Ruishua only felt her soul shake violently, and an unspeakable fear instantly seized her. Her body trembled uncontrollably and violently, shaking like a falling leaf in the autumn wind. It was the intimidation of the Demon King. Irresistible, there was no way to resist. Her mind went blank, only one thought remained: submit. Submit to this person in front of her. Suchan lowered his head, his warm breath brushed against Zhu Ruishua's cheeks, and he could almost feel the subtle trembling under her skin. Victory was in sight. He leaned down and printed towards those slightly open, frightened lips. Just at the moment he was about to touch, an indescribably sharp pain, like being burned by invisible flames, or like being hit by a strong electric current, violently ran through his entire body. "Ah!" An overwhelming cry of pain rushed through his throat. Sukan violently bounced away, staggered and fell to his knees, his hands clasping his head, his body convulsing violently. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Demon! What the hell?" He grimaced in pain, his voice changing tone. Wait, let me check. The system log is a bit strange. Demon Magic's voice also carried a hint of panic. A few moments later, Devil Demon's voice rang out again with a few moments of chagrin. Checked it. Rule restriction: goddesses of a rank or above with a heartbeat value of 0 cannot engage in forced intimacy. Otherwise, the punishment mechanism will be triggered. Sukan barely propped up his body and leaned against the cold wall, his face looking a little twisted from the intense pain. He raised his head and glared fiercely at Zhu Ruishui, who was still shivering in place with a bewildered look on her face. This kind of thing, why didn't you say anything before? His tone was filled with suppressed anger. I also just retrieved this hidden rule. Well, the database is too huge. Demon tried to defend. It's not as reliable as those assembly line systems. Su Chan squeezed out this sentence from between his teeth, with a strong sense of mockery. You fart. I am the eye of the Demon King. It is not comparable to those trash systems. The devil immediately exploded. Is it? This world is full of messed up abilities and systems, are you sure you can cover it? Su Chan nonchalantly asked back, the pain making him even more annoyed. Even this kind of crap has rules now. You. Find a way to lift this restriction for me. Of course I will find a way. Demon's voice sounded a bit weak and muttered, just give me some time, I need to upgrade and adapt too. Demon Magic seemed to feel the pressure as well, muttering about evolving itself and not being able to count on the host for all of it. Something's not right. Su Chan braced himself against the wall, enduring the lingering pain that seemed like a tear in his soul, his brows furrowed. Zhu Ruishui was only A-ranked, how could she resist his face and charisma value? The system punishment was actually so ruthless. She has a boyfriend. Right. A flash of light flashed in Su Chan's mind, remembering certain plot fragments. Her boyfriend is very strong, she's a bit too strong, isn't she? He glanced at Zhu Ruishui, who was still leaning against the desk, her body slightly shivering, obviously stunned. The Devil King's shock effect was quietly lifted. Teacher, don't be afraid, raise your head. Su Can's voice resumed its smoothness, carrying a soothing power. He reached out and gently lifted Zhu Ruishui's tiny chin. In the next second, Sukan dryly took off his jacket, followed by the short-sleeved t-shirt inside. His upper body was naked, and under the delicate skin, there were smooth and full of power muscle lines. His abdominal muscles were well-defined, and under the light of the office overhead light, it was as if he had applied a thin layer of oil. Zhu Ruishui originally lax pupils suddenly contracted, breathing stopped for a moment, the body's trembling miraculously subsided. Zhu Ruishui heartwarming value plus 10. It's done. Sukan sneered in the bottom of his heart. He once again cupped Zhu Ruishui's chin, this time with a force that could not be refused, and fiercely lowered his head to kiss it. Zhu Ruishui symbolically pushed back and slapped his back at first, but soon softened. Zhu Ruishui heartwarming value plus 10. Only after a few minutes did Sukan let go of her, looking at her lips slightly swollen and her cheeks flushed with an abnormal blush. Sukan. I'm your teacher. What are you doing? Oh. Zhu Ruishui looked like she had only just reacted, tears instantly gushing out, her voice tinged with a sobbing tone and unbelievable anger as she kept accusing him. Teacher, you're too beautiful, I couldn't hold back at once. Sukan spoke in a relaxed tone, reaching out to pinch Zhu Ruishui's chin once again, forcing her to raise her head, his fingertips gently rubbing her smooth cheeks and smoothing out her scattered hair. I'm your teacher. If word gets out we're screwed. And I have a boyfriend. She cried, panic all over her voice. It's okay, I'm not afraid. Su Can's face bloomed into a charming smile that could be called perfect. Zhu Ruishui looked at the handsome face that was close at hand, her crying gradually stopped and she was a bit lost in thought. Zhu Ruishui favorable value plus 10. Alright, you go back to your class. Sukan let go of his hand and took a step back. Zhu Ruishui looked like all her strength had been drained away, and didn't look at Sukan one more time, staggering up, pulling open the door of the office, and walking out with quick steps. In the corridor, she happened to bump into Director Jiao of the Political Education Department. Director Jiao had always had some thoughts about this beautiful young female teacher. Ms. Ruishui, why are you crying? He asked with concern, trying to get closer. It's nothing. Zhu Ruishui wiped her tears haphazardly and hurriedly walked away with her head lowered. Immediately after, Sukan also walked out of that office slowly, and even straightened his collar in passing. Director Jiao stopped his footsteps, looked at Zhu Ruishui's back as if she was fleeing, and then looked at Sukan who came out from the same office, his face sank. This kid, he must have bullied Ms. Ruishui. Chapter 17 Director Jiao who bumped into Ms. Jean. Director Jiao had just been notified that the third class of the acting department had gotten into a commotion over there, and it seemed like there was even a fight. He frowned and rushed over there, just in time to see Sukan coming out of Zhu Ruishui's office, and the kid was still slowly and methodically straightening his collar. And where was Ms. Zhu? Running away crying just now, that look. Director Jiao's heart thumped, and when he remembered the direction Sukan came out just now, his face sank. He accelerated his steps and followed Sukan into the third classroom. In the classroom, the yellow hairs who had caused trouble before had already returned to their seats, but they were all wilting, without their previous arrogance. Seeing Sukan come in, a few people's eyes flickered, obviously with a bit of fear. Who fought just now? Stand out yourself. Director Jiao stood at the door, his voice stern, echoing in the quiet classroom. Sukan stood up slowly as if nothing had happened. It's me, what's up, teacher? His tone was flat, and he couldn't hear a bit of nervousness. I'm the director of the political education department, you come out with me. Director Jiao had a stern face, turned around and left. Sukan didn't dawdle and followed him out. Director Jiao didn't take him to the office and stopped in the corridor where people came and went. Looking at the student in front of him, who had just probably bullied Ms. Zhu and made a move in the class, Director Jiao quickly calculated in his heart. He must give him some color and make him lose face in front of the entire school. It's only been a few days since the start of the school year, and you dare to fight in class? Director Jiao's voice drew up with a reprimanding tone. Have you forgotten all the rules of the school? Do you believe I'll give you a disciplinary action? The whole school will be notified and criticized. He tried to use disciplinary action to suppress Sukan. This was his usual tactic. Director, the way you say that, Sukan had little expression on his face. I didn't fight. Didn't fight? What happened to those students? Kneeling down for you for no reason? Director Jiao pressed the question, spittle almost spitting out. Well, Suchan shrugged his shoulders, looking innocent. I don't know, maybe I think I'm a rare and precious person? Nonsense. Director Jiao was so angry that his face turned a little red. If you didn't bully them, would they kneel down for you? He pressed forward a step closer, almost pointing at Sukan's nose. Why didn't I kneel for you? Director Jiao's voice was so loud that quite a few probing students in the corridor were attracted over, pointing at this side. This was the effect he wanted, to let everyone see this brat's sorry state. However, the expected panic did not appear. Instead, Sukan had a playful smile on his face. Director Jiao, his voice was not high, but it clearly reached Director Zhao's ears. Don't say too much. What makes you so sure that you won't kneel down for me? That smile carried a bit of an indefinable evil aura, and looking at Director Zhao, his heart inexplicably jolted. This kid, too wrong. Unbridled. I'm your director. Director Zhao's voice suddenly rose, attempting to use his identity to suppress people, but that aura was obviously a few points weaker. If you continue to be so insolent, believe it or not, I'll call your home right now. He moved forward and spit on Sukan's face. Also, did you just bully Ms. Zhu? I saw her crying. Director, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Sukan didn't have much extra expression on his face. Instead, he pressed a step forward, and the distance between the two instantly closed. Which eye did you see me bullying Ms. Zhu? His voice was not high, but it carried an inexplicable pressure. But I am clear about how you, director, contradicted Mr. Jean in the office. Oh. As soon as the words fell, Suchan's palm slapped against the cold windowsill of the corridor in a not-so-gentle manner. Pa, pa, pa. The crisp ringing sound echoed in the quiet corridor, extraordinarily piercing. There were more students probing around. A fine cold sweat instantly seeped out on Director Zhao's forehead, and his face turned white. He looked around in a panic, grabbed Sukan's arm, almost dragging him, and quickly rushed into the office of the head of the political education department next to him. Bang slammed the door. You, what are you babbling about? Don't talk nonsense. Director Zhao's voice was slightly toned, carrying an overwhelming panic. Whether it's nonsense or not, Sukan calmly pulled out his cell phone and waved it in front of Director Zhao's eyes. Take a look at this, won't it be clear? This was of course a scam on him. The original owner went to stamp that day, and indeed bumped into something he shouldn't have seen, but he was scared silly. How could he care about videotaping? To this day, that bursary application hasn't been stamped yet. You even recorded it. Director Jiao was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, his eyes glaring round and reaching out to try and grab the cell phone. Give me the cell phone. Sukan flipped his wrist and easily dodged it, and smoothly put the cell phone back into his pocket, while at the same time not lightly pushing Director Jiao. Hey, director, what's the hurry? A light smile hung on his face. Don't worry, this matter, I'll keep it a secret for you. As long as you obey. You think I'm a 3-year-old? Ha! I can be threatened by a little trick like yours? Director Jiao stalked his neck and growled in color, trying to make a final struggle. If director doesn't believe in it, he can try. Sukan's tone was relaxed, as if he was discussing the weather. Wait for it to go on the IG hot search, and see where Beichuan University's face goes. At that time, it won't be as simple as me talking to you. After saying that, he made a gesture to turn around and raised his feet to walk out. Wait. Director Jiao completely panicked. A dead hand tugged Sukan's arm. His strength was amazing. His palms were covered in sticky cold sweat. Classmate. Don't ever. I listen to you. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, dripping down his cheeks and into his collar. His whole person was in a sorry state, and he kept wiping it with his sleeve. Sukan stopped his steps and slowly turned back around, with an almost pure smile on his face. This smile fell into Director Jiao's eyes, but it was more terrifying than anything else. Director, I said it just now. Sukan's voice was not high, but it hit Director Jiao's heart like a hammer. How can you be so sure that you won't kneel down for me? I. Director Jiao's lips trembled, his face turned pale, and he could no longer say a complete sentence. Dignity? Face? In front of the fear of losing one's name, nothing was left. There was a muffled sound. Director Jiao's knees softened, kneeling straight in front of Su Kan, the cold floor tiles of the office hurting his knees. Classmate Su Kan, please, spare me this time. He was almost begging, his voice tinged with tears. Good talk, good talk. Su Kan looked at him condescendingly. As long as the director is obedient, naturally nothing will happen. He reached out and pulled open the office door. Before leaving, he paused in his steps and glanced back at Director Jiao, who was still kneeling on the ground. Right, Director, there's one more thing. The highest grade of that bursary, run one for me. There's no room for bargaining. After saying that, Su Kan took a step and walked out, the office door gently closing behind him, leaving behind Director Jiao, who was paralyzed on the ground, his shirt drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 18 Grade A Goddess, Ms. Su Huijing. Just as she brought the door of her office with her, before she could take 2 steps, Su Kan was directly slapped in the face by a wave of heat. The scream almost toppled the ceiling of the corridor. Aha! Su Kan! Alive! Su Kan student! This side. Ask for a group photo. Autograph. Sign for me. I've brought my notebook. A group of girls, like a swarm of bees that smelled honey, hollered and surrounded him, instantly blocking him tightly. All sorts of cell phone lenses disliked his eyes, and the flash crackled and flashed non-stop. Okay. Everyone slow down, don't crowd, all have a share. Su Kan had it just right, a little helpless and a little doting smile on his face. His voice was so gentle that he could pinch out water, skillfully pacifying the excited crowd. This battle was simply a routine for him, a former top streamer. He took the pink notebook handed over by a girl, signed his name, and then turned sideways, cooperated with another girl to find a good angle, clicked to complete the selfie. The whole line of clouds and water, the arc of the smile seems to be accurately calculated. The corridor was completely paralyzed. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside were full of people, like a temple fair. The unknown students at the back stood on their tiptoes and tried to look forward. What's going on in front? It's jammed. Which star has parachuted into our school? Star my ass. It's Su Chan. From our school. A well-informed buddy shouted at the top of his voice. Su Chan? Which Su Chan? Crap. That big handsome guy who saved Seo Na-ri yesterday? Really? The one from the 3rd class of the acting department. The real one is even better than the hot photo. The chatter spread like a wave, and the topic quickly became skewed. He and Seo Na-ri must know each other, right? Heroic rescue He doesn't have Seo Na-ri's personal contact information, right? I'm so envious. Maybe they've been together for a long time. All sorts of brainstorms and speculations spread rapidly through the crowd, faster than a virus. In a short while, some people held up their cell phones to show the screenshots of the campus forum, on which the post about Su Kan and Su Neily's relationship revealed had already built up a high building. The school's confession wall was even more miserably slaughtered. 8 out of 10 posts were shouting at Su Kan. What's going on in front? Get out of the way. Class is about to start. Acting class 3. All go back to class. A bright and stern female voice, like an ice cone, instantly pierced through the noisy crowd in the corridor. The sound of footsteps, ta, came from far and near, and a female teacher wearing a black and white OL suit walked over, her feet stepping on fine heels. The white chiffon shirt was held up a little tight by the full curves. The figure was really material. The length of the black wrap-around skirt underneath was also quite elaborate. Just enough to reveal those long legs wrapped in thin stockings, straight and slender, quite eye-catching. The crowd that was originally surrounded by the water, like being pushed away by an invisible force, reluctantly made away. This was considered to be a relief for Su Kan. To be honest, he was sick of this kind of scene where he was surrounded by girls. In his previous life when he was a top stream, in order to maintain his persona, he had to be patient and even pretend to enjoy it. Now, he just wanted to be quiet. But now it seems to still have to maintain business. That female teacher walked to Su Kan's side, her gaze lingered on his face for a moment with scrutiny. Thank you, teacher. Su Kan slightly owed his body, his attitude was modest and courteous, then he turned around and walked into the classroom. The female teacher also followed him in and stood on the podium, starting to prepare for her lecture. Su Kan looked towards the information floating above the head of the teacher on the podium. Name, Su Huijing. Identity, Beichuan University Freshman Performance Basic Theory Teacher. Age, 26. Heartbeat, 0. Cartoon, Universal Resume. Height, 169 cm. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Face value, 92 points. Rank, a class goddess. Rank, a class goddess. Strategy progress, 0%. Su Huijing, Universal Resume. Su Kan's heart fluttered. She was the first female teacher in that plot that was raided by Wu Junyan using the computer. It seemed that he had to hurry up and find the equipment administrator named Wu Junyan. The computer that has the ability of Universal Resume must be obtained. But this school is so big, every department has an equipment manager, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It seems that this matter must also let Director Jiao take the lead. Su Huijing on the stage has begun to lecture, her voice is clear and organized. Su Chan's mind was not in the classroom at all, but drifted to that Wu Junyan whom he had never met. How could he find him the fastest? That student, yes, the fourth row by the window. Su Huijing's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Su Kan's thoughts. I see you've been lost in thought. Have you already mastered how to play a good rivalry scene with your opponent up close? Su Huijing looked at Su Kan. This boy did have a solid look, and his first impression was good. But if you don't pay attention in class, it's a shame to have a good seedling. With this face value, he would definitely be a good piece of material for the entertainment industry in the future, with a promising future. She felt that she needed to knock a little to help him correct his learning attitude. The gazes of all the students instantly converged on Su Kan. Some of the boys, secretly delighted in their hearts, waited to see Su Kan make a fool of himself. The girls, on the other hand, had their eyes glittering with excitement, staring at him closely. Zhang Lan was even more nervous, her palms slightly clenched, watching Su Kan with a hint of worry. Teacher Su, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about something about acting. Su Kan tried to explain, and before he could finish his words, he was dryly interrupted by Su Huijing. There's still a reason for not listening carefully? Su Huijing's voice raised a few points, carrying the majesty of a teacher. Since you didn't listen to the lecture properly, it's even more important to listen carefully. Hearing this, Su Kan raised his eyebrows slightly, and his tone took on a bit of carelessness. Teacher, I basically grasped all the content you spoke about, that's why I was slightly distracted. What? You know them all? Su Huijing looked like she had heard something incredible, a hint of surprise flashing across her delicate face. In that case, Su Huijing's words turned, a hint of a meaningful smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. That's just right, I'm going to come up with an impromptu topic, and it's up to me to be your opponent. For this scene, you'll play a principal while I play a teacher. Come to the podium and show the class your metropolis. Su Huijing took a few steps towards the center of the podium, leaving space for Su Kan. Su Kan walked towards the podium with a calm demeanor and stood in front of Su Huijing, his posture casual and confident. Miss Su, may I ask when will it start? It can start now, are you ready? Su Huijing briefly straightened her clothes, signaling that she could begin. However, before Su Huijing could fully enter her state, an invisible aura emanated from Su Kan. That aura was calm and introverted, carrying the pressure of a superior. Chapter 19 Investigating Teacher Wu Junyan. Su Huijing's heart shook, this feeling was too familiar, like the school principal's aura, even more oppressive than the principal's. That was the Demon King's shock that Su Kan had quietly released, he had only released the Demon King's shock. That was the Demon King's shock that Su Kan had quietly released, and he had only used a small amount of his reputation value. Teacher Su, you just said that you have something to report to me? Su Kan nodded slightly, his tone was calm, but it carried a kind of inquiry from a superior to a subordinate. He raised his hand and pushed the non-existent glasses on the bridge of his nose as if it was unintentional. This subtle action added a bit more of a leader's demeanor. I. Su Huijing was momentarily speechless, and she couldn't think of a single one of the lines she had originally prepared. She felt as if she was really facing a principal with a powerful aura, and her previous preparation and self-confidence instantly collapsed under the suppression of Su Kan's aura. Cough. Su Huijing lightly coughed twice, trying to hide her panic and quickly adjust her state. This student has performed very well, students should learn from this student this ability to quickly get into the scene. Su Huijing's eyes signaled the other students, skillfully shifting the topic. This classmate, what's your name? Very talented in acting. Su Huijing looked towards Su Kan, her tone of voice carried admiration. Thank you teacher for the compliment, my name is Su Kan. Su Kan smiled faintly and gave his name. Su Kan? Su Huijing repeated, then as if she remembered something, her face showed obvious surprise. You're the Su Kan who was on the hot search yesterday. The one who saved Su Nali? She looked Su Kan up and down, with a few more moments of probing in her eyes. The boy in front of her was indeed even more eye-catching than the photos on the internet. Yes, teacher. Su Kan had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and his tone was modest. Good, student Su Kan, you can go back. Student Su Kan's performance was great, students should learn from him. Su Huijing's voice carried a few moments of appreciation. Then let's continue with the next lesson. Ding bell. The bell finally rang, and Su Huijing closed her lesson plan and left the classroom on her high heels. As soon as Su Huijing left in front of her, Zhang Lan couldn't wait to rush over to Su Kan's desk and affectionately took his arm. Appa Su Kan, this is the snack I bought for you specially. Saying that, Zhang Lan pulled out a variety of snacks from her bag and piled them all over Su Kan's desk. Appa, that's Seo Nari, how did you meet her? Zhanlan blinked her big eyes, a hint of curiosity, a hint of probing in her tone. These are related to you? Su Kan's tone instantly chilled, and his eyes became sharp. Su Kan, aren't you afraid that I'll get angry? Zhanglan stood up violently, her willow eyebrows raised and her almond eyes rounded as she questioned Su Kan. Don't forget your identity. Su Kan's eyes flashed, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped Zhanglan. The air seemed to freeze. You are nothing more than my attendant. Su Kan's voice was cold and piercing, carrying an irresistible majesty. The next time you can't tell your identity apart, I'm bound to punish you. Oh, but I'm wrong, I won't dare again. Zhanglan was instantly like a deflated ball, her previous arrogance was gone, tears were rolling in her eyes as she looked at Su Kan in an aggrieved manner. Return to your position. Su Kan's voice eased a bit, but still carried a commanding tone. During the lunch break, go to the North Grove and wait for me. Okay, Appa. Zhanglan took one step and turned back 3 times, reluctantly returning to his seat. Only those eyes, still sneaking glances at Su Kan from time to time, were filled with complex emotions. The next class was vocal training. To Su Kan, this kind of class was purely a waste of time. He stood up and walked straight to the office of the head of the political education department. The door of the office was hidden. Su Kan pushed the door and went in, even skipping the symbolic knock. Who is it? Come in without knowing to knock first? An impatient low drink came from behind the desk. Director Jiao was burying his head in the papers in his hand. It's me. Su Kan faintly opened his mouth. Director Jiao jerked his head up, and when he saw that the visitor was Su Kan, the displeasure on his face instantly dissipated, and was replaced with an almost fawning smile. Aya, Su Kan's student, quick, please sit down. He almost jogged and came out from behind the desk, pulling out the chair with his hands and gesturing for Su Kan to sit down. Su Kan was also not polite, sitting down in a big way, smoothly crossing his legs, with an idle posture. Director Jiao hurriedly picked up the kettle on the table, poured a cup of water for Su Kan with a slightly trembling hand, and carefully handed it over. He was now really afraid of the video in Su Kan's hand. If that thing was really exposed, his position as a director, and even his job, would be over. Director Jiao, help me find someone. Su Chan took the water cup, but did not drink, just holding it in his hand and playing with it. A teacher called Wu Junyan, exactly which faculty's equipment manager, I'm not sure yet. No problem, no problem. Director Jiao nodded his head like pounding garlic. I'll go check right away and promise to help you find it as soon as possible. The little calculations in his heart crackled. As long as he could get his hands on that damned video, what's the point of paying a little price? Then I'll trouble Director Jiao. Su Kan put down the water cup and stood up. His purpose was achieved, so he no longer stayed and turned towards the door. Just pulling open the office door, before stepping out, a group of people huddled outside the corridor, blocking the way. The leader is a dyed yellow hair guy, had than the previous Parker a lot of strong face with a force of brutality. Behind him followed 7 or 8 followers, all of them fierce and vicious, coming from a bad place. Kid, are you Su Kan? Yellow hair looked Su Kan up and down, his tone was unkind. You're the one who bullied my younger brother, Park Ko? Park Ko? Su Kan pulled out his ears as if he had heard something funny. Who is it? That name is quite chic. Seo Hachi. That's my own brother. Yellow hair instantly exploded, spittle spewing out. Oh, Su Chan dragged out his tone, looking a bit careless, and which one are you? This endless trouble made him a little irritated. Is this how you talk to your senior? Yellow hair pressed a step forward, arrogant. Remember, I'm sophomore Park Dashin. Can't you even say a word of respect when you meet a senior? Park what mountain? Su Chan snorted, not interested. Get out of the way, don't block the way. Park Dashin's face turned blue, completely enraged by Su Kan's attitude that completely disregarded him. Brothers, give it to me. He waved his big hand and roared viciously. Let this brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven have a good taste of what happens when you disrespect your senior. As soon as the words fell, the group behind him wailed, waved their fists, and surrounded towards Su Kan. Chapter 20, How Zhanglan Held the Wall. Just as Su Kan was about to use the Demon King's shock and awe again. What are you doing? Stop it for me. A clear female voice pierced through the cacophony as Zhanglan pushed through the crowd and quickly walked to the center. Sister Lan? Why did you come over? The yellow-haired Park Dashin, who was leading the group, froze for a moment. Blind your dog eyes. This is my Su Chan Appa. As soon as Zhanglan stepped forward, she tightly held Su Kan's arm, her movements intimate and possessive. She turned her head to Park Dashin, her tone cold and hard. Go back and tell my brother that I don't want the freshman to know that I'm his sister. It's so humiliating. Park Dashin's face was a little embarrassed, and he stalked his neck. Sister Lan, this guy bullied my own brother, Park Ku. Then you can even beat me up. Zhanglan did not show any weakness and stood up in front of Su Kan. Park Dashin's face was so gloomy that it could drip water as he stared viciously at Su Kan. Su Kan, however, gently pushed away Zhanglan, who was protecting his body. In the next moment, an invisible pressure spread out like a tidal wave. The corridor instantly resounded with an overwhelming sound of huffing and muffled grunts. At least half of the onlookers and participating students looked as if their bones had been drained away, their legs softened, and they flopped and flopped paralyzed and knelt on the ground, their faces pale. Park Dashin was the first to bear the brunt. The brute's strength was instantly washed away by the great fear, his hands dead on his knees, his body trembled violently, gasping for air, his throat issued a ho-ho sound. Who? 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 He looked at Sukan in shock, as if he was looking at a monster. Just as Park Dashin was struggling to support himself with a fierce energy, his knees were shaking. Sukan launched a time pause. It was as if the entire world had been pressed the pause button. The clamoring crowd, the terrified expressions, and even the dust floating in the air, all froze at this moment. Only Sukan acted freely. He walked slowly and methodically to Park Dason, looking at the other party's face that was distorted by fear and intimidation, yet frozen by the suspension of time. Then, raising his foot. Boom! An unrelentingly heavy kick landed hard on Park Dason's crotch. Then, as if he was taking a stroll, Suchan walked one by one to those still standing, Park Dashin's followers. Boom! 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 Each kick accurately greeted the same location. After doing this, Sukan retreated back to his original position. Time still stood still. Park Dashin, who was unable to move, did not have the slightest change in his expression, and still had the same frightened look of painstaking support. However, bean-sized beads of sweat strangely continued to seep out and roll down from his forehead, and his eyeballs were bloodshot and became red. Silent agony was raging madly in his still body. Then, while the time freeze was still intact, Sukan looked back at Junlan. He leaned down and planted a kiss on her lips, then lifted the time pause that was only for her. Oba, this. Zhang Lan's consciousness instantly returned. Looking at the frozen crowd around her, she was a bit confused for a moment. This is the time pause I told you about. Su Chan's voice carried a hint of smugness. You're the first one to be able to appreciate this image like this. Oba, you're really too good. The confusion in Zhang Lan's eyes was quickly replaced by fervor. I love you to death. She fiercely jumped into Su Kan's arms and hugged him tightly. Sukan smoothly wrapped his arms around her waist, his palms through the thin material of his clothes. Oba, there are a lot of people here. Zhang Lan's cheeks burned, her voice carried a bit of shyness, but her body couldn't help but soften. It's okay, Su Kan's voice rang in her ears with compulsion, they can't feel anything. In the next moment, he intercepted Zhang Lan and picked her up, gently placing her on the cold windowsill in the hallway. You sit down. A few minutes later, Sukan initiated an instantaneous transfer and appeared in a dusty utility room with Zhang Lan, who had her eyes closed. Half an hour later, Sukan walked out of the utility room alone, calmly straightening his collar as if he had just gone for a walk. Only after he walked away was the door of the utility room pushed open again, and Zhang Lan held the door and walked out. By the time Sukan returned to the large classroom, the vocal lesson was already halfway through. This student, the class is halfway through, why did you just come? The vocal teacher on the stage stopped his lecture and frowned as he looked at Sukan, who came late and had a scattered attitude. Teacher, what you're talking about, I knew it in elementary school. Sukan didn't even look at the teacher and walked straight to his seat. Under the sky, there's still no song I can't sing. He sat down expressionlessly. Just say it straight out if you skipped class, don't find this kind of excuse. The teacher obviously didn't believe him, and his tone took on a bit of sternness. Since you're so good, then come up and sing a song. If you can satisfy me, in the future my class, it's up to you whether you come or not. Alright, Sukan stood up, with a bit of let's open your eyes then on his face. I'll reluctantly sing a song then. He cleared his throat and walked towards the podium. At the same time, a small commotion rang out in the classroom, especially among the girl group, and many of them immediately raised their cell phones and turned on the video function. This vocal music class was an open class that several classes attended together, and at the moment the classroom was blacked out with more than 200 people sitting in it. For a moment, nearly 100 cell phone lenses were all aimed at Sukan on the podium. Even the teacher on the stage, when she saw this battle, her heart thumped. In her place, she might not be able to play steadily under so many cameras. But for Sukan, this was just a sprinkle. Thinking back then, he could easily manage a concert of 90,000 people. I'm going to sing a Chinese Cantonese song, Serenade on the Half Moon. Suchan found the accompaniment and pressed the play button. The prelude of Half Moon Serenade slowly flowed out. The low and melodious sound of the violin sounded like it came from the depths of a silent moonlit night, carrying a hint of indescribable sadness. Immediately afterward, the piano keys fall, crisp notes like jumping elves, dotted between them, instantly grabbing everyone's ears. Still leaning on the insomnia night, looking at the stars in the sky. Still hear the violin, like sobbing and then teasing. Sukan opened his mouth, and his slightly hoarse and magnetic voice, perfectly integrated into the melody, interpreted the loneliness and longing in the lyrics to the fullest. But my heart is still possessed by her every minute. She is like this moon, still she doesn't open her mouth. The fiddle plays solo, the moon is half leaning on the late fall. My attachment, my longing, until later. The song ended with a lingering sound. The entire large classroom was silent, everyone was still immersed in that mournful and moving melody and song. After a few seconds, a girl was the first to react and applauded vigorously. Immediately afterward, the thunderous applause boomed and lasted for a long time. Right at this moment, at the back door of the classroom, Zhang Lan held onto the wall, her face slightly white as she walked in, her footsteps a bit frail. The original pair of exquisite black silk on her legs had disappeared. But at this moment, almost no one noticed her. Even the voice teacher on the podium was mesmerized. Although she didn't understand much of the Cantonese, the emotions in the song and the damn charm were enough to cross the language barrier, allowing her to conclude that this kid sang really well. Chapter 21 Kimmy Ting's Baby Girl? What the hell? Zhang Lan, who had just returned, was still a bit groggy as she covered her belly and found a seat against the back. Every time she moved, she couldn't help but inhale gently, her belly aching terribly. The classroom was buzzing and the atmosphere was clearly not right. A girl next to her excitedly handed her cell phone over. Lan, look. Su Chan just sang. Absolute. On the screen was none other than Su Can's figure, standing on the podium, the light falling on him. I recorded it. I'll post it on TikTok later, the girl said excitedly. The teacher on the podium also looked back with a slightly complicated expression. Well, this student sang great. She cleared her throat, professional level now. Everyone present, if anyone in the room has this level as well, my class, indeed, cannot come. No one at the bottom said anything, there was silence. In that case, the teacher paused, then everyone should still attend the class well and not learn, well, don't optics him out of the point of absenteeism. Okay, class, you can go back to your seats. By the way, what's your name? Teacher, my name is Su Can. Su Can. Okay, go back. This student can't be taught. Su Can returned to his seat and was instantly surrounded. Su Can student, take a picture. Can I add a kakao? All kinds of cell phones were handed in front of him, and the flashes shook one's eyes. Instead, the voice of MOMO resounded in his heart. Prestige value soared. Points arrived. Host, well done. My prediction, the redemption function is almost unlocked. When the prestige value rushes to 100,000, you can open my lord's treasure vault, which contains all kinds of treasures. The Devil King's treasure trove sounds a bit interesting. Su Can was just calculating when a girl squeezed out the people next to him and sat straight on the empty seat next to him. Classmate, is it convenient to add a kakao? The voice was sweet, like it contained sugar. Su Chan followed the voice and looked. A girl stood next to him with big eyes and a sweet look. The message above her head popped out. Name, Zhou Xiaoman. Identity, Kim Ting's daughter. Age, 19. Heartbeat, 10. Manga, Beautiful New World. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Face value, 91 points. Rank, a class goddess. Strategy progress, 10%. Jean Mating's daughter? Su Chan's heart rippled quite a bit. The plot fragments about the beautiful new world flashed by rapidly in his mind. The focus was not on the A-rank goddess in front of her, but her mother, who was extremely popular in the original work. This kakao must be added. Even if she wasn't an A-grade goddess, she still had to be added because of Kim Mi-jong. Su Chan immediately, a smile that was just right and enough to make people's hearts beat faster bloomed on her face. Yes, classmate, I'll add you. He took out his cell phone, his movements smooth and natural. The two swept each other's code and quickly added their friends. Classmate Su Can, my name is Zhou Xiaomin, I'm in the 4th class of acting. Zhou Xiaomin's voice carried a bit of embarrassment, that, I sing a bit off key. She raised her eyes and looked at Su Can with a bit of anticipation. I would like to ask you, can you help guide me? No problem, if I have time, I can help you out. Su Can promised with alacrity. Really? Then thank you so much. Zhou Xiaomin's eyes lit up. As if she had gathered courage, she asked again, is it possible this weekend? Is it convenient to come to my house? Go to her house? Su Can's heart fluttered. This was really an opportunity delivered to her door. Hopefully, Jean Mei-ting was also at home on the weekend. No problem, it's convenient. Great. Zhou Xiaomin looked very happy, I'll send you my home address. Then, I'll wait for you on the weekend. After saying that, Zhou Xiaomin turned around and went back to his seat with light footsteps, and even whispered a few words to the classmate next to him, with a happy face that he couldn't hide. Magic's voice was practically exploding in his head, with a staggering sound like he had found a treasure. Host. Quickly look. The points and reputation value have broken 10,000. Enough to count. Those 2 points, have you thought about where to smash them? Hurry up. Su Can's thoughts moved, and the familiar virtual panel unfolded in his consciousness. Name, Su Chin. Identity, Demon King Air LV4. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188 centimeters. Face value, 95. Charm value, 99. 20, 25. Physical strength, 15. Force value, 30. Prestige value, 71,258. Heartwarming value, 365. Points, 80,265. Raid progress 1%. Raid progress 1%. Available points, 2. Main quest, rating 99 goddesses. Main quest, rating 99 goddesses. Side quest, no. Side quests, none. Mission center, no mission at this time. Mission center, no mission at this time. Abilities, time pause LV2 2 times per day, duration 5 minutes, instant transmission LV1 once per day, Demon King's Shock LV1 consumes 10 reputation points per use. Demon King's attendant, 1. His attention fell on two particularly eye-catching numbers. Physical strength, 15. Force, 30. TCH, it was indeed a bit shabby. The lowest numbers were the physical strength and force values, which could be interpreted as blue bars, and the force value could be interpreted as attack power. There were 2 available points on hand. Then, add a little to physical strength and a little to force, first equalize the development. The thought fell, and the numbers on the panel jumped with it. Physical strength, 15-16. Force value, 30-31. Sukan looked at the updated panel and felt much smoother. Demon, that what's his name treasure trove you mentioned before, when will it open? The reputation value is saved up quite a bit. What's the rush? Demon Magic's voice was lazy, this is just where it's at. Wait until you level up a bit more before my lord's power can take deeper root in this world. She paused, her tone taking on a bit of a godly flavor. At that time, the treasure trove will naturally open up for you. The higher your level, the more goodies you can utilize. It seems that the primary goal is still to raid the goddess first. Sukan slid his fingertips on the phone screen and tapped on the background data of several mainstream social platforms. The growth curve of the number of fans had obviously slowed down. It had only been a day's work, and the heat had fallen off faster than expected. The heat effect of yesterday's wave of rescue was fading fast, and the rankings had already slipped quite a bit. Traffic is something that comes fast and goes even faster. But this speed still made Sukan frown slightly. Something had to be done to maintain the exposure, the prestige value could not be broken. Sukan student, hello. A slightly shy voice sounded from the side. Sukan turned his head sideways. A girl stood beside the classroom desk, slightly bent over, her hands nervously pinching the corner of her coat. The looks weren't top-notch, but they were better than clean, and there was a bit of cautious anticipation in her eyes. I'm Treihua Duo from the next class, her voice was lowered as she moved closer. My cousin is a journalist. She read your report and hopes to give you an exclusive interview. I don't know if you. Sleepy came to send a pillow. Sukan's heart was clear, this opportunity came at the right time. No problem. He responded crisply, when is convenient? Great. Treihua Duo's eyes instantly lit up as if he was relieved. Then, let's add a kakao then. I can contact you when the time is set. Aha! Suchan unlocked his phone and pulled up the QR code. After a crisp beep, the friend was successfully added. Treihua Duo was like a treasure, immediately lowered her head and quickly tapped and clicked something on her phone. Her face was unable to hide her excitement. Chapter 22, Intern Reporter Chui Yuting. Suchan lowered his head, and his fingertips crossed the cell phone screen. As soon as the screen was unlocked, on the icons of various social media platforms, the bright red 99+ corner markers were almost overflowing out of the screen, densely stacked together, signaling his popularity at this moment. His brows frowned for a few moments. This feeling of being bombarded by countless messages was all too familiar, like the daily routine of being flooded with private messages and ads in his previous life when he was still a top streamer. A sense of annoyance grew quietly. It seemed that finding a reliable professional to take care of these accounts had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. He randomly clicked on a few of the hottest videos, with rainbow farts clear underneath. Does Sukan have a girlfriend? No, can I punch it? Brother is so handsome. He's handsome and kind-hearted. I'm clanging against the wall for Suchan. This face value, this courage, absolutely. Comments such as these were all the same, nothing new. He swept a few eyes and crossed them with lack of interest. Just then, there was a soft ding-dong sound, and a new message alert popped up on Kakao. The sender was Seo Na Ri. Suchan, are you there? Something's up. I'm still running events, I'm really annoyed with these, freaking out. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to take you out to dinner and thank you in person. The text was followed by several aggrieved emoticons. Seo Nari, dinner invitation? Suchan's fingertips paused on the screen for a moment. The opportunity came. He quickly replied. Good, I'm free in the evening. Idol's work is like this, there are always some bodies that can't help, don't take it too personally. A few sentences of just the right amount of comfort, both appearing considerate but not overly enthusiastic. After sending, Suchan put down his cell phone, his fingertips unconsciously knocked on the desktop, making a slight clattering sound. After briefly finalizing the time with Seo Nari's side, Sukan ended the conversation. He turned sideways and looked at Treihua Duo, who was still carrying a bit of excitement next to him. Classmate, that reporter cousin of yours, is it convenient tonight? I have something I want to talk to her about. Shui Hua Duo froze for a moment, then a blush spread across her face. I'll ask her for you, wait. She pulled out her cell phone with her hands in a frenzy. Su-chan tapped her fingers on the desktop and interrupted her. Push your cousin's Kakao directly to me, I'll talk to her in detail. Oh, okay, wait a moment. The girl hurriedly operated her cell phone, sharing a contact business card to Su-kan, and lowered her head to quickly send a few messages to her own cousin, presumably explaining the situation. Su-kan's side moved even faster, directly added his friend and sent a simple self-introduction over. The opposite party almost replied in seconds. It seems that this trainee reporter is quite concerned about this exclusive interview opportunity. In a few words, the two of them settled on a time and place noon, the Deep Love Cafe near the school. Soon after the bell rang, Su-chan got up and headed out. Zhang wanted to follow him as usual, but he stopped him with a gesture. You don't need to follow. Zhang Lan's footsteps stopped, a trace of aggravation flashed across her face, but she still obediently stopped where she was. Okay, Appa. Deep Love Cafe. This name was exactly the same as the store in Best Friend's Private Life. Su-chan pushed the door and entered, wondering in his heart if it would be such a coincidence to bump into a character from the manga here. Just as he scanned around, a short-haired woman in the window seat waved at him, her voice crisp. Su-chan student, this way. The woman looked very competent, wearing a simple shirt and suit pants. Her hair was cut very short, revealing a sharp energy. Su-kan walked over and sat down opposite her. Sister Yuting, hello. He greeted casually. Hello. Shui Yuting looked quite enthusiastic. What would you like to drink? She raised her hand in a gesture. Waiter, a cappuccino. Su-kan didn't look at the menu and directly ordered. Taking advantage of the waiter's gap to go prepare, he sized up the woman across from him while pulling up her information. Name, Shui Yuting. Identity, GTV intern reporter. Age, 24. Heartbeat, 10. Comic, Deep Summer. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Face value, 90. Rank, a class goddess. Rating progress, 10%. Sure enough, it's her, the Taekwondo expert reporter with good hands from Deep Summer. Interesting. Su-kan student, I plan to do an exclusive interview program for you. Shui Yuting opened the door, her tone carrying a professional competence. No problem, all this is fine. Su-kan responded cheerfully, as if this was just a trivial matter. He turned his words around and leaned forward slightly, but before that, I do have a good thing here. I would like to ask Sister Yuting for a favor. What good thing? Shui Yuting was slightly surprised, but still maintained her curiosity. I'll be meeting with Su Neli tonight, at the Senla West restaurant. Su-chan gently slid his finger on the wall of his coffee cup. I hope you can go and make an unannounced visit for me. Shui Yuting's hand on the cup paused, her brows instantly tightening. An unannounced visit? She repeated, her voice chilling. You mean, make some catchy scandal report? Shui Yuting let out a soft snort and put down her cup, her movements tinged with determination. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Classmate, this kind of approach of yours isn't fair. Since it's like this, then I see no point in continuing this exclusive interview of ours. With that, she stood up and prepared to leave. Before she came, she had left her mind open. The recording was always on. She wanted to record some interview material, but she didn't expect to record this. It was just right. If she directly exploded his character problem, wouldn't she have her own hotspot as a trainee reporter? Sister Yuting, Su-kan's voice was not high, but it carried a strange penetrating power. I advise you, it's best not to go. We have nothing to say. Shui Yuting didn't look back. I can't agree with your kind of character. Time pause, launch. Buzz. It was as if the world was instantly drained of sound and color. Shui Yuting's posture of raising her feet to leave froze in mid-air, her face still holding contempt and determination. The spoon of the guest at the neighboring table stirring the coffee stopped at the rim of the cup, and the splashes of water froze in the air. The falling leaves outside the window, the movements of the pedestrians on the street, everything was still. The entire cafe, and even the world outside, became a huge, silent painting. Su-kan slowly stood up and shook his head, a playful smile on his face. Truly, this woman was quite a character. Originally, I had hoped that the cooperation could be negotiated directly, saving some trouble. Since the talks fell apart, then don't blame him for using some other means. He walked over to Shui Yuting's side, reached out his fingers, and gently squeezed on her taut shoulders, as if confirming the solidified reality. Then, he walked around to her body, looking at her lips that were slightly open due to anger, and those eyes that were empty and lifeless at the moment. Su-chan reached out his hand, and his fingertips gently squeezed on her well-defined chin with a bit of scrutiny. Chapter 23 Cafe, easily pinching Shui Yuting. If he refuses to do so, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Su-kan's fingertips traced over Shui Yuting's warm and soft earlobes, the touch was delicate. In the next second, his palm exerted force and violently pressed Shui Yuting's head onto the desktop next to him. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the coffee cup then violently trembled. The dark brown liquid swayed in the cup, but it froze in the instant before it was splashed. The couple at the neighboring table, who were still talking, had their posture fixed, oblivious to what was happening in front of them. Sister Yuting, you brought this on yourself, don't hold it against me. Su Chan's voice rang low in the still air. At the same time, he unleashed the Demon King's shock, and for a moment, Chui Yuting's mind was shocked. Chui Yuting heartwarming value +1. Chui Yuting's heartwarming value +2. Heartwarming value +1, +2, +1, +2. A few minutes passed in a flash. Chui Yuting's heartbeat value is 90. The moment time resumed its flow, Chui Yuting collapsed softly to the ground as if all her strength had been drained away. Those feelings just now were not hallucinations. Definitely not. It was a feeling of being dominated by a king. She twisted her head in horror and looked at Su Ken, who was sitting in his original position as if nothing had happened. He was holding a coffee cup and sipping it in an elegant manner. A man in a suit at the neighboring table was startled by the commotion over here and got up to walk over, asking with concern, "Miss, are you alright? Do you need help?" "Ah. No, it's fine." Chui Yuting shook her head in panic, struggled to get up, and stumbled back to the table to sit down. She raised her hand to wipe away the cold sweat seeping from her forehead, trying to control the uncontrollable trembling of her body. "Su-chan, what did you just do to me?" Her voice carried an undisguised fear and tremor. "Did what?" Su-ken put down his coffee cup, his tone was flat. "Didn't you feel it yourself? That feeling is not fake, huh?" He let out a light laugh, once again picked up his coffee cup, and slowly took a sip. Then, he raised his hand to greet, "Waiter, give this lady an iced Americano." "I don't want it." Chui Yuting almost screamed her refusal, her hands clenched together in death, her knuckles whitening. "Bring a cup of ice Americano, Sister Yuting needs to calm down." Su Kan's tone was certain, as if he had insight into her most urgent need at this moment. As soon as the words fell, a young waitress wearing a black and white uniform with sharp bangs walked over with a cup of ice Americano. "Sir, your iced Americano, please enjoy." Han Chunyuan placed the coffee in front of Chui Yuting with standardized movements and a calm demeanor, as if she was just performing a routine task. Su Kan's gaze lingered on her face for a split second, and a line of information then surfaced. Name, Han Chunyuan. Identity, cafe attendant. Age, 22. Heartbeat, 10. Comic, The Private Life of a Best Friend. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Face value, 92 points. Rank, a class goddess. Rank, a class goddess. Strategy progress, 10%. It's really her, the iceberg beauty who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, Han Chunyuan, from The Private Life of a Best Friend. What could melt an iceberg was often extreme passion, and Su Chan happened to be good at this. At this moment, Chui Yuting's heartbeat was deafening, as if it was beating on her eardrums like a drum, almost crushing her sanity. She felt like she was hanging on the edge of a cliff, and if she was not careful, she would fall into an abyss of 10,000 feet and be shattered to pieces. "Don't think you can threaten me with this kind of thing, I don't eat this." Chui Yuting held on to her last stubbornness, but her voice was already out of breath and trembling slightly. "Sister Yuting, haven't you reacted to the fact that time has been suspended just now?" Su Kan's tone was still calm, but it carried a palpitating chill. Suddenly, the depths of his pupils lit up with a demonic red light, like two jumping flames, firmly locking onto Chui Yuting. An invisible pressure suddenly descended like a mountain, instantly strangling Chui Yuting's breath, making her chest cavity seem to be blocked by a boulder, and the air became thin. A sense of suffocation, a sense of fear, drowned her like a tidal wave. In just a few seconds, the soul-crushing oppression suddenly disappeared like an illusion, and everything returned to calm, as if the horrifying experience just now was just an illusion. "Sister Yuting, I am the heir of the Demon King." Su Chen's voice sounded once again, every word was like a heavy hammer, striking hard on Chui Yuting's heart. "If you don't submit to me, I have 1,000 ways to make you disappear silently in this world." His tone was cold and devoid of the slightest emotion, as if he was stating an established fact rather than a threat. Chui Yuting's body trembled more and more, and beads of sweat seeped out from her forehead, soaking the hair on her forehead. She panicked and lowered her head, casually pulling a few tissues from the table and wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, but she was unable to suppress the chill that spread out from her bones. The heart was still beating wildly, almost ready to burst out. "So, Sister Yuting, have you thought about it? Is it a choice to cooperate with me, or?" Su Chan paused slightly, his cold eyes staring at Chui Yuting, as if waiting for her final judgment. "Will you choose to die, or will you follow my orders?" He asked word by word, like the whisper of death echoing in Chui Yuting's ears. The red light in Su Can's eyes flickered again, and the threatening pressure was ready to be unleashed, as if as long as Chui Yuting hesitated the slightest bit, a devastating blow would immediately fall. I will cooperate with you?" Chui Yuting finally could not withstand this huge psychological pressure, completely collapsed, voice with a crying tone, hard to spit out these words. Chui Yuting's heartbeat value reached 100. The red light in Su Kan's eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by a smile like a spring breeze. That's right, this way you and I are both happy. He nodded with satisfaction, as if the cold and ruthless Demon King just now was just an illusion of Chui Yuting. You kid is quite good at scaring people. Upgraded again. Devil Demon's excited voice immediately sounded in Su Kan's mind with uncontrollable excitement. Demon King Air LV4, Demon King Air LV5. Time suspension LV2, time suspension LV3. Instant shift LV1, instant shift LV2. Demon King Shock LV1, Demon King Shock LV2. The words in the ability bar jumped and updated, representing another leap in power. The mission center is unlocked. You kid has benefits. Demon's voice carried palpable excitement. Chapter 24, Cafe Attendant, Han Chunyuan. As soon as the words fell, a brand new section appeared out of thin air in Su Kan's consciousness interface. Mission Center. Immediately afterward, a line of mission information popped up. Time-limited mission, within 30 minutes, obtain Han Chunyuan's contact information. Mission failure, deduct air level 1. Mission reward, fragment of the Demon King's treasure trove key X1. This is it? Su Chan muttered in his heart, a fragment? Where's the promised treasure vault? It's good to have it. Devil Magic immediately retorted, with a tone of, don't be ungrateful, I'm already very generous, otherwise you wouldn't even be able to touch the shard. Be content. Tisk. Su Kan skimmed his mouth, too lazy to argue with her. It wasn't as good as those demonic systems, stingy. Su Kan's posture loosened up, and the previous intimidating aura converged like an ebbing tide, but the residual chill in the air still made Chui Yuting feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. Sister Yuting, since we've already made a deal, then come over when you've set your place for the evening. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desktop, as if he was setting the tone for his next words. What to shoot, how to report, you should know all these professional things. Su Chan's voice resumed its smoothness, but it carried an unquestionable weight. I don't want any problems to arise, you only have one chance, grasp it yourself. Okay. Chui Yuting's voice was still a little frail, her face was pale, and there was a residual fear in her eyes, so she could only subconsciously promise. Su Kan mentally instructed Devil Magic, take Sister Yuting into your entourage, this woman has hard bones, I still don't feel comfortable with her. Okay, the Devil's voice was permeated with excitement. Done. Almost at the instant that the Devil's words fell, Chui Yuting felt her neck tighten violently, as if she was being strangled by something invisible. An ineffable sense of subordination instantly invaded her consciousness, causing her to feel an impulse of obedience originating from the depths of her soul towards the young man in front of her. She subconsciously reached out and touched her neck. There was nothing there, but that feeling of being in control was incredibly real. Since Sister Yuting has figured it out, I'll leave first, there are some things to be busy with. Su Chan looked like he didn't notice her dissimilarity, standing up and straightening his lapel, his movements not seeing the slightest bit of smoke and fire. He turned around and walked towards the bar with a calm gait. Behind the bar, Han Chunyuan was lowering her head, concentrating on wiping the steam nozzle of the coffee machine with a rag, her movements skillful and serious. The afternoon sunlight shone in obliquely, coating her body with a soft halo, and even that black and white uniform looked exceptionally clean and sharp. Su Chan stood in front of her. Hello. Han Chunyuan raised her head at the sound, and her wiping motion paused for a moment. Her expression was calm, the kind of standardized politeness of the service industry, but the moment she looked at Su Kan's appearance, a trace of very faint surprise seemed to have swept across the bottom of those calm eyes. Just now, he only saw an upright back, and it felt pretty good. That feeling was just like some back killer beauties, men were the same, their backs would also attract the opposite sex. So, it was this man. Su Kan met her survey, and a light smile that was just right appeared on his face, neither appearing overly enthusiastic nor making people feel detached. Is it convenient to give a contact information? He asked rather directly, his tone natural. Just add a kakao friend. Okay, hold on a second. Han Chunyuan was about to take out her cell phone when a man suddenly stepped out from the inner side of the bar and blocked Su Kan straight in front of him. Hey, who are you? What do you want? The man's tone was unkind, carrying obvious hostility. Su Kan turned his head sideways and sized up this uninvited guest. Lee Sun, 24 years old, adopted son of the cafe owner's wife. Oh, the main character of The Private Life of a Best Friend, the ordinary guy with no special abilities. Su Chan let out a light laugh with a bit of laziness. Who am I? What does it have to do with you? He didn't take this person seriously at all. She's my girlfriend. Lee Sun shouted with a strained neck, but when he saw Su Kan's upright figure and outstanding appearance, his bottom half was instantly deflated. This guy came to Han Chunyuan to ask for her contact information, and Han Chunyuan actually agreed? Of course he couldn't stand it. Han Chunyuan, who was packing up next to him, immediately frowned. Son, what are you babbling about? Who's your girlfriend now? Her voice carried obvious displeasure. Su Chan raised his eyebrows and looked askance at Lee Sun. It felt like he was looking at a jumping clown. There's nothing for you here, don't get in our way. Chunyuan, this kid doesn't look like a good person, don't fall for it. Lee Sun was still trying to persuade. Are you done with your nonsense? Su Chan was a little impatient. A demonic red light flashed in the depths of his pupils. An aura as heavy as a mountain instantly enveloped Lee Sun, as if the air had frozen, pressing him so hard that he could barely breathe. Sukan raised the Demon King, shocked to the extreme. 10 reputation points were consumed, and all of his power was poured into Lee Sun alone. Lee Sun only felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet straight to the sky, his legs softened uncontrollably, and a wet warmth actually came from his crotch. He was scared to pee. You. Lee Sun's face was pale, shocked and angry, but more than that, he was unspeakably ashamed. He couldn't stay any longer, covered his crotch and stumbled away. Sir, I'm so sorry, Han Chunyuan said with an apologetic look on her face. You should ignore him. The two added their kakao friends without any problems. My name is Su Chan. Su Kan reported his name. Su Kan? Han Chunyuan froze for a moment, then her eyes lit up. You're that Su Kan who's hot online? Han Chunyuan's heartwarming value plus 20. Well, I'm a freshman from the nearby Beichuan University. Wow, so it's you. Han Chunyuan's tone was obviously a lot more enthusiastic. Then if you come to our store for coffee in the future, I'll give you a discount. My name is Han Chunyuan, just report my name directly next time you come. The way she smiled was sweet, with a bit of cheerfulness, completely missing the formulaic detachment from before, not to mention the iceberg beauty look. Sure enough, 99 charisma value plus 95 face value, the killing power is just not the same. As long as it wasn't the top handful, almost no one could resist this attraction. Okay, then let's say goodbye. I have something else I'll leave first, kakao contact. Su Chan smiled faintly and waved his hand as he walked away. Bye, take care. Han Chunyuan also wore a smile and waved her hand at Su Kan as well. Okay, mission completed. Mission completed, reward issued. Chapter 25 Private Room Private Meeting with Popular Idol, Sneak Peek. A prompt of quest completion came from the consciousness, accompanied by a reward icon, Demon King's Treasure Trove Key Fragment X1. A fragment. Su Chan's mind sketched out the fragment's appearance, perhaps a piece of obsidian with jagged edges, faintly emitting a ghostly light. Alright, opening the door still requires a key first, and now even the key is a fragment. Mojo, how many total pieces does this thing need to be put together in its entirety? He asked in his mind. Demon Magic's voice with a bit of gloating immediately sounded, not much, just 6 pieces. Be patient, host, good things are worth waiting for. 6 pieces? Sukan's footsteps paused for a moment, almost unable to maintain the calm and collected look on his face. Almost immediately, a certain shopping app interface that required friends to help and cut prices to the end of time popped up in his mind. After half a day, the Demon King is also playing the set of card collection? A fragment arrived. Su Chan asked in his consciousness, MOMO, are there any other quests? No more. Momo's voice was lazy. This thing called mission, it depends on fate, it's not released regularly, it's useless to rush. Okay. Sukan skimmed his mouth, a bit disgusted with this Demon King system, not as generous as those demonic systems next door. Stingy. He collected his mind and looked at the time. There was one more lesson in the afternoon, he had to hurry back to school. When he returned to the large classroom, not long after he found a seat, Zhanglan stuck over again, like a piece of cowhide candy that couldn't be shaken off. Oba, where did you go just now? People have been looking for you for half a day. She sat down next to Sukan, her voice was so mushy that it was sweet. Many of the students around her cast strange glances. Isn't that the class flower Zhanglan? How did she? Shoo, keep your voice down, didn't you see her being so close to Sukan? I really didn't expect that a high and cold model like Zhanglan would also have such sticky moments. The murmur was not loud, but it was enough for Sukan to hear. He ignored it, he was too lazy to deal with the small mind of a little girl like Zhanglan, but he was also too lazy to push away. It was hard to stay up until the bell rang. Oba, let's go. Together, Zhang Lan's words hadn't even finished. Su Chan had already stood up. I still have things to do, make your own arrangements. After saying that, he walked straight towards the outside of the classroom, leaving Zhang Lan with a dry back. Zhang Lan watched him leave, a trace of loss flashed across her face, but she quickly clenched her fists again, as if cheering herself up. As Su Chan walked away, he took out his cell phone and sent a kakao message to Chui Yuting. Evening, Mori Dear Western Restaurant, private room number 8. Take better pictures, especially the ones where I'm in close contact with the target, find a tricky angle, got it? The message was sent successfully. Chui Yuting's reply was almost a second, received. 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 Simple, competent, with a sense of resignation after being taken. Very good. Su Chan put away his cell phone with satisfaction. The night falls, the lights come on. Mori Dear Western Restaurant, known for its exquisite dishes and excellent privacy, was one of the preferred places for celebrities and couples in the city to go on dates. Sukan arrived outside the number 8 private room according to the agreed time. He pushed open the thick wooden door. Inside the private room, the lighting was soft and it was decorated in a rather stylish manner. As soon as he stepped in, a soft figure swooped over and hugged him tightly. It was Su Neli. Su-chan. Thank you. Woo. Thank you, really thank you so much. She buried her face in Su-can's chest, her voice tinged with a sobbing tone and obvious aftershock. Obviously the shock of the daytime still had her heart palpitating. The favor of saving her life was not a lightweight for a popular idol. Su-can symbolically patted her back, feeling the softness and slight trembling of the woman in his arms. He looked around the private room without moving. It was nice and quiet, there was no one else. It's just that the thick curtains are pulled tightly, and not a single gap is left. Rely. Su-chan cursed in his heart. Such a good opportunity, the curtains were actually drawn? How could Chui Yuting shoot outside? The two separated and sat opposite each other. The exquisite dishes were quickly served by the waiter. Su-can, you don't know, I was really scared to death at that time. Su-neli took small bites of food while still rambling about what happened at that time, her eyes red. Su-can listened patiently, chiming in every now and then, playing the role of a perfect listener and lifesaver. Halfway through the meal, he put down his knife and fork and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Well, it's a bit stuffy in here. He stood up and walked naturally toward the window. Get some air. With that, he reached out, and as he did, he pulled open the heavy goose-down curtains. With a crash, the neon light outside the window instantly flooded in, illuminating the private room even more brightly. Su Neli was immersed in her own emotions, and was oblivious to Su-can's actions, only subconsciously responding, huh? Oh. Su-can retracted the probing cast out of the window. It was pitch black outside, Chui Yuting was well hidden. This woman, he wasn't worried that she would disobey. Absolute control emboldened him. He turned back around and resumed his seat, and across from him, Seo Nari clearly hadn't fully recovered from the shock of the day. Su-chan, her voice carried the light tremor of a hijack life, the red wine glass she held in her hand swayed slightly, the crimson wine rippling. Just now I really would have been fine if it wasn't for you. Grateful words poured out almost subconsciously, sincere and passionate. I really don't know how to thank you properly. Seo Nari's heartwarming value plus 10. Alcohol seemed to give her the courage to catharticize, and also allowed her words to completely open up. As one glass after another of red wine went down, her fair cheeks flushed with a touching red color, looking particularly charming under the soft light of the private room. Su Neli's heartwarming value plus 10. Seriously, Su-chan, Su Neli's eyes were mesmerized with a few moments of drunken exuberance. With your condition, it's too bad that you don't enter the entertainment industry. I can help you, I know a lot of people, there's absolutely no problem introducing you to debut. Think of it as repaying you. Su-can picked up his wine glass and gently shook it, a gentle but detached smile on his lips. Ms. Neli is too polite, just a show of hands. He brought it lightly. As for the road of debut, idol, it is not very suitable for me. The pomp and shackles of his previous life he had long been tired of. The words just fell, placed on the table side of the cell phone suddenly vibrated, the screen lit up, displaying the word Sister Jiao. Su Neli glanced at it, his eyebrows immediately knit, without hesitation, pressed off the caller. Within a few seconds, the phone stubbornly rang again. She hung up once again. The third time, Su Neli simply picked up the phone and long pressed the off button, and the screen went completely dark. The world cleared up. She threw the phone back onto the table and let out a long sigh of relief, leaning back into her chair with a strong sense of exhaustion. Ugh, I'm really tired lately. She rubbed her temples, her voice lowered, permeated with a weariness unimaginable to outsiders. Being an idol is really not a human job. Chapter 26, Taking a Popular Female Idol to a Room. When the wine is on the rise, once the words are opened, they can no longer be collected, and those suppressed emotions are like a flood that breaks the dike, instantly drowning Su Neli. She poured herself another glass of red wine, the scarlet liquid shook in the glass. Her reddened eyes were reflected in the mirror. After a few sips, the last strings of sanity were taut. Ooh. Suppressed sobs sounded, at first restrained, soon turned into an unstoppable whimper, shoulders followed by a jerk. Su-chan looked at the pearly beauty in front of him, his heart had no ripples, he just felt that the timing was just right. He got up, sat beside Su Neli, and gently patted her back. It's okay, it's all in the past. The voice was gentle, carrying the power to soothe the heart. Su Neli looked like she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and violently jumped into his arms, her arms tightly encircling his waist, her face buried in his chest, and her warm tears quickly soaked his shirt. I'm really so hard. Intermittent sobbing, mixed with the rich smell of alcohol. Outside the window, in a hidden corner, the camera silently recorded this scene. The angle was chosen just right, and ambiguity abounded. Su-can felt the warmth and trembling in his arms symbolically hugged back, but in his heart, he was laughing coldly. The tears of an idol were sometimes a weapon, but in his case, it was more like the final struggle before the prey fell into the net. This scene, Chui Yuting should have filmed it clearly. After a while, the crying stopped, and the 2 bottles of red wine on the table had already reached the bottom. Su Neli raised her head, her eyes were disoriented, her cheeks flushed, she was obviously already drunk, and it was a little difficult for her to even stand still. Su-chan hooked his lips. One of the sweet twin stars sent to his door, if he didn't take it, wouldn't it be too uninteresting? He thought in his heart, tonight is to take good care of their precious idol on behalf of those fanatic fans. He supported Suneli and called out to the waiter. Check out. The waiter responded respectfully, Sir, this lady has already settled the bill earlier. It was probably because Suneli was wearing a hat and mask when she came in, fully armed, that she was not recognized. Suchan nodded and found Suneli's fisherman's hat and mask from his bag, carefully putting them on for her to cover the face that was enough to cause a commotion. Then, he half-addressed and half-carried Suneli, who was so drunk that she almost lost her bones, and left the restaurant. The night breeze was slightly cool, blowing away some of the smell of alcohol. Sukan reached out to stop a cab and reported an address. It was a boutique hotel that was highly rated online and known for its private and quiet environment. Not far away in the shadows, Chui Yuting's knuckles holding the camera were a little white. The camera clearly captured the entire process of Sukan helping Suneli, who was almost unsteady on her feet, out of the restaurant. She watched as the young man skillfully half-carried the drunken female idol in his arms, a palpitating sense of control permeating his movements. Seo Nari's heartbeat value had quietly climbed to 60 at this moment. Suchan knew this only too well, and it seemed like it was only a matter of time before he could take down this popular idol. But today he didn't want to wait. It wasn't impossible to get on the bus first and make up the ticket later. The light in the cab was dim, and the air was filled with the mellow fragrance of red wine and the distinctive light perfume of Suneli's body, mixing into an ambiguous scent. She was as limp as if she had no bones in Sukan's arms, her short skirt could barely cover the root of her thighs, sliding slightly upwards with the slight bumps of the vehicle. Suchan's hand was resting casually on the side, his fingertips gently touched that piece of bare skin, a delicate warm touch came. He smoothly slid upwards by inches, feeling the amazing elasticity. He pulled out his cell phone and sent a short message to Chui Yuting. Keep the photo for now, wait for my notification. The tone was flat, but it carried a commanding meaning all its own. The cab stopped in front of an elegant boutique hotel. There are not many people in the hotel lobby, the lighting is soft and the atmosphere is quiet. The waiter at the front desk was wearing a straight uniform, and when he saw Sukan assisting the woman who was obviously drunk and still covered tightly with a hat and mask to come in, the professionalized smile on his face stagnated for a moment. Open a room. Suchan's voice was calm. Okay, sir. Need to register both of your IDs. Sukan only handed out his ID. She's not feeling well, I'll send her up for a rest and leave. The receptionist hesitated for a moment, and against Sukan's overly outstanding face and his open and calm demeanor, he finally nodded and quickly went through the check-in procedures. The elevator doors slowly closed, isolating the outside world from view. During the ascent, Sukan felt that Suneli in his arms seemed to have moved a little, and the force that was originally completely dependent on him seemed to have lessened that little bit. Without moving, he glanced down at the woman in his arms with tightly closed eyes and scarlet cheeks. This is a little bit of sobriety? Suchan secretly thought, it seems that this female idol's drinking capacity is better than expected, probably because it was tempered by the various social drinking games during the weekdays. In fact, as early as in the cab, blown by the night breeze, Suneli had already sobered up most of the time. When the warm, slightly forceful palm on her thigh covered up, her body abruptly stiffened, and her heartbeat missed a beat. But she closed her eyes, did not even dare to increase her breathing, and continued to play the role of the unconscious female drunkard. Until she was half assisted and half carried by Sukan, her feet floated into the hotel lobby, and when she heard him tell the receptionist to open a room, Suneli's heart felt like it was being clutched tightly, and her panic almost broke through her disguise. The elevator doors slowly closed. In the small space, she could smell the faint scent of aftershave on his body, mixed with her own alcohol and perfume, forming a more palpitating, ambiguous atmosphere. She couldn't help but start shaking, subtly but uncontrollably. What does he want? Suchan shouldn't be the kind of person who takes advantage of people, right? The mind uncontrollably flashed back to the thrilling scene in the factory, where he stood in front of her and knocked down 5 fierce kidnappers by himself. There was also his face, excessively handsome, the kind of existence that couldn't even find a few comparable to it in the showbiz industry, where handsome men and women were all over the place. He was so gentle with her, patiently listening to her cry for so long and comforting her. Suneli's thoughts were messed up. Maybe he is not a bad person? Just meant well. She actually began to uncontrollably find a reason for him. Maybe, today just like this. Give him the most important thing, is not impossible? Just think of it as being drunk and confused and not being able to remember anything. Yes, that's it. The elevator ding sound to reach the floor, the door opened. Suchan still steadily assisted her, towards the room. The hotel corridor is covered with thick carpet, so quiet that you can hear her own drum-like heartbeat. The door to the room was right in front of her. The metal doorknob glowed with cold light. Seo Nari's heart was still at war, the last vestiges of her sanity tugging against some inexplicable expectation. Men, impulsive, seems understandable? She closed her eyes, and her body leaned more sheepishly towards the man beside her. Chapter 27 Such an Oba you don't go, I'm a little scared. Suchan pushed open the door of the room. The person in his arms, who was originally as soft as a boneless person, seemed to stiffen imperceptibly for a moment and then quickly returned to that utter paralysis. Woke up? Su Chan's heart was like a mirror, but his face did not move. He bent down, his arms passed through the bend of Su Neily's knees and back, and in a standard princess hug, he easily picked her up. The movement was smooth and carried a kind of intimacy that was taken for granted. Walking to the edge of the bed, Su Chan's arm let go. Bang! It wasn't too heavy, but it was enough to make the heart of the person pretending to be asleep jump. Seo Na-ri landed solidly on the big bed, the soft mattress even made her bounce a little, and a short grunt escaped from her throat without being able to hold back. It's over! She almost screamed. Su Neily's heart was beating furiously, almost breaking through her chest. Su Chen, however, seemed like he didn't hear it and walked straight to the bathroom. Wow! The faucet was unscrewed, and the crisp sound of water flowing was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. He didn't close the door, but instead sat on the toilet seat with a big smile, pulled out his cell phone, and began to carelessly browse through the headlines of the major online platforms. The light from the screen reflected half of his face, and his expression was focused. After a while, the faucet was turned off. Immediately followed by another louder, more sustained sound of water. The shower was turned on. The sound of rushing water, as if carrying hot air, filled the air. Is he taking a shower? Su Neily, who was on the bed, heard this continuous sound of water, and her entire body tensed up. Her heartbeat was even faster, and her cheeks felt like they were on fire, burning all the way to the base of her neck. Nervousness, mixed with a hint of unspoken anticipation. She forced herself to be calm, but her breath caught uncontrollably. The only sound left in the room was the sound of rushing water. She finally couldn't help herself, and quietly, extremely slowly, opened an eye slit. First, she quickly scanned the room's surroundings, and then, that slit carefully turned in the direction of the bathroom. Behind the frosted glass door, water vapor was dense. The outline of an upright figure was blurredly reflected on it, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, and smooth lines. Su Neily felt herself getting hotter, fine beads of sweat seeping out from her forehead. After only one look, she felt flustered again and hurriedly closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Not long after, the sound of water stopped. Footsteps rang out, unhurriedly walking out from the bathroom. Su-chan only had a bath towel around his waist, and water droplets slid down his tight muscle lines. He came to the front of the bed and leaned over to look at the woman on the bed with her eyes closed tightly and her face flushed. He sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to gently pick up Seo Nari's head, resting it on his bath towel-wrapped thighs with gentle movements. The hot, wet breath and the fresh scent of the shower gel hit his face. "Neily, are you awake?" He lowered his head, his voice carrying the lethargy of a freshly bathed man, yet unusually clear. Su Neily's body trembled violently, but she still closed her eyes tightly, not daring to move. "If you don't agree, I can leave now." Su-can's voice was calm, no joy or anger could be heard. These words were like a heavy hammer that struck Su Neily's taut heartstrings. It was as if her heart missed half a beat. Is it really necessary to refuse? Or continue to pretend to be asleep? Or just let him do whatever he wants? Countless thoughts tumbled in her mind, stirring into a mess. She swallowed hard, her throat dry. "Neily," Su-chan's voice sounded again, with an irresistible penetrating power, "I feel that you're awake, and I want the two of us to be honest with each other. If you don't want to, I'll leave now." Saying that, Su-can carefully placed Su Neily's head back on the pillow, then stood up and made a gesture to really leave. The sound of footsteps resounded on the carpet, very softly, but like stepping on the tip of Seo Na-ri's heart. The struggle within her reached its peak. Reason and emotion fought fiercely, and in the end, a certain impulse overwhelmed everything. Su Neily's eyes snapped open, and almost subconsciously, she reached out her hand and tugged on Su-can's sturdy little arm. Skin touched skin, and his body temperature rolled hot. "Oba." Her voice was hoarse and thick with alcohol after crying, and there was a trace of imperceptible trembling. "Don't you go." Cheeks red like a ripe apple, eyes confused and with a few points of determination to go out. She grabbed him. Hot skin. Sturdy arm. "Oba." The voice was hoarse, with a sobbing and drunkenness, and a trembling that she herself hadn't even noticed. "Don't you go." Su-chan stopped in his tracks and turned around. He didn't say anything, he just leaned over, and his warm lips covered hers. Su Neily stiffened, then as if she melted, her arms raised uncontrollably, tightly encircling Su-can's neck, sending herself deeper into the sudden kiss. A few minutes seemed like a century had passed. As her lips parted, Seo Na-ri gasped for air, her cheeks so red that they could drip blood, not daring to look at Su-can at all. "Oba." She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the strap of her robe. This is my first kiss." The voice was as thin as a gnat. "Maybe a little stupid." That face that turned the world upside down on the stage is now written with a little girl's blush and helplessness. "It's okay." Su-chan's voice was low, carrying a kind of magic that made people feel at ease and panicked. "I'll teach you." His fingers gently hooked her chin, forcing her to raise her head. Another kiss fell, deeper and more lingering than just now, with a guidance that could not be refused. Ryoga. Su nearly breathed heavily once again, her chest rising and falling violently, her eyes completely mesmerized. Su-chan's fingers, with the warmth from the shower, gently slid onto the shoulder straps of her dress, slowly pulling downward. Appa, Seonari's voice carried a hint of panic. I haven't. It's okay. Su-chan's movements did not pause. Seonari's voice was as small as a mosquito. Su Neili's heart thumped like a lost trail. The eyes that looked at Su-can became even more mesmerized. Seonari heartwarming value plus 10. Seonari heartwarming value plus 1, plus 2, plus 1, plus 1. Reaching 100. Half an hour later. Seonari's heartbeat value is 100. The room was filled with the lazy scent after ambiguity. Su Neili's cheeks were scarlet, like ripe peaches, lying on her side, with her back to Su-can, even the roots of her ears turned pink. She pulled up the quilt, almost wrapping herself into a chrysalis, not daring to turn around or move. Su-can looked at the slightly undulating lines of her back, as well as the slightly damp strands of hair scattered on the pillow. This appearance, there are indeed a few points to be loved. He reached out, his fingertips gently brushed her shoulders. I don't know how long it took. Su Neili finally muttered in a small voice, I can't spend the night outside. Chapter 28, just want to eat auntie's rice. She fumbled to find her cell phone and turned it on. The moment the screen lit up, a series of missed calls and messages poured in, all from the agent, Sister Jiao. She hurriedly called back, her voice with deliberately suppressed panic and exhaustion. Sister Jiao. I'm fine. The cell phone ran out of battery just now. It's really fine, I'll be right back. Sister Jiao on the other end of the phone sounded like she was going crazy with anxiety, her voice rising. Do you know that I almost called the police? Su Neili apologized repeatedly, finally placating the other party. After hanging up the phone, her entire body relaxed, with a kind of exhaustion after the robbery. Su-can had already gotten up and made a call to the front desk. Not long after, he came back with a hotel paper bag containing the bedsheet that had just been changed. The piercing redness on it was especially conspicuous. He naturally unzipped the backpack that Su Neili had put aside and stuffed the paper bag inside. Su Neili looked at his action, her face reddened a few more points, reaching out to press the backpack, her voice low. I will put it away. In that tone, there was a mixture of shyness, panic, and a solemnity that she herself couldn't even say. Su-chan helped her call a car. In front of the hotel, the night breeze carried a cool feeling. Su Neili pulled open the car door, and before sitting in, she still couldn't help but look back at Su-can. He stood there with a calm expression, nothing special. The cab merged into the traffic and quickly disappeared into the night. In the shadows on the opposite side of the street, Cui Yuting put down her camera and let out a long breath. From the restaurant to the hotel, to the cab leaving just now, every single image was clearly saved in the card. She leaned against the cold wall, feeling her fingertips tingle a little. That young man called Su-can's methods were far more frightening and direct than she had imagined. There was completely no turning back. Su Neili heartwarming value 100. Crap, SSS grade. It's done. Host is awesome. Devil Magic's voice almost toppled Su-can's brain, excited as if he had won the jackpot. Su-can's thoughts moved slightly, and the interface in his consciousness unfolded in response. Demon King Air LV5, Demon King Air LV6. Time suspension LV3, time suspension LV4. Instantaneous shift LV2, instantaneous shift LV3. Demon King Shock LV2, Demon King Shock LV3. A series of upgrade prompts jumped, representing another leap in strength, especially the air rank, which jumped directly by 2 levels. Is it possible to accept Neili Su as an heir? The system's icy prompt sounded at the right time. Adopt. Su-can responded without the slightest hesitation. Successfully accepted SSS ranked goddess Su Neili as a follower. Just after confirming, Momo stammered again, his voice permeated with an excitement like he had discovered a new continent. Wait. Host, look quickly. There are new changes. Immediately after, new words surfaced on the interface. Attendance system upgrade, Demon King 6 heart slaves. Current heart slaves, a rank Shanglan, a rank Cui Yuting, SSS rank Su Neili 3-6. Wow. See that? The attendants have been upgraded to heart slaves. Demon's voice rose several degrees. This isn't an ordinary follower anymore, a heart slave is the kind that can go through fire and death for you. Absolute loyalty, understand? Alright, I know, why are you always so excited? There's no hint of a magic eye. Su-chan really didn't want to spit out, but this staggering energy of demon magic was really a bit unbearable. I want you to care, I am my lord's favorite right eye. What do you know? Su-chan didn't bother with the devil anymore. He scratched his cell phone screen and dialed Cui Yuting's number. When the call was connected, he instructed succinctly, those photos in the private room of the Western restaurant and the photos of the hug can be put online. Just report it briefly, don't write it too exaggeratedly. Su-chan emphasized, over-exaggerating it will be counterproductive. I understand. On the other end of the phone, Chui Yuting's tone sounded a little tired, but still competent. Rush the article overnight, make sure that all major platforms can see it tomorrow morning, and I'll definitely take the headline. Su-chan hung up the phone and opened his IG. The number of fans had already exceeded 90,000, and the total number of all platforms was almost 300,000. But he hadn't posted any content on any platform yet. He wanted to save these opportunities for the critical moment and use them to clarify this scandal with Seo Na-ri. Su Neily's side will definitely not admit that the two of them have something. Then, the burden of clarification would fall on Su-chan's side. If other people encountered this kind of thing, they would definitely try to rub the top stream's hotness, and could not wait to make some hype with Seo Na-ri. But he, Su-can, preferred not to. Black and red is also red, but no matter if it was in his previous life or now, he has to maintain his bottom line. Su-can turned off his cell phone screen. The night breeze was slightly cool, blowing away some of the dry heat. The cell phone screen lit up at the right time. It was a Kakao message from Seo Na-ri. Appa, I'm home, don't worry, cute emoji. Su-chan scanned it, his fingertips crossed the screen and didn't reply. Followed by another one, Appa? Are you asleep? Oba good night, kissing expression. The sound of Oba is very diligent. Su-chan casually put his cell phone back into his pocket. The night was already dark. He raised his hand to stop a car and reported the address. Outside the car window is colorful, but inside the car is quiet. Pushing open the door of his home, the sensor light in the entrance hall lit up in response. A figure was sunk on the living room sofa. It was Auntie Grace. She seemed to be asleep and woke up only when she heard the door open, sitting up straight in a hurry. Kan-chan? You're back? Her voice carried the huskiness of a freshly awakened sleeper and a few hints of concern that she couldn't hide. It's so late, you haven't eaten yet, right? Auntie is warming it for you. Su-chan changed her shoes and walked over, sitting down beside her. Auntie, waited for me for a long time, right? He naturally held her hand on his knee. Those hands were well maintained, soft and boneless in general. All these years, thanks to your care. His voice was gentle with just the right amount of sincerity. Auntie Anai's cheeks flushed a thin red, somewhat embarrassed. She wanted to draw back her hand, but he gently clutched it. Hurry, the food is getting cold. She stood up and pulled Su-can's hand towards the dining room. The table was indeed set with a few home-cooked dishes, still steaming hot. Su-can thanked her and picked up her chopsticks. Auntie Anai didn't move her chopsticks, just rested her chin on one hand and quietly watched him eat. Under the light, her side face was soft, with a kind of warmth after years of precipitation. Delicious. Su-can picked up 2 mouthfuls of rice and raised his head to smile at her. Eat slowly, there's more if you don't have enough. Auntie Nai also smiled. As long as Ken likes it, Auntie will make it for you every day. Every day? Su-can put down her chopsticks, her tone serious for a few minutes, then, forever? Auntie Nai froze for a moment, then gently shook her head and ranted, silly child, what are you saying? How can Auntie accompany you forever? Can will have a girlfriend in the future, we'll get married, and we'll have someone more important to cook for you. Su-can didn't answer, just looked at her fixedly. Those eyes were focused and deep, as if they wanted to suck her in. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice was low and clear, but I just want to eat Auntie's cooking. Chapter 29, I won't allow your husband to touch you again. Jung-eun Ai's eyes suddenly hot, that sentence, with a teenager's unique bluntness and rolling, like a rolling stone falling into a calm lake, stirring up ripples in the lake of her heart, shaking the tip of her heart slightly trembling. Jung-eun Ai's heartwarming value plus 20. Tears flashed in Jang-eun Ai's eyes as she gazed at Su-chan, her figure reflected in the teenager's clear eyes, focused and serious, as if they were the only 2 people left in the world. The phrase, I just want to eat the food cooked by Auntie, is better than thousands of sweet words, hitting the softest place in her heart. Silly child. Jung-eun Ai choked, but her voice was so gentle that she could pinch out water, and her reddened eyes were full of emotion. Auntie will always cook for Can, and she will cook for you for the rest of your life. This sentence, almost from the bottom of her heart, rushed out, with her own unnoticed expectations and tenderness. Su-can slowly put down the dishes in his hands, got up, and walked in front of Jung-eun Ai. He bent down slightly and gently cupped Jung-eun Ai's face with his hands. His fingers gently rubbed the corners of her eyes, his movements were so gentle that it was like treating a fragile treasure. Jung-eun Ai's heartbeat instantly missed a beat, and her breathing became rapid. She could feel the temperature of the teenager's palm, so hot that it seemed to burn her. She wanted to hide, but she coveted this sudden intimacy. The next second, Su-chan lowered his head, and his warm lips printed down. Like a dragonfly touching water, but with an irresistible tenderness. Jung-eun Ai's brain instantly blank, body stiff like a piece of wood. She instinctively wanted to push away, but her hands seemed to have lost their strength, and they were placed on Su-chan's shoulders, unable to exert any more strength. This kiss, with the characteristic youthfulness and tentativeness of a teenager, but also loving and lingering, as if to pour all the tenderness into it. Time seemed to stand still, only the sound of their intertwined breathing remained in the room. After a few minutes, Su slowly let go of Jung-eun Ai. He took a step back, his hands still holding her face, his eyes were deep and gentle, like the brightest star in the night sky. "It's good to have Auntie Yun-ae here," he whispered, his voice low and magnetic. Young Yun-ae's pinkish-purple eyes were misty, her cheeks were flushed, she was panting heavily, and her chest was rising and falling violently. She lowered her curtains, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, not daring to look at Su-chan's aggressive eyes. The air is filled with ambiguous smell, sweet and intoxicating. Suddenly, there was a subtle sound of the door opening at the entrance. The sound of the door lock turning broke the suffocating silence. Zhang Yun-ae woke up with a start, as if electrocuted. She pushed Su-chan away in a panic and organized her messy clothes and hair with her hands and feet. So-chan quickly returned to his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and continued to eat as if nothing had happened, as if what had just happened was just a hallucination. Zhang Yun-ae also took a deep breath, trying to calm her frantic heartbeat, and pretended to calmly straighten up her appearance, trying to hide the remaining blush and panic on her face. The door lock made a soft click. A woman wearing short sleeves and shorts, with short hair tied up in a short, sharp hairstyle walked in, with fine beads of sweat on the corners of her forehead, obviously having just finished some kind of physical activity. "Mom! I'm home." She casually dumped a half-used backpack on the floor, her voice carrying the crispness of post-exercise. Zhang Yun-ae felt like she had been stabbed by a needle and stood up in a hurry, her face still carrying a flush that hadn't completely faded. "It's Shuya, back." Su-chan also turned around and saw the person who came in. It was Zhang Yun-ae's second daughter. He followed and got up, a gentle and courteous smile on his face. "Sister Shuya, you're back, hard work." Jo Shuya, who had entered the door, was about to walk inside. When she heard this voice, her footsteps lurched and she looked at Su-kan in confusion. She frowned, carefully sizing up the tall, leggy, distinguished-looking boy in front of her, and then twisted her head to look at her mother's slightly unnatural expression, her eyes full of questions almost overflowing. Zhang Yun'ei hurriedly walked over, took Jo Shuya's hand and brought her in front of Su-kan, her tone carrying a few moments of deliberate ease. "Look at you, child, this is your Su-kan brother. It's just a haircut, why don't you recognize him?" "Su-kan?" Jo Shuya's eyes instantly rounded and her voice was plucked up a few degrees, as if she had heard something heavenly. She scanned Su-kan up and down, simply unable to believe her eyes. This was the Su-kan who used to always keep his head down, had long hair that covered half of his face, and didn't talk much like a stuffy gourd? What a joke! The smile on Su-kan's face was unchanged, even a few points brighter. "It's me, Sister Shuya. It's only been a few days since I've seen you, and you don't recognize me?" Ha! Jo Shuya was a little uncomfortable by his look, dryly laughed twice, and hastily waved her hand. "It's not that I don't recognize, is a little afraid to recognize, the change is also too big." Zhang Yun'ei was relieved and quickly asked, "Have you eaten? Mom get you something to eat?" "I've eaten." Jo Shuya picked up the backpack on the ground. "I ate outside with my classmates. I'll go upstairs first to put my things away, I'm exhausted," she said, turned around and headed for the second floor, her footsteps hurried. Only when she reached the corner of the stairs, she still didn't hold back, and darted back to glance at that Su-kan sitting at the dining table again. Su-kan, as if he had eyes behind him, happened to turn back as well, and in her direction, revealed a meaningful shallow smile. Jo Shuya hurriedly ran up to the second floor. Jo Shuya's heartwarming value plus 20. Su-kan's attention moved along with that back that hurried up the stairs, and the pink information box surfaced in his consciousness. Name, Jo Shuya. Identity, sophomore at Southwind University. Age, 21. Heartbeat, 20. Manga, Secret Teaching. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Face value, 93. Rank, a class goddess. Strategy progress, 10%. Thumping footsteps came from the stairs and quickly disappeared upstairs. Silence returned to the restaurant. Zhang Yun'ei retraced her steps to Su-kan's side, reaching out her hand, tenderly stroking Su-kan's soft short hair, the love in her eyes almost overflowing, and her voice put on a softer tone. "Hurry up and eat, don't mind her, she's fidgety." Su-kan hemmed and continued to pick up the rice. The aroma of the rice and the faint fragrance of Auntie and Ai's body mixed together. As he ate, as if he suddenly remembered something, his movements paused and he asked without a head, "Auntie, are you really not going to leave me?" Zhang Yun'ei's heart felt like it was gently pulled by something, and the tingling sensation spread out instantly. Those clear eyes, full of dependence and uneasiness, looked straight at her, like a wounded little beast, carefully seeking shelter. Zhang Yun'ei's heart softened, and a wave of unspeakable pity surged up. She didn't say anything, but slowly, with a cherished meaning, she took Su-kan's head into her arms, letting him bury his head in her warm and soft chest. Through the thin material of her clothes, Su-kan's hair brushed against her skin, itchy and tingly, but with a strange kind of peace of mind. "Su-chan, don't be paranoid." Zhang Yun'ei softly soothed, her voice was so gentle that it seemed to melt. "Auntie promises you that Auntie will always be there and will always be with you, okay?" Su-kan rubbed himself in her arms and did not say anything. After a moment, he answered muffled, "Aha." Zhang Yan'ai thought that he was finally at ease and was about to sigh in relief, but then she heard the teenager's low voice from above her head, with a hint of imperceptible stubbornness and seriousness. "Auntie, I don't want uncle to touch you again." Chapter 30, The First Brainwashed Fan Support Club. Zhang Yan'ai froze, her body instantly stiffening as if she had been cast under a spell of immobilization. She incredulously lowered her head and looked at the teenager buried in her arms, and for a moment, she didn't know how to react. "Kanchan, what are you saying?" Her voice was a little shaky, with a hint of panic and uncertainty. This can't be possible. He is Auntie's husband. Ah. Su-chan slowly raised his head and retreated from her arms. The face of the teenager carried a calmness and obstinacy that did not match his age, and his eyes were calm and terrifying. "Then I don't agree either," he said word for word, clearly and firmly, his tone carrying the determination characteristic of a teenager, as if declaring an unshakable fact. Zhang Yan'ai was completely confused, her heart beating like a drum, thumping against her chest, almost jumping out. She opened her mouth to say something, but realized that she couldn't make any sound, as if her throat was blocked by something. The teenager's eyes were too direct, too hot, with a possessiveness she had never seen before, making her feel strange and even a little scared. "Kanchan, you don't scare Auntie." She managed to find her voice, but with an obvious trembling. "This kind of words can't be said indiscriminately." Su-chan did not speak, just looked at her fixedly like that. Those eyes, clear as ever, but deep as an ancient well, as if they could suck her whole person in. There was no anger, no excitement, only an almost paranoid calm. Zhang Yan'ai was so flustered by his look that she subconsciously took half a step back, standing in place at a loss for words. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the silent tug of war between the two. Her heart was in disarray, her reason told her that this was too ridiculous, but the seriousness in the teenager's eyes made it impossible for her to treat it as a joke. She looked at Su-kan, her lips mumbled a few times, but in the end, she was unable to say anything to retort. Su-kan did not give her more time to hesitate. He took a step forward, his arm forcefully encircled Zhang Yan'ai's soft waist and brought her entire body towards him. Warm lips then covered her, with an undeniable force, seizing all her breath. A few minutes, as if a century had passed so long. When her lips parted, Zhang Yan'ai was weak and gasping for air, her chest rising and falling violently, her cheeks so red that they could drip blood. She was almost unsteady on her feet and could only lean on Su-kan's arm. Su-kan looked down at her confused and disoriented appearance, but her eyes were unusually clear, carrying a calm obstinacy. "Auntie Yan'ai," his voice was low, pressed against her ear, every word was like carrying an electric current, drilling into her heart. "I forbid uncle to touch you again." Zhang Yan'ai trembled as if she was doused with ice water and jerked her head up. Panic and disbelief were written all over those beautiful pinkish-purple eyes. Can, you." She tried to break free, but she was hooped tighter. "I don't agree." Su-kan interrupted her, his tone was decisive, with a teenager's desperate determination, as if he was declaring a fact that could not be changed. Zhang Yan'ai was shocked by this strong aura of his, her heart beating so fast that it almost popped out of her throat. Her mind was in chaos as she looked at the excessively young yet strikingly oppressive face in front of her. Reason was screaming that this was ridiculous, but a war cry came from deep within her body, preventing her from saying no. Her eyes flickered, her shoulders trembled slightly, and finally, under the gaze of those deep eyes, she nodded imperceptibly. A subtle movement, but it was as if it had exhausted her entire body's strength. Only then did Su-kan release her, a trace of satisfaction appearing on his face. Without saying anything more, he turned around and walked straight to the second floor, his footsteps light and quick, leaving the disoriented woman behind him. Returning to his room, Su-kan casually closed the door and threw himself into the soft queen-sized bed. It was late at night, and the air seemed to still have the faint fragrance of the downstairs and some kind of ambiguous afterglow. He took out his cell phone and habitually opened IG and other social accounts and scanned them. The number of fans was still growing steadily, and the private message box was stuffed with various messages. One of them caught his attention. Someone had sent him a private message reminding him that accounts impersonating him had appeared on the internet. Su-kan then remembered that none of these accounts of his had been officially certified yet. He immediately sat up and uploaded his information according to the platform's requirements, quickly completing the authentication of real people on several major social platforms. After dealing with these, he noticed a friend request from a user called Cambo Supporter, with a note of backup club management. Backing club? So fast? Su-chan raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. He originally had the intention to privately form a core fan group, but he did not expect that someone had already organized it on their own. He passed the friend request. The next second, Cambo supporters pulled him into a group chat. Chan Backup Association Group number 1500. As soon as he entered the group, the originally quiet group chat instantly exploded, with message alerts ringing like crazy. Crap! It's the living Su-chan himself. Chan. Is it really you? I'm not dreaming. Screenshot. Hurry up and take a screenshot. Lifetime series. I want to marry you. Upstairs, get lost. Chan is mine. I want to give you a monkey. Husband, look at me. All kinds of earthy love words and fervent confession instantly brush the screen, mixed with countless screaming chicken emoticons. The screen scrolls fast. Su-chan looked at these enthusiastic speeches that were a bit too much, but he didn't care too much. He knocked down a line in the input box. Hello everyone, I'm Su-can, thank you for supporting me. Just as the message was sent out, there was another, more violent commotion in the group. He spoke. The voice must be super nice too. Authenticated. AWSL. Chan, look at me. I'm your die-hard fan. Su-chan thought for a moment, clicked on the photo album, selected a selfie that he had just finished washing up and casually took in the mirror, and sent it out. In the photo, his hair was still slightly wet, his eyes were lazy, and his skin was glowing white under the light. Ding dong. The moment the photo was sent out, the group chat directly lagged for a few seconds, and then erupted into a tsunami of brush screens. Lick the screen. Is this face value real? Mom asked to Neil series. Blood trough is empty. I need a kiss to get up. I'm going to print out this photo and put it up. Ooh, I am so happy to be on Chan. Looking at the more boisterous messages in the group, Su-chan hooked her lips. Sending a photo is also considered to give these early supporters a little spiritual comfort. Chapter 31, Today's subway is a bit crowded. Looking at the group's group bomb-like speech, Su-chan did not pay any more attention to it. He typed another sentence in the group. Thank you all for your favorites, it's late, I'll get off first. Chat next time. After saying that, he directly exited the group chat interface. Just after he exited, the group said goodbye and various crying and pouting emoticons swiped another wave, and the red 99+ prompt quickly popped up again, creating a lively atmosphere. At this exact moment, a private message from Canva supporter popped up, with a Q version of a cute little man as its avatar. Chan, I'm the management of the support club. I really like you. Starry eyes. Almost a second later, the next message followed. That's Tsuneli, don't trust her. She usually pretends to be innocent and cute outside, it's all a persona. Fake. You'd better stay away from her from now on. Oh. Su-chan's fingertips stopped on the screen. This administrator was quite concerned, so soon he started to worry about his dating problem, and even directly named him. It was a bit interesting. However, the support group was just starting out, and it was the time when they needed core members. After thinking about it, he replied with a watertight reply, well, thank you for your concern. The opposite side immediately threw over several kiss, flying kiss emoticons, the enthusiasm almost overflowing the screen. Su-chan pulled the corner of her lips and replied, good night. Su-chan casually closed the chat box with this Cambo supporter. Before going to sleep, Su-chan's mind moved slightly and distributed the remaining 2 available points. Physical strength 17, physical strength 18. Force value 31, force value 32. Early in the morning of the next day, the atmosphere in the dining room was exceptionally depressing. On the dining table, Jiao was carrying a bowl, his jawline taut, and every now and then, he raised his eyes to grimly scan across the table to Su-chan. Sister Shuya had a completely different look, her big eyes glittered with intense curiosity, her chopsticks poked at the fried egg in the bowl, and she couldn't help but sneak a peek at Su-can several times, as if she wanted to find out some shocking secret from him. Jemune maneuvered between a few people, pinching a piece of meat for this one, adding some sauces for that one. When it was Zihao's turn, her hand paused in mid-air, somewhat hesitant in the end. Zihao's look of scrutiny and dissatisfaction made her feel uncomfortable. The one who was the most uncomfortable had to be Sister Weya. Her eyes glanced at Su-can with complexity, there was confusion, annoyance, and a bit of something else in there. She wanted to open her mouth several times, but she swallowed back when the words reached her mouth. Under the table, the foot-wearing slippers moved impatiently, gently kicking Su-can's calf. Kicked again. Su-chan looked like he didn't feel it, slowly and methodically drinking kanji. Sister Weya finally couldn't help herself and slammed her chopsticks on the table with a pop. The chair legs made a piercing sound as they scratched the ground. She stood up violently, grabbed her jacket and headed out. Vaya! Young-un Ae shouted in a hurry. Vaya didn't look back. Seeing this, Zihao also immediately put down his dishes, without even pulling his chair back into place, and followed him out with a dark face. Mom, I'm done eating, I'm going to school. Sister Shuya also put down her chopsticks, picked up her school bag, greeted Zhang Yun Ai, and hurried out the door. Only Su-can and Zhang Yun Ai were left at the table. Su-can finished the last bite unhurriedly and wiped his mouth with a napkin before getting up. When he walked to the entrance hall to change his shoes, he took advantage of Zhang Yun Ai's empty space when she gathered the dishes and turned her back to him, and darted back to give her a kiss on her warm and soft cheek. Zhang Yun Ai's body stiffened and she turned back violently, her face instantly flew up in 2 shades of red. Su-can had already pulled open the door and walked out, leaving her with only an upright back. The early morning sunlight was just right and the air was fresh. Su-can had just walked out of the courtyard door when he saw Sister Weya standing on the roadside not far away, her hands clasping her chest, kicking the stones under her feet with an impatient face. Zihao, however, was nowhere to be seen. Su-chan looked like he didn't see her and walked straight in the direction of the subway station. Without taking a few steps, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Sister Wei caught up with him in a few steps, walking side by side with him, but intentionally half a step behind. Su-kan still did not look away, his pace was steady. Sister Wei finally became sullen, her voice carrying a suppressed fire. Hey! Su-kan! What do you mean? You don't even say hello when you see me? I'm your sister. Su-kan's footsteps did not stop, his head did not return, his voice was flat as if he was stating a fact. Now you want to remember that you are my sister? The end of his voice carried a hint of a cold snort that was barely audible. After saying that, his footsteps obviously accelerated by a few points, leaving Sister Wei behind. Arriving at the entrance of the subway station, Su-kan didn't even look at Sister Wei who was following behind, and swiped his card straight into the station. The train just happened to enter the station, and he quickly walked up. Sister Wei was so angry that she stomped her feet, but she also hurriedly swiped her card and jogged to squeeze on before the doors closed. The subway was packed with people, almost like a sardine can. Zhou Wei spent a lot of effort to squeeze to Su-chan next to, not yet relieved, and then rubbed forward, hard to squeeze to his body in front. Su-kan did not even give her a corner of his eye, as if there was no such person next to him. As the crowd surged, the two inevitably got closer and closer. Zhou Wei could even feel his exhaled breath, warmly brushing against her forehead hair. Her cheeks, uncontrollably, heated up a little, getting hotter and hotter. Zhou Wei raised her head, glaring fiercely at Su-kan's excessively good-looking face, the evil fire in her heart burning hotter and hotter. This guy, in the past, he was so obedient to himself, just like a little follower, he would never go west if he was told to go east. Now, pretend what big tail wolf. The car to the next stop, the door opened, and a large wave of people came up. There wasn't even a space to turn around in the compartment. Zhou Wei was pushed by the people behind her, and her whole body was solidly attached to Su-kan's chest, and there was no more distance between the two of them. Her face was so red that it was about to drip blood, her head was buried low, not daring to raise it at all. Su-kan's breath, one after another, gently blowing on the top of her hair, bringing a burst of tingling itch. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently. Zhou Wei let out a cry of surprise, and subconsciously reached out, tightly embracing Su-kan's arm. Into her hand was a solid warm muscular touch. Su-kan still ignored her, not even moving his eyebrows. Zhou Wei, however, clearly felt the strength of his arm, the firm contours, making the deer in her heart start to frantically bang, 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 almost jumping out of her throat. Zhou Wei heartwarming value plus 20. Su-kan lowered his eyelids, his afterglow swept over the constantly jumping value, and in the bottom of his heart, he smiled coldly. Everything, under control. The carriage was stuffy like a steamer, the smell of sweat and various odors mixed together, suffocating. Zhou Wei's entire body was almost hanging on him, her arm tightly hooped around his arm, her warm body was close to each other, and even her slightly rushed breath was puffing on the side of his neck. He could feel the stiffness of her body and that unnatural temperature. Su-chan finally moved, not to avoid it, but just slightly sideways, glancing down at her. There was little temperature in those eyes, as if they were looking at a piece of baggage that was in the way. Are you finished? The voice was not loud, just enough to cover the noise of the subway, clearly reaching Zhou Wei's ears. The tone was flat, even with a hint of impatience, as if she was some kind of trouble that couldn't be shaken off. Chapter 32. Isn't it still called gossip if it's not purposely arranged? This sentence is like a muffled thunder, exploding in Zhou Wei's ears. Su-kan. How dare he speak to her in this tone? Anger flared up, Zhou Wei raised her head fiercely, wanting to glare back fiercely. But when she met Su-kan's excessively good-looking face, especially at such a close distance, that anger inexplicably shortened by a large margin. Her lips moved, before she could organize her words to retort, Su-kan's voice rang out again, calm but with a detached questioning. What exactly do you want? Why do you keep looking for trouble from me? Where exactly did I mess with you? Can't you just say it and I'll change? His voice was not high, but the words were clear, knocking on Zhou Wei's heart. I can't afford to mess with you, I can always hide, right? But why do you just not let me go? In a few words, Zhou Wei was directly dumbfounded and nailed in place. Her mind was in disarray, the images of the past and the reality in front of her intertwined, leaving her momentarily speechless. It seemed as if it had indeed been her who had been actively looking for trouble. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain something, to argue a few words, but her throat felt like it was blocked. Ding dong, the subway's arrival beep sounded abruptly. The doors opened and the crowd began to surge. Su-kan didn't look at her anymore, and naturally squeezed out of the car along with the crowd, moving crisply and neatly, as if that conversation just now hadn't happened at all. Only Zhou Wei was left at the spot, standing there like a fool, her mind still not turned around. Wei Ya! Wei Ya! Shouts came from the next compartment. It was a few students from the same department who were waving at her. Zhou Wei woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd, putting on her usual, slightly stiff smile on her face, and walked over towards them. Wei, that big handsome guy just now, is that your brother Su-kan? A girl curiously came over to ask. Ah. Yeah, that's him. Jo Wei answered vaguely, her heart a mix of flavors. Another girl immediately picked up the conversation, her tone tinged with a bit of flirtation. Hey, I know, isn't it your little follower, the one who follows you around all day? Right, that's right. Jo Wei pulled at the corner of her lips and agreed with a forced smile, feeling her cheeks burning a little. She did often describe Suk-in this way in front of her classmates in the past, with a bit of bragging and taking it for granted. But now, why did it sound so harsh? Wow, that's great. The girl who spoke first had bright eyes. Wei, Suk-in is so hot online right now. Can you ask for a signed photo of him for me? Jo Wei's heart thumped, and she subconsciously wanted to refuse. Based on the current cold relationship between her and Suk-in, not to mention an autographed photo, he probably wouldn't even give her a proper look. But before she could say anything, the student beside her who loved to make a fuss had already taken the blame for her. What's wrong with this? It's a piece of cake for our Vaya. She can get you 10, not to mention 1, right, Vaya? Several pairs of expectant eyes looked at her in unison. Jo Wei was stood there, her words stuck in her throat. How can the words of refusal not be able to speak, can only harden her head and squeeze out a smile that is harder to see than crying? Well, line, a small matter. But the heart began to frantically calculate, finished, how to talk to Suk-in. He will take care of his own strange. On the other side of the subway station, Suk-in has long since walked out of the gate, leaving the hustle and bustle behind him and the figure that rode the tiger far away. He walked towards the school building with an easy gait and soon arrived at the door of his class. Pushing open the classroom door, waves of clamor and sound came crashing down on his face. Suk-in could feel that all the sounds were instantly replaced by a certain subtle atmosphere. Countless pairs of eyes converged on him in unison, with exploration, with excitement, and whispers spread through the air like electricity. Look, it's Suk-in coming. Really, eh? How dare he come to class? Pretending, right? Pretending not to know anything? Various voices drilled into the ears, thin and noisy, like countless mosquitoes buzzing around. Suk-in's brows deliberately furrowed, then stretched out, with just the right amount of doubt hanging on his face, as if he was baffled by this sudden attention. He had just walked over to his seat when he was immediately surrounded by a group of girls, with questions coming in like a barrage. Su-chan, are you really dating Seo Nari? When did you two start? The secrecy is too good. What's it like to dine with a big star? Isn't she super pretty in person? What did you eat? A fancy restaurant? There were so many questions and so many different questions that for a while, Suk-in didn't even know which one to answer first. He revealed a slightly helpless smile and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, his tone carrying a few moments of sincere confusion. Wait, what are you all talking about? What's Seo Nari? What dating? What the hell is going on here? Pretend, keep pretending. A girl skimmed her lips, her tone carrying a clear skepticism. Don't you know yet? The photo of you and Seo Nari eating together has already been captured by the paparazzi and spread to the internet. Now the whole internet is discussing this matter. Really? Suk-in's eyes widened in feigned surprise, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened Weibo. Sure enough, on the first position of the hot search list, it was clearly written Suk-in, Suneli, dating, followed by a bright red. When I clicked on it, it was the photo that was taken in the Western restaurant yesterday. The angle is tricky, the light is ambiguous, it is really easy for people to misunderstand. Su-chan faced just the right amount of dismay, red quickly spread to the roots of the ears, eyes also become flustered. Stealing pictures? How could? I don't know. He waved his hands in a slight panic, his speech stuttered, as if he was stunned by the sudden scandal. The girls around him became even more excited, chattering even louder, as if a pot had exploded. No one noticed that a hint of undetectable satisfaction flashed under Suk-in's eyes. He no longer paid attention to the surrounding clamor, quickly squeezed out from the crowd, walked to his seat and sat down. His fingertips opened the screen of his cell phone and clicked on iGap. What met his eyes was a flood of hot search phrases, the top 10 hot searches, almost slaughtered by his and Suneli's names. Hashtag mystery man So-chan dating idol Seo Nari hashtag. Hashtag Seo Nari's suspected romance is revealed hashtag. Hashtag survivor is a rumored boyfriend hashtag. All kinds of explosive words and phrases firmly occupied the top of the list, each followed by a bright red explosive word. The traffic is horrible like this. Suk-in's IG followers were skyrocketing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, and in just a few minutes, they had increased by tens of thousands. On the cell phone screen, a new message alert popped up. It was sent by Suneli. Chapter 33 Gossip Maker came out to clarify the gossip? On the cell phone screen, a new message alert popped up, a Kakao message from Seo Nari, a series of them, with palpable anxiety. Appa. What to do? The internet is full of our pictures. It's all over the place. How should I respond? Sister Jo said I can't say anything right now. Those pictures were taken. Oh, how did they get caught? Message after message, through the screen can feel her panic and helplessness. Suk-in tapped his fingertips and replied in a tone with just the right amount of surprise, as if he too had just learned of the news. Photo? What photo? Let me see. Geez. How could it be photographed? We were just having dinner. He didn't type very fast, as if he was digesting this sudden accident. Luckily, the hotel part wasn't captured on camera, or else I really wouldn't be able to wash myself even if I jumped into the Yellow River. After this message was sent, Suneli on the other end of the phone, her cheeks instantly turned a hot red, like a ripe apple. She subconsciously grabbed the bag beside her, and the carefully folded, red-stained bed sheet in the bag seemed to become scorching hot as well. She fixed her mind and quickly replied. Sister Jiao said, this matter has a great impact on me, and the public opinion is now trending in a very bad direction. She said that the only way to achieve the best results is for your side to step in and clarify, in order to minimize the impact on me. Appa, please. Su Chan's response came back almost in a second, crisp and clear, permeated with a reassuring power. Nayli, don't worry, leave it to me. I'll immediately send out a clarification, just say that we're just good friends, and that you invited me to dinner to thank you for saving your life last time. Don't worry, won't make it hard for you. Looking at the screen of her cell phone, the message sent by Su Can, Suneli's eyes suddenly warmed up, and her nose turned sour. Tears of emotion swirled in her eyes, blurring her vision. She knew very well that if she were any other man, when he encountered this kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bundle up with a top-stream actress for hype, he would probably have already been happy, wishing for this scandal to become as big as possible, and preferably directly sucking up her traffic, stepping on her to get to the top. But Su Chan did not. His first thought is not to use the opportunity to speculate, but to clarify, is to clear the relationship, is to protect her reputation, not to let her be troubled by the scandal. This considerate, and this integrity, is like a fire in the winter, instantly warmed Suneli's heart. On the screen of her cell phone, Sionari's message was answered in almost a second, accompanied by several special emoticons of her flushed cheeks and pouting lips begging for kisses. Thank you, Appa. Moved to tears, you're really nice. Don't worry, Appa, I will definitely repay you in the future. Su Chan looked at the screen and tapped his fingers randomly. I should. This kind of thing, how can you let a girl step in? For the sake of your future, just leave it to me to handle it. The opposite side sent another series of expressions of gratitude and admiration. Su Can soothed a few more sentences through the screen, and Suneli's side was obviously much more at ease. Only then did Su Can put away his cell phone, tap on IG, and start editing his first dynamic since he registered. His fingers tapped on the screen unhurriedly, weighing every word, every punctuation. He needed a clarification that seemed sincere enough and could perfectly set aside the relationship. Hello everyone, I am Su Can. Regarding some photos of me and Ms. Suneli circulating on the internet today, I'm really sorry for taking up public resources. Pausing for a moment, he continued typing. Here, I would like to clarify that Ms. Sionari and I are just ordinary friends. The two of us had dinner together that day because Ms. Sionari wanted to thank me for helping her a little bit earlier. The meal was purely a thank you between friends, it really wasn't as complicated as people think. Please don't spread those untruths anymore, it will cause a lot of trouble for me and for Ms. Sionari. Thank you all for understanding. After checking it over, well, the tone is sincere, the reason is sufficient, it explains the reason for the meal, emphasizes the friendship, and shows a little bit of protect the girl demeanor in the process. Perfect. He clicked send and posted the news on IG. The IG news was sent successfully. Su Chan put down his cell phone, his fingertips tapped on the edge of the screen. Text clarification was one aspect, the impact of the video was, obviously, more direct. He smoothly tapped on TikTok. The original buzz of discussion around him diminished, and many people noticed his movements and looked over curiously. He raised his cell phone and adjusted it to selfie mode, ready to record. Quiet. Zhenglan's voice suddenly rang out. She was tall, and at this moment, she stood up and naturally signaled everyone, Su Can is going to record something, so all keep your voices down. The classroom was instantly silent. Dozens of probing gazes focused over, the air seemed to freeze for a few moments. Su Can turned to the camera, a trace of helplessness duly surfaced on his face, with a few moments of solemnity of being troubled by rumors. He cleared his throat and pressed the record button. The voice was clear and spoke at a calm pace, carrying a soothing power that echoed in the quiet classroom. Hello everyone, I'm Su Chan. Regarding the pictures of Nari Senpai and I on the internet, I would like to briefly respond here. He repeated the core of what he said on IG in a more sincere and colloquial way. It's just a friendship, purely a thank you for the meal, so please don't overinterpret it, especially if you don't want to cause unnecessary distress to the woman. Every word, as if carefully crafted, poked the listener just right. Wow, he even made a special video saying. A girl in the back row couldn't help but make a small huff and cover her mouth. Must be afraid of affecting Sionari, right? What a nice guy. The companion next to her nodded vigorously. This is a real man, unlike those on the internet who only rub it in. Amidst the whispers, appreciation and approval quickly rippled out like stones thrown into the water. Many girls looked at the boy in the camera who was seriously explaining, and their eyes changed and brightened. The previous thoughts of watching or questioning were completely replaced by an emotion called guardianship. The recording ended. Su Chan pressed the stop button, the screen went dark. He lifted his head, with the relief of a clear explanation on his face, and greeted the eager and friendly gazes in the classroom. He put down his cell phone and looked around the classroom, meeting dozens of pairs of curious and slightly excited eyes. The air still retained the quietness from the recording of the video just now, but at this moment, there were a few more moments of anticipation. Sukan stood up straight, his face with some helplessness from being troubled by the rumors. His voice was not high, but it clearly spread throughout the classroom. I know everyone heard it just now, and probably saw something on the internet as well. He paused to get everyone's attention a little more focused. Chapter 34. The kissing actress is Ms. Seo Ha-young? About me and Senior Seo Na-ri, like I said in the video just now, it's really just ordinary friends. That meal, it's also true that Senior treated me to it to thank me for the last time I saved her. With a sincere tone, he spread his hands with a bit of a pleading tone, so, please everyone, stop spreading those has-beens, it's not good for me and Seniors, and it's especially bad for the girls. As soon as his words came out, small murmurs immediately rang out from underneath. That's right, paparazzi filming indiscriminately, it's so hateful. I told you, Su-kan is not that kind of person. He even specifically came out to explain for fear of affecting Su-naili. What a man. Right. Our Su-chan's character is outstanding. The girls were especially excited, nodding their heads in agreement, looking at Su-kan with a few more points of appreciation and defense in their eyes. The little bit of watching the crowd just now had completely turned into a common enemy. Zhang Lan took the lead and clapped, although it was not very loud, it drove the atmosphere. Alright, have you all heard it? Don't spread it blindly, ah. She raised her voice and said, sort of relieving Su-kan. The atmosphere in the classroom completely changed. The previous speculation and gossip was replaced by a kind of recognition and support for Su-kan. Su-kan duly revealed a grateful light smile and nodded at everyone before resuming her seat. In his mind, the devil's characteristic electronic voice sounded cheerfully, kid, it's okay, the prestige value is soared again, directly breaking 100,000. Along with the points, it has also passed the 100,000 mark. Su-kan's mind moved slightly. 100,000 points. Could be operated on instead. He had never been too satisfied with his physical strength value, even if the value of a certain ability was astonishingly high at 25, but the range couldn't keep up with it, so it was ultimately a little bit worse. Demon, add the stamina value for me. Stamina value 18, stamina value 19. Just as the thought fell, the class bell shrilly rang through the corridor. Not long after, a crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground came from far and near. Su Huijing's figure appeared at the classroom door. She chose a well-tailored gray OL suit today. Her long, silky hair was sharply coiled at the back of her head, revealing her bare forehead and slender neck, her entire person exuding a competent yet charming flavor. She walked to the podium, her fingers gently knocked on the desktop. The classroom that was still somewhat noisy instantly quieted down. Su-chan silently called out in his heart, Demon, is there a new task? I want to quickly get the key to the Demon King's treasure house. Let me check. Demon Magic's voice paused for a few seconds. Well, there are no quests about key fragments for the time being, but there's a pretty interesting one. Do you want to try? A translucent quest box popped up in his consciousness. Time-limited quest, kiss the current lecturer. Mission failure, stamina 4. Mission reward, physical strength +2. Su-chan almost didn't strain his expression. What the hell? This mission reward and punishment were too disproportionate, right? Although kissing Su Huijing was not a difficult task for him, this risk-benefit ratio was also too pitiful. Hey, this isn't fair. Demon's tone carried a hint of innocence. There's nothing I can do about this, it's all my lord's arrangement. On the podium, Su Huijing began to teach. The content of this lesson was about how actors could pinpoint emotions in rivalry scenes, especially the tension of interaction between men and women. Speaking to the emotions, suddenly a bold boy at the bottom raised his hand. Teacher Su, what about kissing scenes? How to shoot this kind of real and not embarrassed? Su Huijing pushed the non-existent glasses on the bridge of her nose. That was her habitual action when thinking. Kissing scenes, it's all about atmosphere and technique. Borrowing and emotional padding are all very important. She explained some tricks in the shooting in a clear and organized manner. As soon as the words fell, the boy who had just asked the question stood up again, with a bit of excitement and impishness on his face. Teacher, just talking is not practicing. How about we practice it on the spot? His words were like igniting a powder keg, and the boys in the back row of the classroom immediately wailed and cooed. Right. Practice produces true knowledge. Teacher, pick me. The girls in the front row, on the other hand, furrowed their brows and let out disgruntled boos. Nasty. What are you thinking? Quiet. Su Huijing aggravated her tone and knocked on the podium with her knuckles, silencing the clamor. She looked around the classroom, her gaze sweeping over the young faces, finally landing on the figure with a lowered head in the window seat. It was him again, Su-chan. Last time he was late, and this time he was walking away? That excessively superior face was indeed hard to ignore. She moved in her heart. Su-chan. Her cool voice named him. Sukan lifted his head, with little extra expression on his face, and stood up as he was told. Since a classmate suggested it, let's give a brief demonstration. Su Huijing's voice was calm and waveless. The male lead for this kissing scene demonstration. Let's have student Su can take the role. The moment these words came out, the classroom looked like it had exploded. The girls who were still righteously indignant just a moment ago instantly changed their faces, one by one. Their eyes were glowing as they scrambled to raise their hands. Teacher, I'll do it. Pick me, pick me. I can act. Zhenlan even directly stood up from her seat, straightened her back and eagerly spoke, Teacher, let me be the female lead. The boys' side was instantly filled with wails and dissatisfaction. On what grounds? Teacher is unfair. The boy who first proposed the practice was not convinced and shouted at Zhenlan, why should it be you? It's me and the teacher who have to act. Zhenlan didn't even turn his head back, only letting out a soft snort from his nose with undisguised contempt. Heh, who do you think you are? You're also worthy of comparing with our Su-chan? That boy was choked to the point that his face turned red, his anger completely disappeared, and he snapped and sat back down. Alright, all be quiet. Su Huijing once again controlled the scene. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a lot of weight. She swept over the girls who were eager to try, and slowly spoke, the classroom demonstration is just a demonstration, point by point. Moreover, you are all still young, there will be plenty of opportunities to be exposed to this kind of theater in the future, there is no rush. She paused, as if she was making a decision. Then, she uttered a sentence that made the air of the class freeze, so, the female lead this time, I will be the one to take the role. The entire classroom was deathly silent. A few seconds later, the pile of boys erupted into cheers and whistles that were even more violent than earlier, almost toppling the roof. Chapter 35, Teacher Su's first kiss received by Su-chan. The stage immediately looked like it had exploded, with whistles and uproar from the boys, as if Su-kan had taken a huge advantage. I'll go, Su-kan kid, you're so lucky. Acting in a kissing scene with Ms. Su, this kid is earning a fortune. Envious, jealous, and hateful. Why not me? The voices of the girls were not willing to be weak either, and they all fought for Su-kan. What to say? What's wrong with playing a kissing scene with a teacher? Our Su-kan is so handsome, he's good with anyone. That's it. Certain people don't be sour, if you're capable, you're on it too. What's more, some of the girls directly pointed the finger at Su Huijing, their tone carrying a subtle hint of sourness. Teacher Su is how old, and she's still acting out a kissing scene with a student, how nice. That's right, it feels like the teacher is taking advantage of our Chan-chan. The classroom buzzed with all sorts of murmurs, the atmosphere instantly became subtle. Su Huijing's fair cheeks flushed suspiciously, and she knocked on the blackboard in a slight panic, trying to suppress the agitation. Quiet. The sound in the classroom diminished a bit, but the whispering still didn't stop. Su Huijing settled her nerves, kept her tone as calm as possible, and explained, I did this, all in order for the students to learn the skills of kissing scenes more intuitively. Moreover, student Su-kan showed excellent acting skills in the improvisation last time, and the only one in the class who can catch a scene is currently me. This explanation seemed to make some sense, and the chatter in the classroom gradually subsided. Everyone had an unspoken agreement that Teacher Su's words were grandiose, but more or less smacked of a desire to cover up the truth. However, just when everyone thought that the matter was finalized, Su-kan's voice rang out in the slightly quiet classroom with a hint of clear rejection. Teacher, I'm sorry, I don't quite agree. He refused? Su Huijing looked at Su-kan with some consternation, as if she had heard something unbelievable. He actually rejected himself? To know, her suitors could line up from the school entrance to the pedestrian street, how many people squeezed their heads to get close to her, and he actually rejected it in public. An unspeakable emotion surged through Su Huijing's heart, perhaps surprise, perhaps embarrassment, or perhaps a hint of annoyance hidden in the depths. The teacher's majesty prevented her from retreating, and her tone couldn't help but harden, carrying a few hints of imperturbability. Su-kan student, I am the teacher, this is classroom teaching, you need to cooperate with my teaching arrangement and perform a kissing scene. The words had been said to this point, ordinary students were afraid that they would have long been silenced and obeyed. But who was Su-kan? He was a top-notch Jiao who had fought hundreds of battles, and the best thing he could do was to control the situation without moving. He frowned slightly, a trace of difficulty and helplessness showing on his face just right, as if he was forced to give in, slowly walking towards the podium. All right, teacher. He sighed, his tone tinged with a bit of compromise, since it's for the sake of teaching, for the sake of the students learning the tricks of the trade, it's only right that I cooperate with the teacher. It's just that. He wanted to say something, leaving the crowd with infinite reveries. The female classmates began to stir up again, and they all chimed in for Su-chan. How can a teacher force Su-kan? That's right, Su-kan has said no. The teacher is too much. Su-kan waved his hand at the right time, signaling everyone to be quiet, and a slightly helpless smile appeared on his face, as if he was appeasing everyone, or as if he was comforting himself. It's okay, classmates, I'm fine. His voice was gentle, with a hint of imperceptible condescension. For the sake of teaching, it's only right that I cooperate with the teacher. As long as I can make everyone learn something, I have nothing to say. His words instantly ignited the female students' protectiveness, and there were a few more points of dissatisfaction and accusation in their eyes when they looked at Su Huijing. As Su Huijing stood on the podium, she looked at the boy who was forced to submit in front of her, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. His speech, even more so, made her feel like a fish in her throat, unbearable to the extreme. As if he had suffered? Does he know what he's talking about? Shouldn't she be the one to suffer? She was a woman. Su Huijing clenched her teeth, an unspeakably complex emotion rising in her heart. No one knew that underneath her seemingly calm exterior, her heart was already in turmoil. She was Su Huijing. Since childhood, she had been the object of others' pursuit. How had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation? What's more, this is still her first kiss. Surprisingly, in front of so many students, unprepared, to own students. Su Huijing calmed herself, smoothed her breathing, and looked at Su Kan. Su Huijing tried her best to suppress the waves within her heart, taking a deep breath and trying to make her voice sound calm and professional. She gazed at Su Kan as if she was confirming something, and as if she was giving herself a final mental build-up. Su Kan, student, are you ready? Su Kan nodded slightly, indicating that he was ready. However, he did not immediately enter the state, but instead threw out a slightly unexpected question. Teacher, I would like to ask, what kind of situation is this scene performing? Are they lovers separated in life and death, or lovers reunited after a long time, or bitter lovebirds torn apart by the world? Su Huijing was momentarily speechless. She didn't expect Su Kan to be able to consider such a detailed level in such a short period of time, and instantly captured the different emotional tones embedded in the kissing scene in different situations. After teaching for several years, she had never encountered such a gifted student. Su Huijing's inner appreciation for Su Kan increased by a few points. She quickly adjusted her emotions, settled down, and gave the situation setting. Today, we'll portray a pair of lovers who have been separated for a long time. They were forced to be separated for many years, and today they finally meet, as if it were a lifetime ago. Su Kan looked aghast and expressed his comprehension. Almost the instant the words fell, the aura around him suddenly changed. The original slightly relaxed demeanor was instantly replaced by a heavy sadness, as if he had immersed himself in the role in an instant. He slowly walked towards Su Huijing, his eyes filled with heartbreaking depth of feeling, the gaze as full of 1,000 words, wanting to say more. Su Huijing was caught off guard, and was infected by Su Kan's sudden emotion, and instantly lost her concentration, completely forgetting her identity as a teacher, as well as the next teaching task. Su Kan walked in front of Su Huijing, stretched out his arms, and gently embraced her into his arms. His voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of imperceptible trembling, ringing in Su Huijing's ears. Nuna, long time no see. A deeply emotional Oni with a hint of a choked sob instantly shattered the last line of defense that Seo Hai-young had built up within her heart. As if she had been brought into the drama, she subconsciously caught the line and looked deeply at Su Kan, whispering about her longing for each other and the joy of reunion. The classroom was silent, everyone held their breath, as if they were afraid of disturbing this hard-won beautiful moment. A needle can be heard was a perfect description of the classroom at this moment. Su Kan tightly embraced Su Huijing, feeling the slight trembling of her body. The time had come, he no longer hesitated, lowered his head, and kissed Su Huijing. Wow! The female students under the stage let out suppressed exclamations of surprise, yet instantly covered their mouths for fear of destroying the beautiful picture. Su Kan firmly hugged Su Huijing. This kiss carried the longing and cherishing of a long goodbye reunion, but also carried a hint of tentativeness and caution. Su Huijing's heartbeat value +5. Su Huijing's heartbeat value +10. Su Huijing's heart value +10. For a long time, lips parted. Su Kan slowly left Su Huijing, bowed slightly, and said with apologies, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I offended just now." He turned around again, facing all the students on the stage, bowed again, and then silently returned to his seat, as if the affectionate hero just now had nothing to do with him. After a short period of silence, thunderous applause and whistles erupted in the classroom for a long time. Su Huijing, on the other hand, remained frozen on the podium, her cheeks flushed red, and the rolling heat seemed to be spreading throughout her body. She raised her hands to cover her cheeks, trying to hide her blush, but her mind repeatedly echoed the touch of the kiss just now, as well as Su Chen's extremely gentle Oni. That affectionate kiss, as if with magic power, completely stirred up the lake of her heart, leaving her unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 36. Su Kan has no hype at all, this is the real man. The thunderous applause exploded, almost toppling the ceiling of the classroom. The students under the stage looked like they had just watched the ending of an amazing movie, their faces red with excitement. My god! What kind of acting was that just now? Su Kan is also too good at it. A few girls even stood up in excitement, waving their fists and screaming at the top of their lungs. Oba! Oba is the most handsome. Chan. Number 1 in acting. Although the boys were not that exaggerated, the expression they looked at Su Kan was also full of complexity. There was marvel, admiration, and even a bit of worship. Su Kan stood in place, as if the person who had just kissed deeply was not him. He raised his hand and pressed downward, signaling everyone to calm down. Be quiet, classmates. His voice was not loud, but it carried a convincing power. It's still class time, and Mr. Su has to continue his lecture. These words reminded the crowd, as well as Su Huijing, who was still frozen on the podium. As if waking up from a dream, she subconsciously raised her hand and touched her lips, where the burning temperature seemed to still remain. Her heart was beating so hard that it was like carrying a rabbit thumping against her chest. That kiss just now. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, her fingers shaking a little as she gathered the broken hair around her ear. The heat in her cheeks wouldn't subside for a moment, so she had to try to tense her expression to look professional. Her eyes swept across the stage, finally landing back on the boy who had returned to his seat and was sitting upright. Su Huijing cleared her throat, her voice carrying a hint of imperceptible raspiness. Cough. Students, just now, you should have all felt it. She tried to make her tone sound smooth. Student Su Kan's performance was very good. What he just portrayed is the kind of restrained yet raging emotions when reuniting after a long time, a textbook-level model. She paused and looked at Su Kan with complex eyes. It's no exaggeration to say that this is already a level that even some mature actors may not be able to achieve. In time, I believe that student Su Kan will definitely become the brightest rising star in the acting circle. Applause rang out in the classroom once again, this time even more enthusiastically. The girls were honored and chattered excitedly. And some of the boys who were still in the mindset of watching the audience before, at this moment, they also couldn't help but nod their heads, and the way they looked at Su Kan completely changed. This dude is really something. Su Kan seemed to be oblivious to all this, just quietly sitting there and flipping through the textbook. Order was barely restored in the classroom, the lectures resumed, but an indescribable commotion filled the air. Many of the students, especially the girls, appeared to be listening to the lecture, but their afterglances were always unconsciously drifting towards that figure by the window. Congratulations to the host. The mission was completed beautifully. Magic's cheerful voice sounded in Su Kan's mind. A stream of warmth was quietly injected into all the limbs and bones. Mission reward, stamina value +2. Physical strength value 19, physical strength value 21. Su Kan moved his shoulders and felt his body lighten up quite a bit. Are there any other quests? He asked casually. No more for now, Magic replied. This kind of limited time quest can be encountered, depends on luck law. The shrill bell finally rang, as if untying some kind of bondage. Su Huijing almost fled to pack up her lesson plan, and before she left, she paused and looked in Su Kan's direction, her voice still carrying a bit of unnatural tightness. Student Su Kan, come out with me for a moment. On the corridor, people were coming and going. Su Huijing stopped by the window, avoiding the flow of people, before she turned around. She didn't dare to look directly at Su Kan, her fingers unconsciously curling her hanging hair. That thing in class just now, thank you for cooperating. Teacher is polite, for the sake of teaching. Su Kan replied, dripping with water. Su Huijing's cheeks were a little hot again. She quickly pulled out her cell phone. If it's convenient, add a kakao? In the future. Well, if there are any problems with academics, you can communicate at any time. The finger tapped twice on the screen and called up the QR code. Su Chan scanned the code and added it. Okay, teacher. Aha. Su Huijing answered, almost immediately put away her cell phone, turned around and hurriedly left. Her back was all a bit hasty. Just as she left, a warm and soft body stuck up from behind, carrying a familiar perfume odor. Su Chan Zhanglan's mushy voice rang out, her arm wrapped around his arm. You were great just now. Acted so well. Su Kan didn't move and drew back his arm. Zhanglan's timeless clinginess was just the right thing to utilize. Something like a fan backup club had to be grasped in the hands of one's own people to be secure. There is something for you to do. Su Chan looked at her sideways. What is it? You say. Zhanglan's eyes shone brightly with an obedient look. Go online and organize my backup club. Su Kan's tone was flat, but carried a force that could not be refused. Those existing fan groups, you also find a way to add to them, and it's best to mix in with the management. Ah. Good. Zhanglan froze for a moment, and then became excited. This was the first time Su Kan had taken the initiative to arrange a task for her. No problem. I'll take care of it. Seeing her cock-blooded look, Su Kan nodded his head. Although this girl was annoying, her execution should be okay. After sending Zhanglan away, he was about to go back to the classroom when he bumped into the hurriedly traveling director Jiao. Su Kan, come with me to the office. Director Jiao had a serious expression. In the office, the door was closed, isolating the hustle and bustle outside. Director Jiao immediately became fawning. Director Jiao took out a thin piece of information from the drawer and handed it to Su Kan. Checked it. He said with a smile on his face, the one you're looking for, Wu Junyan, is now in our school. Su Kan took the information and flipped it open. The equipment manager of the dance theater department. Director Jiao added, just joined not long ago. Su Kan nodded his head, sort of recognizing Director Zhao's work. His tone was flat. Well, I understand, I'll leave first. I'll come back to you if something comes up. Director Zhao's face piled up with smiles, and his waist bent even lower, nodding his head repeatedly. Yes, anytime Su Kan's classmate commands, you can come find me anytime. Sukan got up and left the office. His footsteps did not stop, walking straight towards the direction of the dance theater department. His goal was clear, pointing directly at that equipment administrator, Woo Junyan, and that computer that might have a useful system. Walking on the campus road, the surroundings gradually became lively, many girls' gazes fell on him, and whispers reached his ears. "Hey, look guys, is that Sukan?" A girl pulled her companion's sleeve, lowering her voice, but with obvious excitement. "Which Sukan?" Her companion didn't react for a moment. "It's that the Sukan who's been super hot on the internet lately. The one who saved Seo Nari." The previous girl's eyes shone brightly, her tone full of surprise. Today he even sent a video to clarify, saying that he and Suneli are just ordinary friends. It's not the kind of relationship the internet said at all. "Wow, really?" The companion also came to be interested, carefully sizing up Sukan who walked past. TSK. So responsible? A guy would actually take the initiative to clarify his relationship with Seo Nari? If it was anyone else, they would be eager to use the opportunity to hype it up, who would push traffic outwards. That's right. The girl who spoke first spoke with an affirmative tone, with a bit of admiration. That's why it's called a real man. Chapter 37. I'll take the computer that can modify my life profile. Sukan didn't pay much attention to the various looks and whispers cast around him. Occasionally there were students he knew or didn't know who greeted him warmly. He just nodded politely, his mind was not on it at all. 10 minutes later, he followed the route given by Director Jiao, making 7 turns and 8 detours, and finally found that remote independent hut behind the Department of Dance and Theater building. The place was indeed secluded enough. The surrounding area was a bit desolate, the weeds were almost growing to the windowsill, and compared to the brand new teaching building not far away, it looked out of place. This environment, quite in line with the description of Woo Junyan's hiding place in the original. Su Chan went forward and raised his hand to knock on the wooden door that looked a bit old. Da. There was no movement inside. He pushed the door again, it was locked and could not be pushed. Su Chan frowned, patiently knocked a few more times, the force was heavier. Just when he was wondering whether to kick the door directly, the door click sound from the inside was pulled open a crack. A man poked his head out, his hair was a bit messy, sweat beads were still hanging on his forehead, and his breathing was a bit rapid, as if he was just working on something. He looked Sukan up and down warily and opened his mouth to ask, "Who are you looking for?" A line of information clearly surfaced on the man's forehead. Woo Junyan, 27 years old, owner of a universal resume. Found. Su Chan immediately put on a harmless smile on his face, and his tone became like an ordinary student who came to do business. "May I ask if this is Mr. Woo Junyan?" "I'm a student from the 3rd class of freshman dance drama. Director Sun asked me to come and find you, saying that our class computer room lacks 2 computers and asked me to come and move them." He casually made up a reason that sounded reasonable. Woo Junyan froze for a moment, seemingly trying to recall if there was such a thing, but seeing that Sukan was wearing a school uniform and mentioning the department's Director Sun, the vigilance on his face slackened quite a bit. He raised his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead, sidestepped out of the way, and responded vaguely, "Oh, computer off. Well, then you come in." While he said this, he turned around and walked toward the house, and muttered, "Let me see where I put it, I have to look for it." Su Chan followed him into the house. The light in the hut was not really bright, there were various electronic equipment parts and boxes piled up everywhere, and there was a faint dusty smell in the air. Su Can's attention quickly swept through the surroundings, and soon settled on an old desk in the corner. There was a computer, the main case was old, but the screen was still on, displaying the desktop background. This is it. Su Chan had a bottom in his heart, but on his face, he did not move, watching Woo Junyan still rummaging behind a pile of discarded monitors. Without making a sound, Sukan quietly walked over to that old desk and sat down. His movements were natural, as if he was just looking for a random place to rest his feet. His eyes fell on the old humming computer on the desktop. Woo Junyan was rummaging through a pile of clutter with his back to him when he heard the chair behind him and jerked back. When he saw Sukan sitting right in front of that computer, his face bristled and he practically lunged over. "Classmate." His voice was dry, blocking between Sukan and the computer, his hand subconsciously pressed on the main chassis. This one is too worn out, the screen is all blown out, don't look at this." His breathing was a little short, and sweat broke out again on his forehead. Su Chan lifted his head, his face still had that harmless smile. "Teacher, I see that it's not easy for you to find it here. Director Sun's side is pressing hard, why don't I just take this one first? It's fine as long as it works." These words were like stepping on Woo Junyan's tail. He rubbed his hands, sweat sliding down his temples, his tone more eager. Don't, classmate, really can't. This machine has a lot of problems, I can't use it. This machine has a lot of problems, I immediately find you too good, new." He emphasized new, but his body did not have the slightest intention to move away. "It's fine, teacher." Sukan's tone was relaxed, but his finger was already reaching for the power button. "It's fine if it can be turned on, I'll turn it off first." "Stop." A low roar came out of Woo Junyan's mouth, his voice sharp and frightening. The air instantly froze. He also seemed to realize that he had overreacted and hurriedly squeezed out a stiff smile and slowed down his tone. I said, I'll find you a new one. Su-chan's finger was already reaching for the power button, the harmless smile on his face not moving at all. Teacher, it's fine, I think this one is just fine. Director Sun's side is still waiting, I'll move away first, you can take your time to find the remaining one. The veins on Su Junyan's temples jutted out, his teeth clenched, and sweat soaked the messy hair on his forehead. Classmate. I said. This station is not good to use. I'll find you a new one, don't make me say it again. His voice was hoarse, permeated with suppressed agitation. Su-chan didn't seem to hear the threat in his words, instead he smiled. What are you saying, teacher? A computer is fine, as long as it works. Well, I'll take this one. He said, making a gesture to press the shutdown button, and went to unplug the power cord with his hand. Wu Junyan was completely enraged, his eyes flashed a trace of madness. He violently turned around, copied a wooden chair next to him that had accumulated dust, swung it round and smashed it towards Su-chan's head. The sound of whistling wind rang out. This guy, he really dares to make a move? Su-chan gave a cold snort in his heart, and was too lazy to spend any more time with him. With a thought, time pause, was launched. The world was instantly frozen. Wu Junyan held the chair high in the air, the hideous expression on his face frozen, maintaining his forward lunge posture, stalled in mid-air, like an inferior sculpture. Su-chan sidestepped the hovering chair, stretched out his fingers, and gave a gentle push on the stiff body. With a muffled sound, Wu Junyan fell straight onto the cold concrete floor like a block of wood, raising a cloud of dust. There was still time to spare. Su-chan walked to the old computer and sat down, surrounded by a dead silence, only the main chassis fan is still humming in vain. He skillfully operated the keyboard and mouse, a few shortcuts went down, and a rather rudimentary-looking background management interface popped up on the screen. It was the very page that Wu Junyan had just been operating on, before he had the time to close it. On the screen was the personal profile of Ms. Su Huijing, the status of which was editing, obviously not yet saved. The edited content was blindingly obvious. Co Hai Young, owed 1 billion won. As expected, this was the case. Su-chan's heart did not have any waves, everything was the same as what was written in the plot. This Wu Junyan, really a thief's heart. This kind of thing, keep it, is also a curse. Su-chan did not hesitate to select that line of text, pressed the delete button, and cleared the edit box. After confirming that there were no errors, he shut down the background program, then sharply shut down the computer and unplugged the power cords of the host and monitor. After doing all this, he stood up and glanced at Wu Junyan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Su-chan lifted his foot and added a kick to the position between his legs without any hesitation. A dull impact sound. Su-chan bent down, picked up the main chassis with one hand and clamped the monitor with the other, easily like holding two books. He turned around and walked out of this dim and cluttered hut without looking back, leaving the frozen time behind him and Wu Junyan, who was sprawled on the floor, behind the door. Chapter 38. The paper towel is a little wet, auntie, you must misunderstand. Light and shadow distorted, and in the next second, Su-chan was already standing in his familiar room. He casually rested the old computer on the desk, the main case heavy with the smell of dust stained from that gloomy hut. Plugging it in, he pressed the on button. Buzz. The old fan began to struggle to rotate, emitting a continuous low sound. The screen flickered a few times, and finally lit up, reflecting Su-chan's calm face. From memory, he typed the somewhat strange administrator URL into the browser address bar. Enter. The page loaded somewhat slowly, like an old man with a stumbling gait. Finally, that rudimentary yet eerie resume system interface popped up. Su-chan's fingertips paused on the keyboard. The interface was familiar, but in the upper right corner, the edit button that should have existed was gone. It was empty. He frowned slightly, leaned forward, and refreshed the page again. Still nothing. What's going on? Several thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Possibility 1, this computer was bound to Junyan Wu's identity, and only he himself could activate the editing function? However, he was clearly in Wu Junyan's hut just now, and used this computer to delete Su Huijing's record of owing $1 billion. This means that at least the deletion operation does not require special authentication. So, the editing privileges are independent? Possibly 2, this system is geographically restricted, and you must be within a specific range of that lodge, or connected to a specific network, to use the editing function? For example, an internal campus network? He's using his room's network right now, and that's a real variable. Possibly 3, Junyan Wu himself can only access the edit function? Although he could perform the deletion operation, it didn't mean he had full access? Su-chan ruled out most of the first possibility, but was unable to completely dismiss the special nature of Wu Junyan's personal permissions on the editing function. The other possibilities needed to be verified one by one. This universal resume, when used properly, was definitely a great weapon, and could be said to be the power of the world's rules. He must get his hands on it. Su-chan unconsciously tapped his fingers on the desktop, staring at the vacant position on the screen. Since he had returned home, that afternoon class, Su-chan was also too lazy to go back, whether he attended or not had little impact. The first floor was quiet, no one was in the living room. Auntie and AI is not at home? He turned around downstairs again, it was indeed empty. At this time, a vague singing sound came from upstairs. Suchan followed the sound to the second floor, and judged that the singing was coming from the bathroom, and it was Auntie Unai's voice with a bit of a lazy tone. Bathroom door is hidden, a gap is not wide, there are constantly dense hot air wafted out, with the aroma of shower gel. Suchan was just about to turn around and go downstairs, when the bathroom door was pulled open from the inside with a click. Zhang Yunai walked out almost unclothed, her wet hair still dripping. Ah! Young Yunai screamed, her hands scrambling to cover the vitals in front of her body, and she retreated into the bathroom like an electric shock, the door being brought heavily closed. From inside came her slightly panicked voice, Can? Why are you back so early? Sukan stood in place, nothing rippling on his face, and responded calmly through the door, I don't have class in the afternoon. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his room. After a short while, Zhengyun AI appeared at the door of Sukan's room fully dressed. Her freshly bathed cheeks were still flushed, and when she thought about how she had just been looked at by Sukan, the heat wouldn't subside. She really couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow in immediately. She took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. Kanchan is just at the age of blood and vigor, seeing that kind of scene, surely he will have wild thoughts, right? A thought surfaced in her mind, making her cheeks burn even hotter. She decided that she might as well take this opportunity to help Kankan with the young man's troubles. Gathering her emotions, she raised her hand and knocked on the door, her voice as gentle as she could put it, Kankan, are you in the house? Sukan's voice came out from inside, yes, Auntie. Right at this moment, Magic learned the electronic voice of the system, with a few degrees of urgency, and suddenly rang in his head. Warning! Special situation detected, triggering an urgent mission. A translucent mission box appeared. Emergency time limited mission, within 3 minutes, raid Zheng NAI. Mission failure, all values 10. Mission reward, Demon King's Treasury Key Fragment X3. The failure penalty was actually a reduction of 10 in all attributes? But the rewards, Treasury Key Fragments were given 3 at a time. Sukan's heart skipped a beat, this risk and reward, it was a world of difference. However, this task came really at the right time. The charming accident just now, Zhengyun AI's current consternation, and the slightly unusual gentle tone when she knocked on the door. Everything, it seems that the road is paved. Wasting the opportunity? That wasn't his style. A thought took shape in his mind, as fast as lightning. He adjusted his breathing, his voice couldn't hear any ripples, and responded to the door, yes, Auntie. Zheng NAI asked again, then is it convenient for me to come in? Su Chan heard the deliberateness in her voice and the hint of imperceptible nervousness, and the plan was set in his mind. He purposely pretended to have his hands full, his voice carrying a bit of deliberate nervousness, Auntie, wait a moment. In fact, he hadn't done anything but lazily lean back in his chair and swipe his cell phone. He quickly got up, drew a few paper towels, and picked up the glass of water on the table, poured some water on the paper towels, wiped them casually, then crumpled the wet paper towels into a ball and threw them into the trash can in the corner with precision. The last one, he clutched in the palm of his hand. Only after doing this did he raise his voice and call out, all right, Auntie, come in. Zheng NAI pushed the door in. Just in time to see Sukan turn around in a slight panic, his hand still pinching a small ball of partially wet paper towels. Her mind instantly buzzed, and certain images popped up uncontrollably. In an instant, her cheeks reddened completely. Zheng NAI forced down her heart's panic and took several deep breaths before she managed to calm her wildly beating heart down a bit. She walked over to Sukan's bedside and sat down, trying to squeeze out a gentle smile, even though the flush on her cheeks hadn't completely faded. This child, being so old, was at the peak of his energy. I blame myself, I was too careless just now, or I wouldn't have let him run into that kind of scene and make it so awkward now. Zhengyun AI softly looked at Sukan, her voice was put a little lighter, Can. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. Where is Auntie? Well, can understand. At your age, there are some things. Well, that you're too embarrassed to talk about, Auntie understands. She gently patted Sukan's arm, as if she was pacifying a child who was in trouble. Don't worry, this kind of thing, Auntie definitely won't say anything, so you don't need to feel embarrassed. It's not like there are any outsiders here. Chapter 39 Can don't be afraid, Auntie can help you. 2:55. Time slipped away second by second. Sukan let the tips of his ears quietly redden as he pretended to shyly lower his eyelids and his head followed suit, like a child who had done something wrong. Auntie, I'm not too embarrassed to say this to you. The heat that had just dissipated from young Unai's face surged back up and she coughed unnaturally, her throat a little dry. Can, it's okay, there's Auntie. The voice was put extremely softly, with a bit of coaxing. Auntie didn't tell you last time, it's not good to be like that by yourself. So, Auntie help you. The moment this fell, Sukan violently raised his head, his eyes penetrated a few points of disbelief, looking straight at Zheng and AI. Auntie. Really, really? Is this okay? The air seemed to pause for a few seconds. As if she had finally made up her mind, Zhangyun Ae no longer hesitated and nodded her head heavily. Well, auntie will help you. As soon as the words fell, Sukin moved over from the bed almost immediately, moving with the characteristic impulsiveness of a young man, his long arms stretched out and firmly hooked Zhangyun Ae's waist beside the bed. Chan Chan. Zhangyun Ae's words were blocked before they could be uttered. Sukin let go of her with a bit of teenage confusion and scratched his head. Auntie. Zhangyun Ae's cheeks were so red that they could drip blood, but she rippled a smile with shyness. She reached out and gave a gentle push. Time seemed like it was infinitely stretched, and like it had passed in a flash. Zhangyun Ai heartwarming value +1. Zhangyun Ai's heartwarming value +2. Zhangyun Ai's heartbeat value +2. Zhangyun Ai's heartbeat value +1. Zhangyun Ai's heart value is 100. Zhangyun Ai wiped the fine beads of sweat oozing out from the corners of her forehead. She gasped for breath a little bit and her cheeks burned so much that she got up and quickly ran out of Su Chan's room like she was escaping. Congratulations, congratulations, ha! Another SS class goddess has been raided and the mission has been completed. Devil Magic's cheerful voice rang out. Air LV6, Air LV7. Time suspension LV4, time suspension LV5. Instant shift LV3, instant shift LV4. Demon King shock LV3, Demon King shock LV4. Accompanied by a series of system beeps, a dripping red eyeball levitated out of thin air in front of Su Can and also emitted the jumpy voice of the demon. I actually have an entity. Wow! Su, can you upgrade it and actually made me have an entity? That red eyeball waved around excitedly in mid-air, drifting up and down. Sukin frowned, a little impatient. Can you stop wiggling? Beware of being seen. And la, the eyeball spun around proudly. It won't happen, others can't see me. Unlocked new ability, Demon King's Weird Power LV1. Devil King's Weirdness, part of the Devil King's Weirdness, Amazing Weirdness. As the level increases, the stronger the weirdness becomes. Unlocked new ability, Demon Effect LV1, Demon Effect. Demon Effect, Demon King's aura is displayed, different from Shocking Power, an ability that transforms charisma into adoration from the opposite sex. As the level rises, the effect rises with it. A strange warm current instantly ran through Su Can's entire body, like a subtle electric current, and after it was crispy, what was left behind was an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Strength, a tangible sense of power filled the limbs and bones. Sukin stood up and casually clenched his fists. The bone joints made a slight crunching sound. It felt like he could punch through the wall. He walked downstairs, through the empty living room, to the road outside. The afternoon sun was a bit shaky, and he squinted, glancing around, quickly locking onto an old tree that had grown rather thickly on the side of the road. No one was passing by in the surrounding area. Sukin walked to the tree and took a deep breath, recalling the feeling of that surge of power just now, then swung his fist violently. Bang! With a muffled sound, his fist actually did sink into the rough bark of the tree, leaving a clear fist mark. But immediately afterward, a sharp pain that drilled into his heart came from his finger bones and quickly spread to his entire palm. Sukin drew in a breath of cold air and violently pulled out his fist. His right hand was already skinned and drenched in blood. He frowned tightly and shook his hand. It seemed that this strange power was there, but his physical strength was still far from being able to keep up. With that punch just now, the physical strength consumption was also much greater than expected. It seemed that prioritizing the attribute points on physical strength was indeed the right choice. Release demonic effect. Sukin recited silently in his heart. In a flash, it was as if a faint, almost materialized aura swirled around him, with a bit of a demonic pinkish-purple halo, like a special effect that would only appear in a comic. It was a bit middle-aged. Su Chan lost his smile in his heart. Right at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed that not far away, a few boys wearing the uniforms of the nearby high school were pushing and shoving another boy who looked a bit skinny and weak, turning into a narrow alley nearby. Su Chan casually scanned the information of those bullies and didn't pay much attention to it. But the information floating above the head of the boy they were holding stopped him in his tracks. Gao Jianxiong, 18 years old, high school student. Gao Jianxiong? Su Chan recalled, this name was a bit familiar. Right, in the original story, this kid later became one of Zhu Yurong's core assistants. In the plot, it seems that it was Gao Jianxiong who was bullied this time, and then was saved by Zhu Yurong, and only then hitched a ride on the line of Gao Jianxiong's mother. The corner of Su Can's mouth hooked up an imperceptible arc, stepped away and walked towards the gloomy Hadong. Sukin walked to the entrance of the alley. Under the dim light, 7 or 8 figures are surrounding a person. Under the count, there are 2 girls, the rest are all big-waisted boys. Poor Gao Jianxiong has been forced to kneel on the ground. A few boys are taking turns to violence, punching and kicking. What is more disgusting is that there is a girl holding a cell phone on the side. The camera is aimed at the teenager kneeling and begging for mercy, laughing and recording this unbearable picture. A trace of disgust flashed between Su Can's brows, and he walked straight in, without half a word of nonsense. Lifting his hand was a vicious slap, accurately slapping on the back of the head of the boy closest to him. Puff! That boy didn't even react, and fell forward like a puddle of mud, landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. The sudden turn of events caused the bullies to turn around violently, their fierce gazes shooting in unison at Su-kan, as if questioning, "Where did you come from? Who are you? Looking for death?" A yellow hair in the lead roared angrily, and shouted colorfully towards the little brothers behind him, "Brothers, give me on." Several high school students responded viciously, waving their fists and rushed up, shouting and cursing, instantly filling the narrow alley. Su-kan's eyes turned cold, and instead of retreating, he advanced, grabbed the hair of the most forward-rushing boy, like picking up a small chicken, and violently flung it downwards. Bang! The boy's head hit the ground hard, letting out a toothache-inducing muffled sound. Miserable screams instantly cut through the air, nosebleeds mixed with tears splashed in all directions, and the ground was smashed out of a shallow crater, which was shocking to the eyes. The boys who were originally still raging, as if they had been cast a fixation spell, they all stopped in their tracks, the ferocity on their faces instantly solidified, replaced by a deep fear. They looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes, as if what they saw was not a person, but a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. "You, who the hell are you? Mind your own business." The leading yellow hair's voice trembled a little, colorfully standing back, trying to salvage some face with his words. Chapter 40. A good man doing good things has lost the character of the Demon King. Su-kan dusted off the corner of his coat, as if he had done an insignificant little thing, before he slowly raised his head. His eyes coldly swept over the group of shivering teenagers. His tone was flat, but carried a chilling sense of oppression. "I am his brother." Su-kan pointed to Gao Jianxiong, who was kneeling on the ground and had long been scared silly, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a mocking arc. "You guys are bullying my younger brother, you say? Can I control it?" Several boys' faces were a shade of green and white, obviously not believing Su-kan's words. Their suspicious gazes darted back and forth between Gao Jianxiong and Su-kan. Less ing pretending. An extraordinarily burly boy bravely rushed up again, waving his sandbag-sized fist towards Su-kan's face, wanting to use brute force to even the score. A trace of disdain flashed in Su-kan's eyes, and he didn't even bother to dodge, just lightly lifting a foot. Bang! A dull impact sound rang out. The burly boy flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, his body ruthlessly hit the wall, and then slid down helplessly, curled up into a ball, his mouth overflowing with bloody liquid, convulsing in pain. This time, the remaining few boys completely collapsed. Those few ran faster than a rabbit and were gone in the blink of an eye. The boys who were still arrogant earlier rolled and crawled to escape from the alley. Only one guy who was kicked off was assisted by his companions, but he still didn't forget to turn around and put down a colorful and vicious sentence. "You wait. I'll make you look good next time." Su-chan didn't take this seriously at all, and his attention fell on the two girls who didn't move at the same place. One of them, named Zhang Zhihui, still had shocked tear stains on her face, but she held herself up and raised her cell phone, her trembling fingers barely able to grip it. You're finished." Her voice was frail, but she tried to look fierce. "You say you're Gao Jianxiong's brother? That would be an adult. You hit us, you hit a minor. I've recorded it all. I'm going to call the police and report you." "Ha! How dare you threaten him with this?" Su-chan felt amused in his heart, and his thoughts moved. Demon King Shock and Demon Effect were launched at the same time. An invisible, palpitating pressure suddenly descended, as if the air had frozen, carrying a dull sense of suffocation. At the same time, a layer of extremely faint, demonic pinkish-purple light seemed to permeate Su-kan's body, which wasn't actual light, but more like a kind of aura that distorted the senses, setting him off in a way that was both dangerous and fascinating. He took a step forward, moving so fast that the girl couldn't even react in time, and the cell phone in her hand was already snatched away. Click! Without hesitation, Su-kan threw the phone on the ground and stomped on it. The screen shattered in response, making a crisp ringing sound, completely scrapping it. This time, it was as if the last straw that crushed the camel. The two girls' bodies trembled violently, as if all their strength had been drained away. Their legs softened, and they actually cried out with a wow sound, sitting on the ground at the same time. "Oh, I was wrong," Zhang Zhihui cried, unable to catch her breath, her face full of fear and remorse. Zhang Zhihui heartwarming value 100, 18 years old, little time A. The system prompt popped out abruptly. Immediately after, another girl, Zhang Xiaoman, also cried out and opened her mouth, but her voice carried a strange, almost pleading tone. "Gugu. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do anything bad ever again. Forgive me, please." Zhang Xiaoman heart value 100, 18 years old, little sister. Zhang Zhihui also hurriedly followed suit, wiping her tears while looking up, tearfully looking at Su-kan. "Yes, Gugu, please let us go." "Gugij?" Su-kan stood in place, looking at the ground crying with rain, attitude 180 degrees big turn of the two little sister, and in the mind of the two bright red heart value 100 prompt, for a moment, really a little did not react. This heartwarming value is not up a little too fast? Demon Effect, so overbearing? These two young girls. Like this one? Su-chan muttered in his heart, probably they're kind of rebellious young girls. They ate the tough and domineering set, and as a result, they were catalyzed by their own just now a few times, together with the devil effect, and directly brushed the good feelings. Oh bah. Jiang Zhihui wiped her tears dry, still with tear stains on her face, but she had already changed her expression to one of near infatuation and boldly shouted, "I like you." Next to her, Zhang Xiaoman was not willing to show weakness and hurriedly shouted after her, "Me too. Gugu, go out with me. I'm super well behaved." This. Su Chan was a bit speechless. Are all the high school students nowadays so brave? Straight away, they confessed their love. Sukan cleared his throat, his expression somewhat helpless. "Jiang Zhihui, Zhang Xiaoman, you two are still high school students." He paused, his tone slowed down a bit, with a bit of an adult tone. "If you guys are like this, it bothers me a lot. Hey. Come back to me when you guys are in college." He turned his words to Gao Jianxiong, who was still kneeling on the ground, and commanded the two girls, "Also, in the future, be nicer to my brother, and don't bully him anymore." "Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, Oba. We won't dare again, Gidge." As if they had been granted amnesty, the two of them nodded their heads and supported each other, almost running out of the alley as if they had fled. Only Sukan and the still frozen Gao Jianxiong remained in the narrow alley. Sukan did not look at him, turned around and headed out of the hudong. "Let's go." "Ha? Oh." Only then did Gao Jianxiong wake up as if from a dream, staggered up and quickly followed, "Big brother. Thank you for saving me. How can I repay you?" He carefully followed behind Sukan's side, tilting his head to look at this person who had suddenly appeared to save him. "Big brother, I still don't know your name." Sukan's footsteps didn't stop, his voice came over flatly, "Just call me Sukan." Oh, okay, brother Can." Gao Jianxiong hurriedly nodded his head, his tone filled with gratitude and a little bit of currying favor. "Brother Can, it's almost dinner time, why don't you go home with me? My mom's beef soup and rice is delicious." The opportunity came. Sukan slightly paused in his footsteps and answered, "Alright, lead the way." Without walking far, Gao Jianxiong pointed to an inconspicuous small store at the corner of the street. The store was not big, the signboard was a bit old, with the words "Xiong Family Soup and Rice" written on it, revealing a homely flavor. "Brother Chan, this is the place." Gao Jianxiong slightly excitedly pushed open the glass door. A rich aroma of beef soup mixed with the slight acidity of kimchi came to the face, instantly stimulating people's appetite. The store was cleaned up quite well, the tables and chairs were a bit old, but polished. There are already a few tables of guests buried in the meal, making the satisfying sound of sucking soup. Su Chan followed into the store, his heart still calculating what just happened. Luckily, he didn't mess up any temporary tasks. Those two young girls were troublesome, but they were finally dealt with. Creatures like high school students are emotionally unstable, and it's a fishy thing to get into. He had just thought so, when an icy cold beep suddenly sounded in his head, interrupting his thoughts. Host's kind behavior is out of character for a demon king, arbitrary ability level 1. Immediately after, he felt a subtle peeling sensation. Time suspension LV5, time suspension LV4. Su Chan's footsteps paused for a moment. What the hell? There's a punishment for this? Letting two high school girls go was kind? Isn't there something wrong with this demon king's standards? Chapter 41, Soup Restaurant Owner's Wife is a Big Beautiful Woman. Gao Jianxiong noticed that the person beside him slowed down his steps and his face sank a few points. His heart was suddenly in a state of confusion. He hurriedly came forward and asked in a low voice. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Is it not appetizing? Sukan suppressed his heart's bellyaching about that bowl system and casually waved his hand. Nothing, lead the way in front. Oh. Gao Jianxiong breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly nodded his head and led the way forward. Big brother, don't worry, my mom's beef soup and rice, it's a masterpiece. I'm sure you'll want to eat it again. He shouted at the top of his voice towards the store. Mom. I've brought my friend back. Hey. I heard you, Xiao Xiong, you take care of it first, Mom will be right back. A clear and bright female voice with a bit of softness drifted out from the greasy and smoky back kitchen. Just listening to the voice makes people think. Big brother, you sit over here, this side is clean. Gao Jianxiong attentively pulled open a chair against the wall, but also deliberately with the sleeve carefully wiped twice, before jogging to the front of the freezer, took 2 bottles of ice-cold soda, snap a pry open with a screwdriver. This set of actions in a smooth flow, through a stream of deliberately pleasing to the skillful strength. This kid, ass kissing is practiced. Su Chan commented in his heart, sat down without moving, and surveyed this small store. The area was not large, a few semi-old tables and chairs, but it was cleaned up exceptionally well. Not even grease stains could be seen on the desktop, and there were a few pots of greenery in the corners, so it could be seen that the owner's intention was evident. Big brother, you wait a moment, I'll tell my mom, let her add meat for you. Gao Jianxiong put down his soda and rushed into the back kitchen again like a gust of wind. Not a moment later, the few scattered diners in the store also finished eating and left. Gao Jianxiong poked his head out of the kitchen, saw no one outside, a few steps to run over, clatter sound to pull down half of the roller shutter door, and the glass door on the business flipped to rest. The door was closed, and the glass door was flipped from open to closed. Big brother, so that no one will disturb you, my mom said, today will definitely take out their skills to treat you well. He had a look of you can rest assured that I'll do my job on his face. As soon as his words fell, a sound of unhurried footsteps rang out from behind the curtain that led from the back kitchen to the store hall. The curtain was lifted and a woman walked out. Su-chan raised his eyes to look. Oh. Pretty. Not the kind of small family's clear beauty, but a bright color with a mature style, with features so delicate that they looked like they were painted, and fair skin, especially in the reflection of this slightly plain small store, it looked even more eye-catching. What's worse, that simple housecoat couldn't hide the ripples in front of her body, the bulging curves were thrilling. This has to have right? Gao Jianxiong this kid. From childhood nutrition enough can Su-chan's heart popped up such an untimely thought. He looked to the pink line of information at the top of her head. Name, Lu Meiyuan. Identity, soup restaurant owner's wife. Age, 37. Heartbeat, 30. Manga, Shibuya eyes. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Face value 96. Rank, SS Goddess. Rating progress, 30%. It's really hard to tell that she's a 37-year-old woman with a half-grown son. Her body is too well maintained, and her skin is too delicate for words. Especially the small beauty mole on the left chest, in this slightly dim light, adding a bit of indescribable flavor. The woman walked over with a steaming stone pot, placing it steadily in front of Su-can, and the thick fragrance of the beef soup instantly exploded. She had a warm and decent smile on her face. Thank you for helping our Xiaoxiong, thank you so much. The voice was soft and glutinous. You're welcome, sister, Su-can naturally picked up, I just stopped by to do a favor, I'm not used to seeing those bullies. Egu, still sister, Lu Meiyuan was called by him and arched her eyebrows, ranting as if, calling auntie is the right thing to do, I'm an old woman. Lu Meiyuan's heartwarming value plus 20. In this rant, there was an obvious happiness. Gao Jianxiong also hurriedly sat down and picked up chopsticks. The three people surrounded the small table, and the atmosphere was cordial. Su-can scooped a spoonful of soup, blew and sent it into her mouth. The temperature was just right, the flavor was mellow and fresh, it was indeed extraordinary. It's so delicious, sister, this beef soup tastes fantastic, fragrant, and moist. He sincerely praised. Gao Jianxiong immediately puffed out his chest on the side, with honor, that's right. Big brother, let me tell you, my mom's beef soup has won an award. Lu Meiyuan raised her hand and gently patted her son's arm. When she looked at Su-can, there seemed to be something more in those beautiful eyes. Don't listen to Xiaoxiang's blind boasts, it's just the neighbors holding out and doing a little business to make ends meet. She paused, her tone a few points softer. If it's delicious you can eat more, see you're not a few years older than my family's little Xiong, if you don't mind, I'll call you Kanchan? Okay, sister. Su-can agreed to Lu Meiyuan's name. The heat in Lu Meiyuan's cheeks rose again, she leaned forward slightly and came close to Su-can's ear, her voice was suppressed low, with a bit of rancor and a bit of helplessness. Io, don't call sister anymore, it's weirdly embarrassing to hear. She glanced quickly at her son who was burying his head in his food, and her voice was even lower, Xiaoxiong is still here. The little blush spread from the roots of her ears, adding a few more moving colors to her already bright face. It's okay, sister, Su-chan's tone was relaxed, as if he didn't hear the blush in her words, Xiaoxiong is a good boy, he won't think too much, right Xiaoxiong? He inclined his head to look at Gao Jianxiong. Gao Jianxiong immediately stopped his chopsticks and raised his head to respond, aha. I'll listen to big brother. After saying that, he hurriedly lowered his head again and took a big mouthful of rice, as if he was going to bury himself in the bowl. Eat more, big brother, mom's soup and rice is delicious. Right at this moment, a panel appeared in Su-can's mind. Issuing an urgent raider mission. Raid Lu Meiyuan within half an hour. During the mission, you may not use the Eye of the Demon King. Mission failure, deduct LV1 experience. Mission reward, key fragment X1, reward LV2 level. It's really here. Su-can's heart moved slightly, it was similar to what he expected, the system really wouldn't be idle in this kind of situation. Raiding the mission. And still not allowed to use that cheat-like ability? Kind of interesting. The penalty for failure was a demotion, but the reward was exceptionally generous, a direct promotion of 2 levels plus a key fragment. Risk and reward coexist, that's more like it. Chapter 42, Half-Hour Limit Raider Quest. The demon's voice, with a few hints of gloating, resounded in his mind at the right time. This time, you've really been given a hard time, actually restricting the use of the Demon King's eye. This is also my lord's test for you. Su-chan snorted coldly in his heart and replied back, shut up. Not allowing the use of the Eye of the Demon King, half an hour to handle one you just met? Do you think I'm a god? The devil's voice was teasing, don't pretend, you are the holder of 99 charm value and 95 face value. Usually, you always brag that you're a good operator, now try it? Gao Jianxiong was burying his head in his rice, noticing that his big brother beside him had stopped his chopsticks and had a thoughtful look on his face. He hurriedly raised his head. He carefully asked, big brother, why don't you eat? Is it my mom's cooking not good? Su-can retrieved his thoughts, no longer paying attention to the demonic magic in his head, and waved his hand casually at Gao Jianxiong. No, it's quite delicious. Just remembered something else. Gao Jianxiong's eyes brightened, came closer, lowered his voice, and asked mysteriously, "Big brother, you teach me superpower, right?" Sukan glanced at him, "Silly boy, where is there any superpower?" There is. Gao Jianxiong was anxious and gestured, "Big brother, you were so powerful just now, you sent the bad guy flying with one punch. That must be superpower. Moreover, how did you know my name?" Sukan had a bit of a headache and said perfunctorily, "Alright, if you say you have it, you have it. Then big brother, teach me." Gao Jianxiong had an expectant face. "Silly child, what are you talking nonsense about?" Lu Meiyuan couldn't hear it anymore, angrily slapped her son's back, then apologetically looked at Sukan. Can you don't mind Xiao Xiong is this virtue, usually at home net playing games and watching cartoons, his mind is full of some irrelevant ideas. She turned to her son, "Little Xiong, have you finished your homework? Finish eating and hurry back to the house to write homework." "I'm not." Gao Jianxiong stretched his neck, "I want to stay with big brother." Sukan looked at Gao Jianxiong, his tone was calm but carried an irrefutable meaning, "Little Xiong, be obedient, go write your homework first." "Okay." Gao Jianxiong looked at his own mom, and then looked at Sukan, and finally reluctantly stood up. He muttered in his heart, going back to his room is also playing video games, anyway, big brother said to obey. He dawdled in the direction of the back kitchen leading to the stairs. Gao Jianxiong's figure disappeared behind the curtain of the door leading to the stairs, and the small store was suddenly quiet, leaving only the low hum of the old refrigerator and the ticking sound of the wall clock's second hand moving. Under the warm yellow light, the air was filled with the rich aroma of beef soup, mixed with a hint of imperceptible fumes. Lu Meiyuan silently gathered the empty bowls on the table, her fingers trembling a little. She walked to Sukan's side, hesitated for a moment, and finally pulled out a chair and sat down, very close. "Can. Made you laugh." She lowered her head, her voice was very soft, with a bit of nasality, "Xiao Xiong, this child is also a bitter fate." Her shoulders collapsed slightly, as if she had removed her long-time disguise. "When I was young, I didn't know what to do, and I accidentally had him. His father." She pulled the corner of her mouth in a self-deprecating manner, which was quickly drowned by bitterness again, "Abandoned our mother and 2 ago is more than 10 years, even a shadow have not seen. It was all me who pulled him up alone. Xiao Xiong has been listening to his mother and sister since he was a child, and has never let me worry, and is a well-mannered and well-behaved child. He can't even refuse people. Possible kids all think he's a good bully with this kind of character. This child. I know that he has low self-esteem in his heart, and he is bullied at school, I know it all. But Her voice choked up, tears rolled down without warning, smashing on the back of her hand, "We are orphans and widows, what can we do?" She raised her hand and wiped her tears haphazardly, but the more she wiped, and her shoulders couldn't control the gentle trembling. "Honestly, as a mother, I don't even know what to do." Saying that, as if she had found her only support, her body unconsciously leaned forward and finally leaned her head on Sukan's shoulder, her warm tears soaking his clothes. "If only little Xiong was half as strong and brave as you." Lu Meiyuan heartwarming value +10. Suchan's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed, raising his hand to gently pat her trembling back. "Sister, it's okay." His voice was low and gentle, "I see that Xiao Xiong is a good kid, quite resourceful, helping him is my pleasure." He paused, his tone carrying a reassuring strength. "In the future, I will help you look after little Xiong." The woman in his arms cried harder, but it was no longer all sadness, it was more like a kind of catharsis and excitement after finding solace. "Thank you, Can. Really, thanks." She tightly grasped Sukan's arm, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Really thank you, Can. You're the first person to be so kind to Xiao Xiong." After a while, Lu Meiyuan slowly calmed down, a little embarrassed to raise her head, her cheeks and eyes are red, but added a few points of the fragile flavor that is rare to see on weekdays. Then, "Sister, can I make a request with you?" His voice was still a little hoarse, and he asked carefully. Suchan pretended to be very nervous, and there was some cold sweat on his forehead, looking down at her beautiful eyes that were water vaporized. Lu Meiyuan tilted her face up, with a hint of doubt and anticipation in her eyes. "What is it?" "It's..." Sukan came close to her ear, his warm breath brushed her ear and whispered. Lu Meiyuan's entire person seemed to be pressed the pause button, violently frozen, her eyes widened incredulously, the blood color on her face instantly faded cleanly, then it came roaring back, so red that it was almost dripping blood. Her lips opened and closed a few times before she found her voice, with shock and mortification. "What did you say? Suchan. What nonsense are you talking?" Lu Meiyuan violently bounced off his shoulder as if she had been scalded, her cheeks instantly filling with blood and turning frighteningly red. The mixture of shame and anger caused her voice to change tone. She rose haughtily, the legs of her chair scraping harshly on the floor. "Are you clear on what you just said?" Her chest heaved violently as she pointed at the door, her voice shaking. "You leave now. Immediately. Now. Just pretend we've never met. In the future. I also don't want Xiao Xiong to have any more dealings with people like you." Sukan looked at her outburst of anger and cursed a system mission pitfall in his heart, but he quickly adjusted on his face. Sister, listen to my explanation, you've misunderstood. He hurriedly stood up and tried to pacify, things are not what you think, I have a reason. He took a step forward, his eyes pleading, sister, look at my eyes. Without waiting for Lu Meiyuan to react, Su Kan's eyes steeply blossomed with a burst of demonic red aura, like burning flames, which appeared particularly bizarre in this dim light. Chapter 43, Mrs. You don't want your son to be bullied at school, right? Lu Meiyuan's breath caught and her footsteps subconsciously paused. I'm a superpower. Su Kan spoke quickly, with an irrefutable certainty, what Xiao Xiong told you before, it's all true. A few points of pain and helplessness appeared on his face, and his tone lowered. Utilizing this kind of ability actually has a lot of side effects. Today, in order to save little Xiong, I used it several times in a row, and now the side effects are kicking in. I really had no choice but to mention that request to you as a last resort. To tell you the truth, sister, I used my superpower too many times. The side effects kicked in, and I'm dying now. Su Kan's voice was suppressed very low, with a deliberately suppressed pain. The corners of his forehead even seeped out fine beads of sweat, as if he was bearing a huge burden. Usually I just watch a movie or something on my own and get over it, but this time I really can't, the side effects are too strong, only you can help me. He raised his head, those deep eyes with a bit of helplessness and pleading, as if a drowning man grasping towards the last straw. Sister, if you do not help me, I may die. Really, I didn't lie to you. That excessively good-looking face was at the moment written with innocence and an almost desperate struggle. The handsome and compelling appearance and the vulnerability at the moment formed a strong contrast. Lu Meiyuan's heart was shaken. Looking at him like this, an unspeakable impulse almost overcame her sanity. The thought of agreeing to him even really bubbled up in her mind. But, no way. Reason poured down like a tub of cold water. No. Really no. Her voice trembled and she lowered her head furiously, not daring to look into his eyes that seemed to be able to suck out one's soul. You're about the same age as my family Xiao Xiong, there's a difference of more than 10 years between the two of us, we don't fit. Her voice became smaller and smaller, carrying a strong resistance and a hint of imperceptible panic. Su Chan didn't let her avoid it. He took a step forward and his warm fingertips gently hooked her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze again. Meiyuan-san. His voice was low with a compelling power, and his warm breath brushed her cheek. I don't care. He gazed at the corners of her slightly reddened eyes, his tone sure. You don't look at all like anyone's mom, so pretty. Su Kan didn't give her another chance to hesitate, and with a long arm, he directly swept Lu Meiyuan, who was still in shock and shame, into his arms, and lowered his head and kissed her. The warm touch carried a force that could not be refused, instantly taking away Lu Meiyuan's breath. She instinctively wanted to struggle, wanted to push away, but that breath with aggression and the characteristic heat of a teenager made her body soft and her mind confused. Lu Meiyuan heartwarming value +5. For more than 10 years, supporting this family and little Xiong alone, too tired, really too tired. This young man who suddenly broke in, like an overly strong light, let her vertigo, let her in that moment, actually absurdly born an impulse to want to rely on. But he wasn't much older than Xiao Xiong. This thought was like a pot of cold water that instantly woke her up. No way. Absolutely not. Lu Meiyuan snapped back to her senses and pushed Su Kan away with all her might, her chest heaving violently, her cheeks red as if they were about to burn. Kan-chan, no. We can't do this. Her voice was tinged with trembling, both resistance and a hint of panic that she didn't even notice. Devil Magic's voice resounded in Su Kan's head at the right time. Hey, she pushed you away, why is the heartbeat value still rising? Can't figure out you humans. Su Kan secretly snorted, women. Saying no with their mouths, they just can't get over that hurdle in their hearts, afraid of gossip, and even more afraid of her son. He didn't retreat, instead he took a step forward, those deep eyes just looked at her so fixedly, as if he could see through all her disguises. Lu Meiyuan's heartbeat missed a beat, almost drowning in that kind of gaze. Su Kan gently smiled, his voice was not high, but carried a different weight. Sister, don't forget, I am Xiao Xiong's savior. His body leaned forward slightly, his warm breath brushing against her ear, his voice pressed even lower, like a devil's whisper, precisely hitting her softest and most vulnerable place. You also don't want Xiao Xiong to be bullied in school again, right? Lu Meiyuan's body completely froze, as if her whole body's strength had been drained away, softly leaning against the wall. The world's eyes, the neighborhood gossip, she might still be able to grit her teeth and force herself to push this dangerous and charming young man away. But Xiao Xiong, that is her soft underbelly, is her everything. This reason, like a key, easily disintegrated all her insistence and defense. She even felt that deep inside, perhaps also vaguely expected some kind of loss of control. Lu Meiyuan slowly hung her head, no longer daring to look at Su Kan's overly bright eyes, not daring to look at that young and so good-looking that it made people panic. Can. Her voice was as light as a sigh, with a resigned tremor. I can only help you this time. In the future. You don't have to come back, okay? The voice became smaller and smaller, the last few words almost drowned in the throat. Su Chan smiled, with a certain gentleness after getting his way. Then sister, let's find a quieter place. It won't be good if Xiao Xiong comes out. Lu Meiyuan didn't say anything, just lowered her head and silently turned towards the depths of the store. Follow me. She led Su Kan to a small private room that was usually used to pile up sundries. It was a bit stuffy inside and the light was much dimmer. Su Kan followed her inside and locked the old wooden door with a backhanded click. He turned around, stretched out his long arm, and without a second thought, he circled Lu Meiyuan into his arms. Sister, thank you. Warm lips then covered up. Lu Meiyuan trembled and subconsciously raised her hand, wanting to push back. But that hand was hanging in mid-air, but how could it not use the strength, and ultimately fell down dejectedly. It was as if she had given up her last resistance. Time seemed to be elongated at this moment. Gradually, Lu Meiyuan's originally stiff body began to soften. That pair of originally powerless drooping hand, do not know when, gently rested on Su Chan's back, hesitation, tentative, and then slowly rubbing up. The sun, the neighborhood, those worries and fears that pressed her breathless, all seemed to be blurred and distant at this moment. She only wanted to indulge, only wanted to release the exhaustion and emptiness that had been pent up for too long, only wanted to indulge this time. The sound of the zipper sliding open was especially clear in the silence. Then the dress, which bound the mature curves, slid silently down her smooth skin, and like an unsupported flower petal, it piled up softly on the floor where thin dust had accumulated. Chapter 44. Mom, are you okay? I'm going in to save you. With a slight force from Su Kan's arm, he held her entire body off the ground with ease. Lu Meiyuan let out a low cry and subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck. The feeling of her body vacating the air made her panic. He didn't give her much time to react, taking a few steps to that dining table and steadily placing her on it. The cold, hard touch of wood came through the thin material of her clothes, provoking Lu Meiyuan to shiver. Here, this table. Normally those neighbors, smoking cigarettes, drinking wine, and blowing off steam, sat here. Those men's rude laughter seemed to still be echoing in their ears. Now, she was actually. A wave of heat slammed into her cheeks, burning her to the point of dizziness. Her body trembled gently and uncontrollably. Was it shame, was it fear, or something else? She didn't dare to think deeply. At this moment, Lu Meiyuan's cheeks were hot and red like ripe apples. Her heart was in turmoil, turning over. The words of refusal were on her lips, but she couldn't say them. Instead of not daring to say, it is better to admit that she actually does not want to. More than 10 years of holding on alone, too bitter and too tired. Su Kan's young body, this good-looking face, made her a little dizzy, a little fascinated. Who said that only men are horny? Women move their hearts, sometimes more than men. The old saying that 30 is like a tiger and 40 is like a wolf is not about strength. Lu Meiyuan closed her eyes as if she was resigned to her fate, not daring to look at Su Kan, who was looking down at her, and raised her hand to cover her face. Su Kan was one step faster, reached out and caught her wrist, gently pressed on the desktop on both sides of her head. The force was not heavy, but it carried the implication of not being able to break free. The two pairs of eyes just met each other. Lu Meiyuan felt her face burning even more, and her heartbeat was so fast that it felt like it was going to pop out. Chan, don't look at me like this. Her voice was weak. Hurry up. That side effect of yours, didn't you say it was urgent? Su Kan looked at the table. This charming woman, lips hooked up a trace of playfulness, Stock want to tease her again. Sister, so anxious? Are you unable to wait? He leaned in a little closer, his warm breath spraying on her face. Beg me and I'll hurry. Lu Meiyuan violently tilted her head, avoiding his eyes that seemed to be able to suck people in. She didn't dare to look, she really didn't dare to look, fearing that she would completely fall in and never be able to climb out. Ken-chan, you. She bit her lip, her voice with a slight tremor. You hurry up, I'm scared. Afraid that you will really die. I'm not afraid of death now, I just want to see my sister. Beg me. Fast, beg me faster. Su Kan's breath brushed against Lu Meiyuan's ear, warm, with a tingling sensation that made one's heart itch. She subconsciously reached out and rested her hand against Su Kan's chest, and through the thin material of her clothes, the firm, warm touch made her heartbeat suddenly go out of order, like she was carrying a fluttering deer. Please. Su Chan's lips raised a playful arc. Lu Meiyuan's voice was getting lower and lower, as thin as a mosquito, almost disappearing into the air. Su Kan stopped teasing her and lowered his head to kiss the slightly trembling lips. Lu Meiyuan heartbeat value +1, +2, +1. Just at this moment, footsteps sounded outside the door, from far away to near. Mom, are you and Big Brother in the private room? Gao Jianxiong's voice came in through a layer of old wooden door, carrying the characteristic clarity of a teenager. Just now I seem to have heard some sounds. Lu Meiyuan stiffened violently, her heart almost jumping out of her throat, fearing that Gao Jianxiong would push the door and barge in the next second. She subconsciously wanted to push Su Kan away, but then she stopped alive. Xiao Xiong. Me, your big brother and I are discussing something in the private room. Have you finished your homework? Lu Meiyuan forced herself to calm down and tried to make her voice sound the same as usual, but the subtle trembling still betrayed her. Su Kan, however, acted as if nothing was wrong. Gao Jianxiong outside the door didn't seem to hear the difference, but he didn't leave either. Mom, what's wrong with you? The voice is strange, are you hurt? Saying this, the sound of footsteps came closer, the door handle came with a click sound. It was Gao Jianxiong who was trying to open the door. Fortunately, the door had already been locked by Su Chan in advance. It's okay Xiao Xiong, Mom is okay. Lu Meiyuan was so anxious that she was about to cry. There's your big brother, you go back and do your homework first. I've finished my homework. Gao Jianxiong was a bit stubborn. Mom, you open the door, let me take a look. He began to push the door impatiently. The wooden door issued a clunk light sound, the rhythm, but strangely formed a consistent beat with Su Kan in the room. Lu Meiyuan, now completely panicked, reached out and pushed Su Kan hard. Her voice was low and urgent. Kan-chan. You quickly say something. Little Xiong is coming in. Su Kan looked at this flustered and helpless woman with a few teasing words on his face. Sister, you have to beg me again. You. Lu Meiyuan was angry and anxious, tears literally rolled out of her eyes, her voice was tinged with a sobbing tone. Can, I'm begging you, quickly let Xiao Xiong leave, I don't want him to see. Okay. Only then did Su Kan slowly open her mouth, her voice regaining its usual composure as she shouted at the door, Little Xiong, it's me. I'm going to talk to your mom about something important, so go back to your room and play the game. The sound of pushing outside the door immediately stopped. Gao Jianxiong's surprised voice came out, Big brother is really here. I thought Mom was being bullied by the bad guys. He seemed relieved. Alright then, I'll go back to playing games. Big brother, take good care of my mom. The footsteps faded away, finally disappearing in the direction of the stairs. Lu Meiyuan looked like she had been drained of all her strength, exhaled a long breath, and her entire body went limp. If Xiao Xiong had really barged in just now, she simply did not dare to think about the consequences. Half an hour later, Lu Meiyuan heart value 100 reached. The cold prompt sounded in Su Kan's mind, without the slightest emotion. Host mission completed. Reward key fragment X1, LV2 rank. Immediately after, Momo's voice that carried a bit of excitement and smugness emerged. Egu, host, you can do it. You've really taken care of it. I told you, the person I chose, how could it be bad? Worthy of being the man chosen by the devil. Bull. Su Chan ignored its boasting and focused on the changes in his body and panel. A warm current flowed through, the leveling up brought a tangible feeling. Su Kan, Demon King Air LV7, Demon King Air LV9. At the same time, the icons of commonly used abilities followed suit and lit up a bit. Time pause LV4, time pause LV5. Instant shift LV4, instant shift LV5. Demon King shock LV4, Demon King shock LV5. Demon King's monstrous power LV1, Demon King's monstrous power LV2. Demon effect LV1, Demon effect LV2. He felt it, and the sense of distance of the instantaneous movement and the strength of the aura of the shock and awe had indeed gone up another level. Looking at time pause, again, it was successfully upgraded to LV5 again. It seemed that the one level that had been deducted before had been made up for with this upgrade reward. Moreover, the further one goes, the more experience value needed to upgrade these abilities is feared to be increasing. Chapter 45, Zhou Shiya's little secret that cannot be discovered by others. Can, you that, are you alright now? Lu Meiyuan's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling as she subconsciously straightened her slightly messy clothes, her eyes fluttering, not daring to meet him. That bloodthirsty aura on this man's body made her panic, yet she was damn well attracted to it. Su Chan leaned against the door, a smile that could be described as perfect hanging on his face, as if everything just now had never happened. Well, it's over, sis. His voice was gentle, the side effects are gone. That smile was like magic, easily dispelling the remaining trepidation and shame in Lu Meiyuan's heart. She found herself surprisingly, not angry anymore. This made her even more overwhelmed, her fingers twisting the corner of her coat uneasily. No. It's good that it's okay. She panicked and moved away from the topic as if she was trying to grab a lifesaver. You must be hungry, right? I didn't eat a few bites just now, and it's all cold. I'll go make you another one. Before the words fell, Lu Meiyuan quickly rushed out of the private room as if fleeing and drilled into the back kitchen. Soon, there was a boom sound of the stove being lit from inside. Su Chan walked out of the private room, glanced at the wall clock. Time is indeed not early. He raised his voice in the direction of the kitchen. Sister Meiyuan, don't bother. I have to go back first, it's a bit late. After a pause, he added, his voice clearly carrying into the kitchen, I'll come back to see you tomorrow. After saying that, Su Kan no longer stayed, turning around and walking towards the store door. The busy sounds in the kitchen seemed to pause for a split second. Lu Meiyuan most kind of still forced herself not to detain Su Kan, only the sound of the stove fire burning remained in the kitchen. Suchin seemed to carry some kind of hook on her, making her a little addicted. Returning to that small private room, the ambiguous scent still lingered in the air. Looking at the messy room, and the old wooden table that was wet, Lu Meiyuan's face rose with heat, and those images just now flooded into her mind uncontrollably. She hurriedly found a rag and wiped the table with her hands and feet, with so much force that it looked like she was trying to wipe off a layer of skin. When Su Kan returned home, the living room was brightly lit. Jo Wei and Jo Shuya were nestled on the sofa watching TV, and Zhang and AI was busy with dinner in the kitchen. Ken is back, dinner will be ready soon, wait a little longer oh. Zhang Yunai's voice with a smile came from the kitchen side, accompanied by the sound of spatulas stirring. Okay auntie, I'm not in a hurry. Su-chan responded, taking off his jacket and casually resting it on the crook of his arm. He also walked over to the sofa and sat down. The TV was playing an idol drama, and the female lead was none other than one of the sweet twin stars that were currently in full swing, Chen Yuro. Jo Wei, who was next to him, glanced at Su-chan, hummed softly through her nose, turned back to continue watching the TV, and did not pay attention to him. On the contrary, it was Jo Shuya. When she saw Su-kan sitting over, her cheeks inexplicably turned red, like a frightened bunny. She stood up with a miso, turned around and ran upstairs. Shuya, what are you doing? It's almost time to eat. Jo Wei looked at her sister's back and raised her voice to ask. I have something to do, I'll be down later. Jo Shuya's voice came from the stairs with a bit of panic, and her footsteps thumped as she disappeared into the second floor. Jo Wei muttered inexplicable, and couldn't help but give Su-chan a slanting glance. Her arms clasped in front of her chest, she grunted, and twisted her head back to continue staring at the TV screen. Su-chan heart also muttered, Jo Shuya, this girl engaged in what airplane? What's the point of blushing when you see yourself? Thoughts turned, fragments of memories belonging to the original owner floated up. Oh, remember. One night, the original owner of that unenlightened guy in the middle of the night urinary urgency, touching the dark to go to the bathroom, the result is to push the wrong door, headlong into Jo Shuya's room. At that time, Jo Shuya was, well, in the middle of giving herself a massage to relax. That picture just happened to be watched by the original owner. No wonder this girl has been avoiding herself after that, and she hates to go around even when she bumps into it head on. The corner of Su-chan's lips hooked up an elusive arc. So that's what happened. Now, he had an idea of how to deal with this sister. What are you laughing at? It's funny? Jo Wei, who was next to him, coldly ventured out with an impulsive tone. Su-chan glanced at her. He didn't seem to have provoked this big lady, right? Forget it, if you can't mess with it, you can hide from it. He stood up, ignoring Jo Wei's provocation, and walked straight to the dining table, close to Zhang Yanai, who was busy. Auntie, he moved slightly closer and lowered his voice, can you come to my room for a bit tonight? There's something I'd like to ask you for a favor. Over in the living room sofa, Jo Wei watched Su-kan directly ignore her, and the fire in her heart rubbed up again. This brat. Didn't he see that she was unhappy? In the past, he would have come over and apologized. She wanted to see how much longer he could act like this. When Zhang Yunai heard Su-kan's voice approaching, the chopping action in her hand paused, and a wave of hot air rushed up to her cheeks for no reason. The words that were overbearing and made her heart panic seemed to be right in her ears. Don't allow uncle to touch you again. These words were like a brand, how could they not be forgotten? She subconsciously lowered her voice with a few moments of panic. No way. Vaya and Shuya are both here. Su-kan's voice was also put very softly, almost close to her ear. If you don't come tonight, uncle can be coming back, and it will be even more inconvenient at that time. Auntie, you wait for the wee hours of the morning, when they are all asleep, and then quietly come over. It's a deal, I'll wait for you. Not giving Zhang Yunai a chance to refuse at all. After Su-chan finished speaking, he straightened up and turned towards his own room on the second floor. Over in the living room, Jo Wei had been keeping an eye on the side with her afterglow, and when she saw that Su-kan had finished muttering with her own mother, and even went straight upstairs without even saying hello, the fire in her heart was suddenly unable to be suppressed. She rubbed up, also followed up, footsteps deliberately light, maintaining a distance of not far but not close. Su-kan just returned to the room, casually put the door on, people to the bed ally. Before he could relax, the door of the room was pushed open from outside. Jo Wei dodged in, probed into the corridor and looked around, confirming that no one, backhanded click sound, screwed the door lock. She turned around and looked at Su-kan, who was casually posturing on the bed, her chest was heaving and her voice carried a suppressed fire. Su-kan. What do you mean? Why did you ignore me just now? Chapter 46 Scream, it's useless to scream through the throat. Su-kan lazily glanced at the huffing and puffing Jo Wei at the doorway, didn't pick up her words, just muttered in a low voice, this is my room. Jo Wei was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly blowing up. What's wrong with your room? This is still my home. I can go wherever I want. She crossed her hands to her waist, her cheeks flushed red, and her chest rose and fell. Su-chan, however, simply rolled over, his face facing the wall side, picked up his cell phone and swiped it on his own, completely treating her as heir. Whatever, your house is up to you. His voice came out muffled. This oily attitude completely ignited Jo Wei. She recalled that the internet was abuzz a few days ago, saying that Su-kan and that Su-naili were some sort of boyfriend and girlfriend. Although Su-kan had later issued a special statement to clarify, the more Jo Wei thought about it, the more wrong it became. They had only known each other for a few days? How can their relationship be this good? It must be Su-naili. It was because of that woman that Su-kan became like this now, ignoring himself. Obviously, he used to follow his ass around and be at his beck and call, but now? He didn't even bother to speak to himself. Zhou Wei's mind was in a mess. Right, that day when the scandal was rumored, didn't they eat in a Western restaurant? Could they have been drinking? Then logically went to a room? As soon as this thought popped up, it grew like a vine growing wildly. As soon as she thought that Sukan might really have slept with Suneli, Zhou Wei's heart was clogged, like there was something stuck there, sour and astringent. On what grounds? Sukan was her little follower, it was hers. How can he be snatched away by another woman? All because with Suneli room, he ignored his own. Then if she herself is also with Sukan? An absurd and bold thought suddenly jumped out. If she also opened a room with him, would he change back to what he used to be and obediently listen to her words? Thinking of this, Zhou Wei violently shook her head, wanting to shake that absurd thought out. But once this thought took root, it was like a weed. How could it be gotten rid of? Zhou Wei stared at Sukan's back as he lay on the bed, and that sturdy silhouette made her heart inexplicably jump. Since we have all thought of this step, then let's do it. It was now. Almost on an impulse, Zhou Wei violently lunged towards the bed and heavily pressed on Sukan. This time was fast and furious, and Sukan really didn't have much defense. In his heart, he intended to tease Zhou Wei and hang on to her emotions, but he did not expect this girl to be so fast-paced and direct. What are you doing? Sukan immediately performed a look of panic. Get up. He reached out to push Zhou Wei, but his palm inevitably touched a piece of warmth and softness. Zhou Wei didn't care about this at all, her hands pressed down on Sukan's shoulders, preventing him from getting up. Sukan, on the other hand, continued to perform, pretending that he had little strength to resist. Zhou Wei, you get up quickly. What are you doing? Zhou Wei rode on top of him and looked down on him with an aggressive look. You're allowed to have an affair with Suneli and I'm not allowed to touch you, are you? She gritted her teeth with a brute strength. I have to make it clear to you today that you, Sukan, are my Zhou Wei. The words just fell. Zhou Wei's movements sharply tore off her short-sleeved t-shirt and then violently hugged Sukan. The warm and soft touch instantly flooded Sukan, and he was almost breathless from this sudden attack. Sukan controlled his force, acting as if he was trying his best to break free, pushing Zhou Wei away a little, pulling away a little, and taking a big breath. He purposely made his face redden and his voice was tinged with panic. Zhou Wei, are you crazy? At the same time, his body shrunk back, putting himself in the full victim position. Zhou Wei saw this bullied look, but more vigor, action quickly removed the shorts, only close underwear left on the body, once again towards Sukan pounced over. Today Zhou Wei clearly is to give Sukan some color to see, let him clear, Zhou Wei is not just can be dispatched. She rode on Sukan, her finger almost poking the tip of his nose, viciously threatening. Su, can you keep your voice down? Shut up if you don't want my mom to find out. Also, you take it off yourself, or I'll do it. Sukan was calculating in his heart, now if he was too obedient to her, this girl would probably lose her hotness in 3 minutes. Got to act, got to hang on to her. He continued to struggle, pretending to desperately try to get up. Zhou Wei, you get up. I'll yell for someone if you keep this up. Zhou Wei looked at him in this manner, her strength instead increased, her arms deadlocked around Sukan. You scream. If you have the ability, you can scream. See who is humiliated. As she said, her hand had already started to pull Sukan's clothes, her movements were eager, with a bit of reckless ruthlessness. Sukan put on an appearance of struggling helplessly, and eventually could only give up resistance, his entire body going limp. Seeing that he had resigned himself to his fate, Zhou Wei hummed triumphantly and looked down at him. Today I'll let you take a good look at me and Suneli, who's actually prettier. Did Suneli put you in a mesmerizing soup? Zhou Wei, heartwarming value +1, +2, +1. I told you to ignore me? 10 minutes later. Do you still dare to ignore me this time? Zhou Wei, heartwarming value 100. Looking at Sukan as if he was convinced, Zhou Wei proudly tilted her neck and grunted. She crawled up on her hands and knees and quickly put on the clothes that she had just thrown aside. Let's see if you still dare to ignore me in the future. From now on, you'll all have to beg for me. Zhou Wei thought triumphantly in her heart, moving quickly to the door, carefully pulling open a crack and probing towards the corridor to look left and right. Turning back to Sukan, you brat, listen to me from now on. Or else see how I'll clean you up. Confirming that no one was there, she then slipped out like a thief and quickly walked downstairs. She didn't notice that right in the shadows of the corner of the corridor, Zhou Shuya covered her mouth, disbelief written all over her face. Only after watching her sister's figure disappear into the stairway did Zhou Shuya stiffly move out from the corner. Shock, disbelief, all sorts of emotions alternately flashed across her face. She moved to the door of Sukan's room with her footsteps floating, almost on her tiptoes. Through the crack in the door that Zhou Wei hadn't completely closed earlier, she glanced inside. The person inside, surprisingly, was really Sukan. Then, just now wouldn't Sister Wei be? Zhou Shuya's brain buzzed, not daring to think further, shaking her head vigorously, as if to shake off those horrible thoughts, she turned around and stumbled back to her room. Inside the room, Su Chan adjusted his breathing. Demon Magic's voice rang in his head with a few moments of confusion. Hey, isn't this girl furiously looking for you to settle the score? How come she even took the initiative to come to the door? Su Chan snorted in his heart. What do you know, this is called trying to catch her. I've left her hanging for so long. She has long had a fallout in her heart, especially since that with Su Neli and I got out, it would be strange for her to be comfortable. Chapter 47, Joeya, so I still can't get you Su Chan? So she has to come up with a bit of a lookout so that she can get me back. As soon as the words fell, a familiar hot current surged through his body. Su Chan, Demon King Air LV9 Demon King Air LV10. A few other abilities on the panel, the icons followed suit and lit up, obviously upgrading with them. It wasn't long before Zhang Yun Ae's gentle call came from downstairs. Kanchan, come downstairs and eat. Shuya, come down to eat as well. Only then did Su Kan slowly get up and pace downstairs. In the restaurant, the atmosphere was indeed a bit indescribably strange. Zhang Yun Ai didn't notice, one after another to Su Kan's bowl to clip food, mouth also recited, can eat more, it is the time to grow the body. At first, Joeya was still holding out her chest, her chin slightly raised, with a bit of a declaration of sovereignty like complacency. But she soon realized that Su Kan didn't even look at her, eating and drinking, completely ignoring her. Now she was furious. Under the table, wearing slippers, feet restlessly kicked Su Kan a few times. Su Chen acted as if she didn't feel it, her chopsticks didn't even shake a bit. Joeya's little bit of complacency instantly dissipated, and was replaced by a scuffling fire. Splat! She violently slapped her chopsticks on the table, the chair legs scraping out a piercing sound on the floor as she twisted her head and rushed upstairs. Vaya, are you full? Zhang Nai asked in surprise. Joeya's voice, holding her fire, came from the stairs, eat my ass. I'm full of gas. Zhang Yunai froze, looked at Su Kan, then looked at Zhou Shuya who was next to her with her head buried in her food, and looked puzzled. Who in this? Messed with her again? Su Chan shrugged his shoulders, an innocent look of I don't know anything, lowered his head and continued to eat. Next to Zhou Shuya heart is like a rabbit, thumping, nervous and confused. Just now, sister and Can in the room clearly all like that, how this moment with the enemy like? She really cannot figure it out, and she does not dare to open her mouth to ask Su Kan. After hastily picking up a few mouthfuls of rice, she hurriedly put down the chopsticks and stood up. Mom, I'm done eating, I'm going back to my room. After saying that, she also ran upstairs as if she was escaping. In the blink of an eye, only Su Kan and Zhang Yun Ai were left in the downstairs dining room. Zhang Yun Ai gave Su Kan another chopstick of braised pork. Can, you eat more, don't pay attention to that girl Weya, she has that temper. She paused, as if she suddenly remembered something, her brows gently knit up as she looked in the direction of the door. Ziheo, this child, how come he hasn't come back yet? It's all this point. Really, more and more not letting people worry. Su Chan stood up and walked slowly and methodically to Zhang Yun Ai's side. The only thing left in the dining room was the traces of dishes in disarray, and a trace if any of the aroma of the meal. He moved closer, his warm breath almost brushing against her ear. Auntie, there's something I want to ask you for a favor. Zhang Yun Ai's hand that was cleaning up the dishes paused, a slight tremor coming from her fingertips. She raised her eyes and glanced quickly at Su Kan for a moment, then as if she had been scalded, she panicked and turned her face in the direction of the stairs, her voice a little tight. Su Chan, Via and Shuya and the girls are still upstairs, it's not good. It's okay, Su Kan's voice is low, with a certainty that makes people's hearts feel at ease and inexplicably panic. They're messing around, they won't come down. He didn't say any more, turned around and walked towards the door. There was a soft click, and the sound of the door lock falling was especially clear in the quiet restaurant. This way, even if Zihao comes back, he won't be able to enter. Su Chan walked back to Zhang Yun Ai, not waiting for her to react, his arm stretched out, and he picked her up by the waist. Zhang Yun Ai was caught off guard, letting out a low cry, her body instantly vacated, her cheeks burning up, subconsciously tilting her head, not daring to look into Su Kan's excessively deep eyes. He held her in his arms and took a few steps to that wide dining table. With a wave of his arm, the dishes on the table were casually pushed to the side, making a clatter sound. Young Unai's heartbeat suddenly missed a beat, and the heat in her cheeks almost melted her. This table. Just a moment ago, the family was sitting around this table, Via was puffing up and Shuya had her head down. But now, Su Chan gently placed her on the cold dining table. Zhang Yunai stiffened, and the hard wooden touch made her shiver. She subconsciously turned her head away, not daring to look at Su Kan's eyes that seemed to know everything. Her heart was beating hard, thumping as if it was about to pop out of her throat. Can. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito with a trembling that could not be suppressed. Hurry. Faster, I'm afraid. Of Vaya and Shua and the others. In case they come downstairs. Her heart was in turmoil, looking forward to it and scared to death at the same time. Never mind, close her eyes and think of nothing else. This was the only thing she could do at this moment. Su Chan leaned down, and his warm lips then covered up. Time seemed to freeze at this moment and was infinitely stretched. 10 minutes later. Boom! Boom boom! The sudden knock on the door slammed, like a heavy hammer hitting the tip of young Unai's heart. Auntie! Open the door! It's me! It was Jiao. He's back. Young Unai's soul was scared out of her mind. Chan! Jiao is back. She scrambled to organize her messy clothes and hair. Quick! I'll get the door. She took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down, rushing towards the door. Click, the door lock opened. Jiao stood outside the door with an impatient look on his face. Auntie, what are you doing? Why are you still locking the door? Zheng Yunai lowered her head, her cheeks rolling, not daring to meet him at all. Ah. No, nothing, I'm tidying up the house. Maybe I accidentally touched the lock. Her voice carried a heartiness that she didn't even notice. Jiao sized her up suspiciously. Under the light, Zheng Yunai's face flushed has not completely faded, the hair on her temples is also a little messy, and her breathing is also a little short. This was a far cry from her usual dignified and stable appearance. Jiao looked stunned, the knot in his throat rolled unconsciously and he swallowed his saliva. His eyes uncontrollably swept back and forth between her slightly heaving chest and the bottom of her skirt. Young Nunei felt his undisguised ogling and a wave of disgust and embarrassment welled up in her heart. This kid, when did he become like this? It's really getting more and more unruly, it's time to discipline him. She forced down her discomfort and made a stern face. Why did you just come back? What time is it? Have you eaten yet? There's still food on the table, go eat. Saying that, as if she wanted to escape from his gaze, she turned around and quickly walked towards the sofa, whispered something to Sukan, and then drilled into the kitchen to start tidying up the stovetop, her back all revealing a few moments of haste. Chapter 48 Auntie, things should be done with a beginning and an end, perseverance. Jiao stared at her slender back and smacked his lips before slowly wandering over to the dining table. Su-chan had already returned to the sofa, watching the TV as if nothing had just happened. Jiao originally wanted to go over and strike up a few words with Su-kan, stabbing at him in the process, but remembering the last time he was restrained by Su-kan in a light manner, he swallowed his words back. He pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze falling on the dining table. Strange, why are the dishes all crowded on one side? It looked like they had been pushed away in a hurry. He subconsciously reached out and touched the tabletop, which was still a little warm. Were the dishes warm? The expression on his face instantly became odd, then he looked at Zheng Yunai's busy back in the kitchen. Today's auntie seemed to be even more beautiful and seductive than usual. The knot in Zihao's throat rolled and he swallowed hard. The rice tasted like chewing wax in his mouth at the moment, and as he haphazardly took a few bites, his mind was filled with Zheng Yunai's unnatural look and panic, as well as Zheng Yunai's plump back. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he felt. He pushed his chair back violently, making a piercing sound, and almost hunched over, like a thief, he slipped back to his room. The door clicked, shutting out the outside world. He couldn't wait to jump to the computer, skillfully clicked on the treasure hidden in the depths of the layers of folders. In the living room, with Zihao's departure, the air seemed to freeze for a few minutes. Su-chan made sure that the door to the room was closed, and only then did he slowly get up, his footsteps almost silent, and walk towards the kitchen. Zheng Yunai was turning her back to the outside, absent-mindedly brushing the pot, the water clattering, trying to cover up her inner unrest. Su-chan approached silently, his warm breath almost brushing against her ear. Shoo, his voice was pressed extremely low, with a magnetic quality that made one's heart tingle. Keep it down, don't let the upstairs hear you. Zheng Yunai's body stiffened so violently that the pot in her hand almost came off and fell into the sink. A stream of heat rushed up to her cheeks, burning the roots of her ears red, and her heartbeat was like a drum thumping against her chest, so fast that she couldn't catch her breath. She jerked her head around and swept a quick glance in the direction of the stairway leading to the second floor, which was dark and quiet, not much movement for the moment. But the two girls, Vaya and Shuana, could be coming down the stairs at any moment. This thought made her palms break out in cold sweat. Su-kan, however, looked as if he didn't see her nervousness, and with a stretch of his long arm, he once again easily picked her up in a horizontal hug, and walked steadily towards the nearby cabinet countertop. He clearly wanted to continue what had just been interrupted in the restaurant. The cold, hard countertop touched her skin through the thin material of her clothing, provoking another uncontrollable shiver from young Onei. Wait. Her voice trembled with a sobbing tone as she spoke urgently. She struggled and slid off his arms with her hands and feet, and as soon as her feet touched the ground, she immediately turned around with agility, bracing her hands back on the edge of the cold cabinet, her back facing Su-kan, but her eyes staring at the direction of the stairway entrance like a frightened rabbit. This way, I can watch a bit, in case they come down. Her voice was low and urgent, and with obvious fear. Su-chan looked at this look of hers that was so tense that she had arched her back, ready to deal with unexpected situations, and did not say anything else. He only reached out his hand and unhurriedly untied the obtrusive apron tie that was tied behind her waist. There was a small rustling sound as the fabric rubbed together. The only thing left in the kitchen for a while was the unsealed faucet in the sink, still stubbornly ticking. Upstairs, there was a slight creaking sound of the floorboards being stepped on, as if someone was walking around. Jung Yun Ai's heart instantly rose to her throat, her muscles tensed up, and even her breath was subconsciously held. It was as if time was being pulled incredibly slowly in the midst of extreme torment and unspeakable indulgence. I don't know how long it took, so long that Jang Yun Ai felt like she was about to collapse. Ken-chan, you go back to your room first, quickly. I still have to clean up here. She didn't dare to turn around, but just urged in a low voice, as if staying one more second was a huge risk. Good. Su-chan responded, seemingly not caring, and after organizing his clothes, he turned around and left the kitchen. His footsteps quickly disappeared in the direction of the living room leading to the stairs. It wasn't until no sound could be heard that Jang Yun-ai felt like all her strength had been drained away, leaning softly against the cold cabinet, looking at the messy stove and sink in front of her, the unfading heat on her face making her feel dizzy. After resting for a while, Jang Yun-ai was able to regain her strength and hurriedly clean up the mess in the kitchen. After a lot of work, her already sore body was even more exhausted. A sweaty, sticky mess stuck to her body and was very uncomfortable. She decided to take a shower first. Meanwhile, inside Zihao's room. He was paralyzed on the bed, his head was empty, the excitement from earlier had passed and he entered a strange period of calm, but Jang Yun-ai's slender back was always dangling in front of his eyes. Thinking about it, a certain place in his body started to stir up again without listening. A desire to urinate hit him, and he hurriedly climbed out of bed, shuffling his slippers and running to the bathroom. Just as he reached the door, he heard the sound of clattering water coming from inside. There was also the sound of intermittent humming, couldn't hear who it was, but was sure it was a female voice. Could it be Auntie Young Noon Ae? Or Via-san? Or Sister Shuya? Whoever it was, he couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart. Just listening to the sound of the clattering water and imagining the scene behind the door, Zihao felt a little distracted. A hot current converged uncontrollably in his lower abdomen. He ghosted his head close to the doorway and listened with his side ear, wishing he could rush in immediately to see what was going on. Just then, someone upstairs was also in a hurry to use the restroom. Joeya ran down the stairs in her bare feet and caught a glimpse of a figure sprawled furtively in front of the bathroom door. Who was that? Su-chan? No, the size doesn't look like it. Is that Zihao, that little bastard? Confirming the thought, Joeya immediately became furious, accelerated her pace and rushed over, lifting her foot and kicking Zihao's ass hard. Wu Zihao, what are you doing? Who are you peeping at in the shower? You pervert! See if I don't beat you to death. Joeya was kicking at Zihao, who fell to the ground. Zihao was confused by the sudden kick, seeing that it was Joeya. He didn't dare to fight back and could only hold his head and dodge on the ground. Sister Weya! Sister Weya! It's me! I'm Zihao! Zihao held his head and begged for mercy with his mouth, not daring to resist at all. Chapter 49. Don't explain, you're the one who peeked at mom in the shower. Fart. I know you're Zihao, you're the one I kicked. Joeya's voice exploded in the hallway like a lit cannonball. The loud ringing hard woke up the sleeping Jo Shuya and Su Kan. The two rubbed their eyes and came out of their respective rooms sleepily, wanting to see what was going on downstairs. Just as they reached the stairway, they saw Joeya kicking hard at a figure on the ground. The silhouette was holding his head, curled up into a ball, with vague cries of pain coming out of his mouth. Sis, what are you doing? Jo Shuya exclaimed, quickly running downstairs and trying to pull Joeya back. Joeya was kicking with vigor, and when she heard her sister's voice, she didn't turn her head back, but just gritted her teeth and cursed, "You ask this beast? What has this little done?" Jang Yun-ai in the bathroom also heard the noise outside, hurriedly dried herself, put on her pajamas and went outside. The door opened with a creak, and hot air accompanied by the aroma of shower gel wafted out. Jang Yun-ai had just stepped out of the bathroom when she saw Su-chan and Joeya punching and kicking Zihao on the floor, with Jo Shuya pulling at the side. Shuya? Jang Yun-ai froze for a moment before looking at the bathroom door. That's mom in the bathroom? Jo Shuya's voice carried a hint of hesitation, but it quickly turned into shock. This kid was just peeking at mom's shower. These words were like a trigger, and Joeya's fire burned even brighter. I didn't. Sister Weya. I didn't. Zihao was still on the ground, shouting his grievances. Explain your mom. You pervert. Joeya cursed angrily and added a few more hard kicks. Su-chan's eyes suddenly turned cold once he heard that Zihao had peeked at Jang Yun-ai's bath. He violently rushed forward and punched and kicked Zihao on the ground. The punches came out fast and hard, with a wave of suppressed anger. However, Su-kan still withdrew a large portion of his hamstring. He did not want to beat Zihao into mush. Even so, Zihao screamed in pain. Ah! Don't hit! Listen to my explanation. Zihao held his head and his voice changed tone. Explain. Explain what? Su-chan's fists didn't stop, and Joeya followed the chaos with a few more kicks. Just then, Jang Nai rushed up and hurriedly separated the three people who were wrestling together. What are you two doing? Why are you still bullying Zihao? With anxiety in her voice, she crouched down and asked Jiao on the ground worriedly, "Jiao, are you alright?" Jiao grimaced in pain and was about to say something. When he looked up, he saw Zhang Yunai wearing a thin lace pajama top, still carrying the vapor and fragrance from the shower. The hidden curves under the pajamas made his gaze instantly freeze. He froze for a moment. "Mom! Get out of the way, this kid just peeked at your bath." Zhou Wei's voice rang out again, firmly accusing. In the past, Zhang Yunai might have hesitated and would have felt that her daughter had misunderstood. But those recent abnormal actions of Jiao, and the undisguised, slightly nasty look he had just stared at himself. The little doubt in her heart instantly dissipated. Thea wasn't wrong, this brat, just now, was definitely peeking outside the door. An uncontrollable wave of disgust and anger surged up. Zhang Yanai's face suddenly sank, raising her hand to Jiao's face, which still had a bit of ignorance and pain, and fiercely slapped him. Slap. Crisp and loud. "Jiao! I'm so disappointed in you." Before the words left his mouth, he backhanded another heavier slap. Pa! These two slaps completely dumbfounded Jiao. He covered his fiery face and looked at Zhang Yunai in disbelief. Ever since he was a child, his aunt had never even said a few heavy words to him, and now she even hit him? As soon as Zhou Wei saw Zhang Yunai's hands, she was even more furious and went forward to kick Jiao, who was curled up on the ground, hard again. "Son of a... Still looking? How dare you look?" She was simply furious, pointing at Jiao's eyes. "Let me catch you looking again. Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out." Jiao covered his face, tears spilling out of his eyes from the pain. It wasn't aggression, it was real pain. His cheeks felt like they were going to burn, and the places on his body where he was kicked hurt like hell. Su Chan's icy voice rang out, and another kick was added, hitting Jiao squarely in the small of the back. "Crying? You still have the ing face to cry? Hold it back for me." The force of this kick was heavy and fierce. Jiao stifled a grunt, his body bowed into a shrimp, and then his head tilted, directly fainted. This change of heart, in turn, made the scene instantly quiet for a fraction of a second. Zhang Yanai was startled and subconsciously pulled Su Can for a moment. Can, you're also a little too hard on this hand, just in case." Zhou Wei, however, felt relieved to the point that her chest was still heaving violently. "Su, can you kicked well? You can't be soft against this kind of pervert." She huffed, "Mom, let's call the police. Send this pervert, Jiao, to the police station. I really didn't expect that he'd become like this now." Zhou Shuya, who hadn't said much, stood by the side, looking at the unconscious Jiao on the ground and muttered in a low voice. "Jiao isn't too young, he hasn't had a girlfriend yet, right?" These words were like a small stone thrown into the water, causing subtle ripples. Zhang Yunai and Zhou Wei, almost simultaneously, subconsciously, secretly glanced at Su Can next to them. The little worry in Zhang Yunai's heart was instantly replaced by an even stronger thought: no, absolutely not letting Su Can embark on a crooked path like Jiao's. One must guide him properly and help him follow the right path. While Zhou Wei's thoughts were much simpler and direct, with a strong possessiveness, Su Can's mind must be completely on himself. As for that Su Nali, one will definitely not let her go. Su Can's figure reappeared at the stairway. His hand was already holding a cell phone. The screen lit up with a dialing interface. He didn't have much nonsense, directly pressed the call button. Zhang Yunai looked at the unconscious Jiao on the ground, her heart eventually softened a little. "Can we not, let's forget it?" Her voice was a little weak. "Isn't it too much to make a scene to the police?" "Count what count? Mom!" Zhou Wei immediately exploded, voice sharp. "This kind of person cannot be spoiled. Today he peeps, tomorrow he might do something. If we don't send him in for proper discipline, will he learn from his mistakes? This time, I agree with my sister." Zhou Shuya's voice was not loud, but it was clear. It can't be left like this. Even Shuya said this. Zhang Yanai was stunned, then looked down at Jiao's swollen face, and the bit of intolerance in her heart was washed away by her daughter's determination. She bit her lower lip and finally did not object anymore. Chapter 50. Hot female police officer is also Su Can's fan? Hello, 110? Su Can's voice was calm, no emotions could be heard. "This is XX Road, XX Neighborhood X, we caught a peeper in the shower, please come over and deal with it." He succinctly reported the address and situation. The phone hung up, and the living room fell into an eerie silence. Several people surrounded Jiao on the floor, and no one said anything. Zhou Wei clasped her hands to her chest and stared with a look of disgust. Zhou Shuya, on the other hand, twisted her fingers somewhat uneasily. Zhang Yanai looked at Jiao with complicated eyes. The air seemed to have frozen. Just then, ding dong ding dong. The crisp doorbell broke the silence. Su Chan quickly stepped downstairs, crossed the small courtyard, and pulled open the door. Outside the door stood several police officers. The leader was actually a female officer. A head of long black hair was sharply braided into a large braid hanging behind her shoulders. Sharp, cold eyes, and a tantalizing mole at the corner of her left eye. She was wearing a police uniform, but the collar was casually open, 2 buttons, straight and slender legs wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, the rigor of the uniform and vaguely sexy in her body a strange blend. Su Chan, the information above her head. Name, Shun Shualin. Identity, Beichuan Police Department's vice captain of the criminal police team. Age, 27. Heartbeat, 30. Caricature, female prisoner. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Face value, 93 points. Rank, S-Class Goddess. Rating progress, 30%. 30 points of heartwarming value just after meeting? It seems that this police flower also swiped the hot search from the other day. Shin Shualin was indeed stunned for a moment. Wasn't this man in front of her who was a bit overly handsome the Suk and who was making a lot of noise on the internet? It was actually a real person. It was also more eye-catching than in the photo. Officer, inside please, the peeping guy is upstairs. Su can sidestep to make way. Ah, good. Shin Shualin quickly returned to her senses and regained her professionalism. You two, follow me. She greeted the 2 male police officers behind her and followed Sukan into the house. The corridor at the entrance of the second-floor bathroom looked a little crowded because of the sudden extra few people. Sukan, Zheng'anai, Zhouwei, Zhou Shuya, as well as Shin Shualin and her 2 co-workers, the 7 people filled the already not spacious space to the brim. Shin Shualin walked to the front and frowned when she saw the unconscious Siheo lying on the ground. What's going on here? Su Chan downplayed, oh, I kicked him and he fainted. Shin Shualin squatted down, reached out, and probed Ziheo's carotid artery, and flipped open his eyelids to look at them. Her movements were numb, but her expression was a bit helpless. She raised her head. Handsome man, you kicked the person directly into shock. Then she turned to the colleague behind her. Her tone was urgent. Quick, call the hospital, call an ambulance. After dealing with the emergency, Shin Shualin stood up and looked at Su Kan, seemingly wanting to say something, but when she met that impeccable face, the originally prepared admonishment stuck hard in her throat. She paused, and her tone eased a lot. In the future, lighten your hand. Tell me, what's going on? Her attention turned to the mother and daughter trio of Zhangyun AI next to her. Zhou Wei's brows were screwed up tightly. She hadn't let go of the other party's small movements of sneaking glances at Su Kan from the moment this female police officer entered the room. Another one? How come it was a female who wanted to move towards Su Kan's side? It's really annoying. Zhou Wei grunted irritably and simply turned her head away from Shin Shualin. This reaction made Shin Shualin a bit puzzled. What's wrong with this girl? Eating gunpowder? It's like this, comrade officer, let me speak. Zhangyun AI took a step forward. Her voice was still a little shaky, but quickly stabilized. This is my adopted son. He just lay down behind the door and peeped at me taking a shower. She took a deep breath and pointed at Ziheo on the floor. It was discovered by my daughter, and then our family Can was him. She gestured towards Sukan's side, kicked him and he fainted. Shin Shualin followed her pointing and reconfirmed the location of the bathroom. Since the human and physical evidence are all there, the situation is basically clear. She nodded, her tone businesslike. After he goes to the hospital for examination and treatment, we will deal with him according to the regulations. Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps came from downstairs, and 2 emergency personnel came up with a stretcher, moving swiftly to immobilize the unconscious Siheo and carry him away. The corridor was suddenly quite empty, leaving only the faint aroma of shower gel. Shin Shualin withdrew her remaining light that was looking towards the stairs and turned to Su Kan. You, leave a contact information. For the follow-up of this matter, you may still need to be contacted. Okay, officer. Su Kan took out his cell phone. The two added each other's Kakao friends. Shin Shualin heartwarming value plus 10. It's done. Shin Shualin compared a yay in her heart, but on her face, she still had that cold and competent look. Finally, she had taken advantage of her position to ask for Su Kan's contact information. Back to the small sisters to show off, especially her hardcore Chan fan roommate. She cleared her throat and briefly asked Zheng Nai and Zhou Wei a few more questions and quickly made a statement. Alright, we'll go back first, we'll inform you if there's any progress. Shin Shualin put away the book, nodded to Su Kan and Zhangyun AI and the others, took 2 colleagues, turned around and quickly got into the car, following the ambulance in front. The police car's tail lights flashed and disappeared into the depths of the night. Only then did Su Kan turn around unhurriedly and casually closed the courtyard door. Just walked to the door of the living room. Before he had the time to step in, a deliberately lowered voice came from upstairs. Su Kan. It was Zhou Wei. Her voice was not loud, but it was characterized by a sense of urgency, and also had a bit of a meaning that could not be refused. You come up here. Immediately. Come to my room. Su Kan's footsteps slightly lurched, lazily lifting his head to look upwards. The lights in the second-floor corridor were somewhat dim. The window of Zhou Wei's room was half open, and she was sitting sideways on the windowsill. The moonlight was hazy, outlining her exquisite figure, one leg comfortably curled up, the other leg. Just at the moment Su Kan looked over, she was facing him downstairs, her 2 slender white legs fiercely posed in a big, sashaying, extremely provocative M. Her cheeks were flushed, but her eyes were all provocative, as if to say, "Look, I dare, do you dare to come up?" This action only lasted less than 2 seconds, and as if she was scalded, she quickly merged her legs together and rabbit-like retreated back into the room, leaving only the gently swaying curtains behind. The expression on Su Chan's face didn't change much, as if what he had just seen was just a gust of wind blowing by, or an inconsequential falling leaf. He retracted the upward glance, his footsteps did not stop, still unhurriedly, and walked into the living room. Chapter 51 Neighbor, who's free fighting in the middle of the night? Upstairs in the room, Zhou Weiya perked up her ears, her heart pounding, and listened carefully to the movement downstairs. 1 second, 2 seconds. 10 seconds passed. Where are the footsteps? How come they haven't arrived at the stairway yet? That asshole. She was all like that just now. He didn't react at all? Not coming up? Zhou Weiya was a bit unable to sit still, and turned around the room twice in annoyance. Could it be that he didn't see it clearly? No way. She had calculated the right angle, and he had clearly raised his head. She really can't hold back, barefoot, tiptoeing to the door of the room, grasping the doorframe, carefully poking out half a head towards the downstairs to look. The hallway was silent. The sound of a television switching channels came from the downstairs living room. She glanced down the gap in the stair railing. Su Chan. He was actually sinking into the single sofa in the living room like nobody's business, holding the remote control in his hand, and was pressing it in a bored manner as the images on the screen flashed by quickly. Zhengdun Ai and Zhou Shuya probably went to their respective rooms, the large living room, at the moment he was alone, seemingly extraordinarily leisurely. Seeing this scene, Zhou Weiya felt a fire rush straight to her head, her lungs about to explode. Ignoring. It was this damned ignorance again. How dare he? He just took the initiative, and hinted at him like that, but he didn't react at all? He even ran to watch TV like a grandpa? The first time I saw him in the room, I saw him in the room, I saw him in the room, I saw him in the room. He was not held by himself at all? No way. This is absolutely not possible. Zhou Weiya bit her lower lip, her nails almost pinched into her palms, and her unconvincing strength rose up again. She does not believe this evil. With her own appearance and figure, she still can't handle a Su Chan? Today must let him know who is the boss. She had forgotten that 25 was right there, and she could indeed do whatever she wanted. Zhou Weiya took a deep breath, violently turned back, rushed to the closet, movement numbly rummage up, quickly changed into a silk halter nightgown with pitifully little fabric. The girl in the mirror, her cheeks still with the undissipated redness of exasperation, but her eyes rekindled a burning ambition. She looked at herself in the mirror and pulled out a smile that she thought was enough to turn the world upside down. Just wait, Su Chan. See how I'm going to clean you up. Only after confirming that those 2 rooms upstairs were completely quiet did Zhou Weiya tiptoe down the stairs like a dexterous cat, slipping down the stairs silently. In the living room, there was only a dim floor lamp on, and the light from the TV screen jumped, reflecting the silhouettes on the sofa. Su Chan, of course, clearly Zhou Weiya certainly can't hold back. This girl will never give up until she achieves her goal. Sooner or later, she will have to come down to find him. He estimated that the time is about the same, is curious about this little pepper tonight how to make trouble. Purposefully selected in the living room this place, upstairs at any time someone may come down, play is this exciting. With far more than normal human hearing, that tiny footsteps downstairs have long fallen into his ears, but he did not move, and even adjusted his breathing, closed his eyes, pretending to look like he was tired and fell asleep on the sofa. Zhou Weiya stepped closer, wanted to startle him from the back, but found him leaning on the sofa, his breathing sounded quite even and long. Sleeping? What the hell? She suspiciously went around to the front of the sofa and took a closer look by the light of the TV screen. Well, eyes closed, as if really asleep. Really? Wasted the old lady some thought. But, looking at his defenseless sleeping face, that bit of displeasure in Zhou Weiya's heart was quickly replaced by another thought. A thought that was a little bad and made her heart beat faster. She squatted down and came closer. Su Can's eyelids moved imperceptibly, and from that very thin slit, he could just catch a glimpse of the curve of Zhou Weiya's bent back. Small sample. After a few minutes, Zhou Weiya adjusted her posture, moving gently and with a bit of vindictive smugness. She slowly sat down in Su Can's arms, carefully adjusting her center of gravity before sitting down gently. The sofa sank slightly. The only sound left in the living room was the sound of the dialogue from the drama. After another 10 minutes, Su Chan slowly opened his eyes, just in time to meet Zhou Weiya's eyes that were also slightly narrowed, with a bit of insatiable and provocative. Zhou Weiya opened her mouth first, her voice was lowered, but it was hard to hide the smugness. You're still willing to wake up? I still thought that you slept through it. Su Can ignored her provocation. Instead, he pressed his lips close to her burning ears, his warm breath blowing her into a light tremor. Keep your voice down, Sister Weiya. Do you really want to call Auntie and Sister Shuya down for a visit? Without waiting for Zhou Weiya to respond, Su Can's arm exerted force, easily passing through the bend of her knees and lifting her entire body in a horizontal hug. Hey! What are you doing? Zhou Weiya was caught off guard and subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming in shock. I think you're moving too much to be reliable. Sukun carried her towards the door. Change it, let's go outside. The moonlight passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, pulling out long shadows on the ground. Sukun held Zhou Weiya. His footsteps were steady as he walked through the living room towards the courtyard door. Zhou Weiya climbed tightly on his neck, her body slightly undulating with the rhythm of his walk. After leaving the house and arriving in the courtyard, the night breeze brushed by with a coolness, and Zhou Weiya felt like she breathed a little smoother. She just wanted to indulge a little, when Sukan's warm palm covered her mouth. Shua's low voice sounded against her ear. Keep your voice down, you can't hear it in the house, the neighbors outside aren't asleep. Aha! Zhou Weiya struggled a bit and complained vaguely. It's so annoying. Might as well go to my room. Another unknown amount of time passed. Zhou Weiya was drained and sat paralyzed on the edge of the cold flower bed, wearing only the thin silk nightgown. Sukun stood aside, slowly and methodically lighting a cigarette. The scarlet fire point brightly died in the night. In the smoke, he exhaled a mouthful of white breath. Rest, his voice was inaudible. I'll go back first, don't get caught by auntie. After saying that, he stubbed out his cigarette, turned around and walked towards the house without any delay. Zhou Weiya looked at his departing back and bit her lower lip fiercely. Damn it! This asshole! He was clearly well prepared today. How is it that he is still being pressed by him? Completely falling behind. Sukan's physical ability was simply foul. She was indignant when Sukan's figure went and returned. He had more of her pajamas in his hands, as well as a soft thin blanket. The night is cool, put it on. He casually threw the things on top of her without a second glance, turning around and entering the house once again. Zhou Weiya froze and grasped the blanket that was still somewhat warm, and a certain place in her heart seemed to be gently poked. This kid still has a little conscience. The thought just passed. A gust of night wind blew, carrying the moisture of dew, provoking her to shiver violently. The heat receded, and the sticky sweat on her body came into contact with the cold air, which was cold and piercing. She hurriedly scrambled into her pajamas and wrapped the blanket tightly around her again. Chapter 52 Oba Oba, can you give me a little reward? Su-chan returned to his room and casually closed the door, isolating the chaotic atmosphere that might still remain outside. Thinking back to Zhou Weiya's puffed up but helpless look in the courtyard just now, the corner of his mouth imperceptibly hooked up an arc. The little chili pepper was still a little tender, and in this aspect of physical labor, she was far from being able to do it. He took off his jacket and casually threw it on the chair. The whole person sank into the soft bed and felt out his cell phone. The screen was unlocked, and habitually clicked on several mainstream social platforms and forums. As expected, the two phrases #Sukun Tsuneli suspected of being in love and #Tsuneli's first love for Sukun as if they were welded to the hot search list. The heat actually rose instead of falling, followed by a reddish explosive word. Su-chan slid his fingertips, clicked into the words to see. All kinds of marketing number is still adding oil and vinegar to make up stories. What childhood sweethearts, campus secret love, top stream actress for love crazy, write that called a nose and eyes. Do not go to write. The first time I saw the story, I was not able to write a novel, but I was not able to write a novel. He even saw a few numbers swore that they had taken photos of the two late night date, but when he clicked on it, it was just a blurry side view of him that had been secretly photographed when he went to the convenience store a few days ago, and next to it was an equally blurry shadow of Seo Na-ri that had been plucked out of nowhere, which was so bad that people laughed at the picture-taking technique. However, the picture style of the comments section was very different from the fishy one he expected. Ha, this session of marketing numbers can't work. Can the picture go a little bit? Laughing to death, if my Nayli really falls in love with such a handsome little brother, I'll be the first to agree. The sisters in front +1. This face value, this body, cheap who cannot be cheap outsiders. Sukun little brother is really handsome, look at him IG, simply walking hormones. So, should we call brother-in-law or brother-in-law? Wait online, quite urgent. Upstairs, pattern open, call husband. The comment area was joyful and peaceful, and there was even a hidden tendency to kowtow to CP. Tsuneli's huge fanbase, especially those female fans with strong fighting strength, this time surprisingly quiet, not only did not go down to tear, abuse, whitewashing, but many people flocked to Sukun that just opened a few days under the IG account to leave a message. Sukun clicked on his IG, the notification message directly exploded. The string of zeros behind the number of fans made him freeze for a moment. In just 3 days, the number of fans had soared to 300,000, and it was still growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Underneath the latest clarification tweet, the comments had already broken 10,000. Brother-in-law, look at me. I'm Nayli's 10-year-old fan. Brother-in-law is so handsome. Please make sure to be nice to my Nayli. Does brother lack a girlfriend? If not, do you have a sister? The kind that can warm the bed. This face value, pink. Sukun looked a bit teary-eyed. This development, it was really unexpected. He originally thought that this wave of gossip would at least make Tsuneli's side anxious for a while, and might even need him to step in and cooperate with the PR again. He guessed correctly that Seo Na-ri's entertainment company was indeed in a hurry at first. A scandal of this level, handled poorly, would be a huge blow to a rising top-stream actress. But just as they were about to activate their emergency PR plan, a bizarre shift in the internet winds made them slam on the brakes. The company's top management held an emergency meeting, and looking at Soo Kan's soaring popularity and almost one-sided favorable comments, as well as the unprecedented tolerant attitude of their own artists' fans, they keenly smelled a hint of unusual flavor. This Soo Chan is not simple. An executive looked at the data analysis report, pondering. Obviously a vegetarian, not even a netizen, with just a few photos and a clarification video, the heat can actually overwhelm so many stars. And if you look at his roadkill, it's so good that it's a bit scary. The key is, the scandal between him and Nelly, instead of causing fans to recoil, it seems to have also sucked in a wave of face powder for Nelly? Another person added, his tone tinged with disbelief. Let's press on for now. In the end, the decision-maker clapped his hands. Pay close attention to public opinion, and don't forcefully intervene for the time being. Let's see what direction this kid, or rather, let's see what direction this wave of tap water can push things. Suneli herself naturally also received the company's notice. She looked at the cell phone. This brother-in-law name, her cheeks a little hot, the heart is like a rabbit, 7 up and down. On the one hand, she was worried that the scandal would get out of control and affect her career. On the other hand, thinking of Soo Kan's face and his calmness that night to easily resolve everything, she inexplicably felt that perhaps things are not that bad? Just as Soo Kan was browsing through these messages and pondering what his next move should be, a new Kakao message popped up at the top of the cell phone screen. It was from Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan, Oba. Good news. I've followed your instructions and have already built up the backup club. I've opened 3 fan groups, and they're all full. There are 3,000 of them. Aren't I great, Omega? The text was followed by several sparkling, tail-wagging emoticons begging for praise. Sukan looked at the screen and could almost imagine that on the other end of the phone, that pink-haired little Taeyukai was all excited, wagging her non-existent tail like a kitten waiting for its master to pet its head, her eyes full of anticipation. The efficiency was quite high. Sukan tapped his fingertips and returned. Sukan, not bad. Zhanglan, hee. Oba. So is there any reward? Sure enough. Suchan lost his smile. This girl, really no profit, but this bluntness is a waste of time. Suchan, what kind of reward do you want? Zhanglan, well, let me think about it. Oba, next time when he is free, can you let me followed by a shy face covering expression? Sukan raised his eyebrows. This girl is getting more and more bold. Suchan, let's see how you behave. First, manage the backing club well, don't make a mess. Zhanglan, yes. Guarantee to complete the task. Oba is the best. Mua. Looking at that last flying kiss emoji, Suchan casually threw his phone's lock screen to the side. The pieces had already fallen, and the situation on the board seemed to be developing in an increasingly interesting and favorable direction. Fame, reputation, and the heartbeat value. That came to his door on its own accord. Everything is accumulating at an accelerated rate. He closed his eyes and felt the power in his body that became more and more active as his reputation and heartbeat value increased. The power of the Demon King is gradually awakening. Chapter 53, There's actually a subway demented man in broad daylight? The next morning. On the dining table. Jungyoon Ai was like a tireless feeding machine. Her chopsticks kept on chucking food into Soo Chan's bowl. But her eyes were like frightened deer, fluttering, deliberately avoiding the moment she met his eyes, with a trace of imperceptible blush remaining on her cheeks. The dining table was piled high with Soo Kan's favorite dishes, as if trying to fill some kind of unspeakable void with food. Jo Wei-ya was surprisingly quiet today, wiltingly poking at the fried egg in the bowl, not knowing if she was tired from last night, or if she had finally been completely taken down by Soo Kan and had changed her temperament. That share of teeth and claws convergence of a lot of energy, just occasionally, under the table will be restless to stretch over a small foot wearing slippers, gently touch Soo Kan's cap, with a little temptation, but also a little like a kitten pampering like hooking. Soo Chan didn't even lift his eyelids, just the action of the food was paused, and swept her with his afterglow. The eyes were calm and waveless, but carried an unquestionable warning. Jo Wei-ya immediately retracted her feet like an electric shock, puffed out her cheeks, and didn't dare to make another move. The memory of last night was still vivid. This guy's physical strength was simply inhuman, and her bones were still aching. Tough? She temporarily does not have the courage and strength. Jo Shuya, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, drank milk in small bites, and looked at Soo Kan with more complicated eyes. Like looking at a familiar stranger, there is the instinctive shyness of a young girl, mixed with a strong curiosity and a trace of unnoticeable probing. No one knew that in the dead of night last night, she was woken up by a strange movement vaguely coming from the yard. Ghostly pulling open a corner of the curtain, under the hazy moonlight, the entangled figure. By the flower bed, although it is not quite true to see, but the silhouette of the figure clearly is the big sister in Soo Chan. Her little head is still a little confused until now, so they have gotten close to this point? Alas, Jung-in-ai put down her chopsticks and sighed softly, still couldn't help but ask, I don't know how Zihao is doing in the hospital. Mom. Joeya immediately looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on, her voice sharpened a few points, why do you still care about him? That kind of pervert, he should be allowed to reflect on himself inside. If it wasn't for Sukan stopping her last night, she wanted to follow her to the hospital to make up for a few more kicks. Joshua also put down her cup and chimed in with a small voice, yes mom, Sister Weya is right, we can't be soft-hearted this time. Jung-in-ai looked at her daughter's resolute attitude, opened her mouth, but finally swallowed back that little bit of intolerance, gently nodded her head, and did not speak again. Sukan slowly and methodically finished the last bite of his meal, wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, got up and said, I'm done eating, I'm going to school. Wait for me. Joeya popped up almost immediately, grabbing her book bag and chasing after her, moving so fast that she almost tripped over a chair. The two went out the door one after the other. Joshua looked at their backs and dawdled in place for a while longer before slowly getting up and following them out. In the subway during the morning rush hour, the crowd was surging and the air was murky. Joeya managed to squeeze to Sukan's side, and immediately stuck to him like an ointment. Half of his body was almost hanging on his arm, and his head was still restlessly rubbing against his shoulder, declaring sovereignty with full meaning. Sukan frowned imperceptibly, sideways, warm breath brushed Joeya's ear, his voice pressed extremely low, Sister Weya, this is outside, crowded. His voice carried a hint of lazy magnetism, but it made Joeya's heart jump. The two of us like this, if we are photographed, Sukan continued to say with a volume that only the two could hear, nominally still a sibling, although it is not pro, but what does it look like to spread the word? At that time the one who will be scolded will be you. Joeya's hot temper instantly can't be suppressed, just want to reflexively dislike back, none of your business, 4 words are to the edge of the mouth. However, when she met Sukan's smiling eyes, and then remembered how she was defeated last night, her arrogance was instantly shortened by half, and her cheeks flushed red. She grunted and reluctantly moved half a step away, separating a fist's worth of distance between her and him, but the unwillingness and possessiveness in her eyes was almost ready to overflow. Sukan didn't pay any more attention to her, his eyes casually swept across the carriage, glancing at the scrolling station information. Right at this moment, his line of sight was violently fixed not far away. In the gap of the crowd, a man wearing gray short sleeves and with an ordinary appearance was pretending to be playing with his cell phone as if nothing had happened. But the angle of that cell phone was extremely bizarre, the lens was almost vertically downward, aimed at the bottom of the skirt of a girl wearing a short skirt in front of him, who was looking down at her cell phone. The shimmering light of the cell phone screen could vaguely see the picture in the viewfinder frame. Stealing a photo? Sukan's eyes instantly went cold. Sukan whispered to Joeya, wait for me. Before Joeya could react, she saw Sukan's originally lazy eyes instantly become sharp, like a falcon staring at its prey. He sidestepped, and with a gentle flick of his arm, he slipped out of the crowded people's gap. Joeya stared blankly at his back, her heart drumming a little, what is this guy going to do again? To cause trouble? But on second thought, when had Sukan ever suffered a loss? She skimmed her lips, hugged her arms, and decided to watch the show first. Sukan's target was clear, it was the man wearing gray short sleeves, pretending to play with his cell phone, but in reality, the camera was downward, shooting hard at the bottom of the skirt of the girl in front of him. Heh, subway maniac? There really is this kind of unawareness these days. The corner of Sukan's mouth hooked up a cold smile, just in time. Recently, the reputation value rose well, sent to the door of the courageous material, do not want for nothing, and can buy the way to circle a wave of powder, why not do it? He made several flexible dodges and squeezed into the man's side. The man was so engaged in filming that he didn't realize the danger. In the next second, a large, bony, powerful hand violently clutched his wrist holding the cell phone. Ah! The man screamed in terror, and the cell phone almost flew out of his hand. He looked up in horror and met a pair of deep, icy eyes. You, what are you doing? Robbery? Ah? What do you want in broad daylight? The man panicked, a fine cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, his eyes dodged, but his voice drew up. Trying to use the volume to cover up his heart's weakness, he also wanted to draw the attention of the people around him to relieve himself. With this voice, he really succeeded in attracting the attention of the entire carriage. The girl who was being secretly photographed also finally noticed the commotion behind her, and turned her head back in confusion. Ooh, still a familiar face? No, it was the iconic pink hair that was too eye-catching. Su-chan remembered this hair color, it was a netizen blogger who just swiped it yesterday, it seems to be called something. Chapter 54 It's not Subway Demented, it's role-playing. The girl had a head of beautiful long pink hair, tied in a double ponytail, wearing a set of boldly cut pink and white plaid ultra-short skirt suit, revealing slender straight legs and a section of white waist. Her face was painted with exquisite makeup, she was indeed a beauty embryo, her face value was quite capable of fighting. Only at this moment, there was nothing grateful on her pretty face, instead, she frowned her pretty eyebrows, her eyes carried obvious impatience and a hint of complaint, glaring straight at Sukan. Sukan was slightly stunned, this reaction is a bit wrong, ah? The script is wrong, right? He paused, but still opened his mouth and said, "Beautiful woman, this person just took a cell phone and pointed it at you." Before the words were finished, he was nonchalantly interrupted by the pink-haired girl. "What for? What's wrong with shooting me? Do you care?" Her voice was clear and crisp, but with a brute force. "Who are you? You're just eating carrots and not worrying about it." "Shut up." Su-ken was completely confused by this divine unfolding. The surrounding passengers were also dumbfounded. "Hey, what's going on here? Why is that little girl still talking in favor of the surreptitious camera? Young people nowadays, really can't understand. I think that handsome guy is just being nosy, right?" Discussions buzzed. Many people looked at Su-kan's eyes with a few moments of questioning and watching. Seeing this, Jiao, who had been paying attention to the side, her fire came up. "What the hell? Su-ken was kind enough to help out, but he was still beaten up?" She rolled up her sleeves and wanted to rush over to argue. "Hey, are you this woman being reasonable?" Su-ken didn't return his head, just raised his hand and signaled back slightly. A look stopped the hairy Jiao. His gaze fell back on the pink-haired girl, and with a thought, the information panel above the other party's head instantly surfaced. Name, Zhang Yining. Identity, freshman student at Nanning University. Age, 20. Heartbeat, 0. Cartoon, obsessive addiction. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Face value, 90 points. Rank, a class goddess. Rating progress, 0%. Demented addiction? Su-ken raised his eyebrows slightly, then looked at the gray-clothed man next to him with a sheepish face and flickering eyes. Name, Yang Zhixuan. Identity, junior at Nanning University. Age, 22 years old. Good guy. Su-chan was happy in his heart. After half a day, this is not a subway idiot, this Zhang Yining student is the female character of that idiot addiction, and the one next to her is the male protagonist who cooperates with her performance. No wonder this girl has the attitude of, "It's none of your business if I'm willing." Is this role-playing, or does she really have some special fetish? Su-chan looked at Zhang Yining's beautiful but unhappy face and suddenly felt that this matter was a bit interesting. He slowly loosened the hand that was clamping down on Yang Zhixuan's wrist, and the latter was like an amnesty, rushing to hide his cell phone behind him, looking at Su-ken vigilantly. Su-ken, however, did not look at him again, but turned his gaze to Zhang Yining, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a meaningful smile, and spoke slowly and methodically. "Oh? Is that so? It seems that I've misunderstood." His voice was not loud, but it carried a strange penetrating power that clearly overshadowed the surrounding noise. But this young lady, Su-chan's eyes carried a bit of playfulness as he looked her up and down for a moment, his eyes lingering for a split second on the hem of her skirt that was too short to be worn. The skirt is indeed very pretty, the design is very bold. But the subway is crowded with people and hands, so next time you'd better be more careful, don't accidentally get naked, that wouldn't be very elegant. His words were double entendre, both like a kind reminder, and also like he was flirting with her behavior of voluntarily being photographed just now. Zhang Yining was made a little uncomfortable by his eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush a little. Whether she was angry or ashamed was unknown. However, she still refused to give in on her mouth and fiercely glared at Su-ken. "I want you to care." Nuts. Yang Zhixuan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to pull Zhang Yining and lowered his head, as if he had done something wrong, greatly trying to squeeze through the crowd to sneak away. Su-ken smiled faintly. In his heart, he already roughly understood 7 or 8 points. "You like role-playing, right? You like subway maniacs, right? Okay, then I will play with you." Seeing Yang Zhixuan pulling Zhang Yining about to drill into the crowd, Su-ken silently recited in his heart. Time pause. Buzz. As if a layer of invisible ripples swept away, the entire world was instantly frozen. The noisy carriages were silent in an instant, the crowded people were like wax statues with different postures, and even the light of the cell phone screen suspended in midair was frozen. The scenery outside the window also stood still, the subway itself, also like being pressed the pause button, motionless hovering on the track. Jiao maintained the posture of rolling up her sleeves to rush over, the anger and worry on her face was clearly visible. On the other hand, the pair of fools and victims who wanted to sneak away were frozen in place. Yang Zhixuan's face was in a state of panic, while Zhang Yining had a stubborn look of puffing up and twisting her head to not look at Su-ken. Su-ken leisurely paced forward and came in front of Yang Zhixuan first. This guy was still maintaining the posture of pulling Zhang Yining and lowering his head to try and slip away. Su-ken raised his hand and slapped him twice, not lightly but not heavily, against his face that looked just a little bit obscene. Snap, snap. The sound was extraordinarily clear in the absolute silence, but the immobilized Yang Zhixuan had no reaction. Su-chan felt that this was not interesting enough, and after thinking about it, he grabbed Yang Zhixuan's arm, used a little bit of force, twisted him around so that he was facing the wall of the carriage, and then gently pushed Yang Zhixuan like a puppet without bones, straight toward the back of a fat uncle in front of him, his cheek accurately pasted on the uncle's sweaty shirt, posture to be as stifling as possible. Only after taking care of this eyesore, Su-ken then turned around and calmly walked towards Zhang Yining, who was still maintaining a sideways sulking posture. This girl was indeed very pretty, especially with an eye-catching head of pink hair, paired with that palm-sized small face and exquisite makeup. It was very much like a second-generation girl. At this moment, her double ponytail was slightly swaying and stopped in mid-air, her pink eyes were glaring round with undissipated anger, and her small mouth was still slightly pouting, a kind of I'm not to be messed with savage look. Su-chan walked up to her and condescendingly sized her up. Pink hair, pink eyes, it was indeed very special, different from Zhang Lan's kind of pink and purple gradient that brought about a sense of seduction. Zhang Yining's pink color was more pure and more flamboyant, like a ripe peach, with a sweet and rebellious streak. Little Taiyuis all like this color? Su-chan muttered in his heart, but his fingers had already reached over and gently hooked the meticulously tied pink and white checkered bow tie in front of her neck. Chapter 55, Direct Action to Clean Up the Impolite Little Sister. The bow tie was easily untied, loosely resting on her collarbone, revealing the white and delicate skin underneath. Su-chan admired it for 2 seconds, then reached out his hands, holding her shoulders, and gently pushed. Zhang Yining maintained that stubborn posture. Being pushed by him, she stumbled backward a step, and her head lightly leaned against the cold subway glass window with a thud. This angle, just enough to let her through the glass, see her own slightly wretched reflection, if she can move. Su-chan leaned in close, the tip of his nose almost touching hers. Time stood still, but Su-chan could feel that the invisible demonic effect on her body was working. This was an attraction that was deeper than just face value and charm, with a hint of magical temptation, and had an unspeakable lethal effect on the opposite sex. He saw that there seemed to be a shimmering light flickering in the depths of Zhang Yining's pink-colored pupils, even though her body and expression were framed. Zhang Yining's heartwarming value plus 10. The system's beep sounded in his head. Sure enough, it was effective. Su-chan's gaze skimmed over her slightly fluttering eyelashes and landed on her cheeks that were flushed with anger. He stretched out his fingers, his fingertips carrying a slightly cool touch, gently tracing across her jawline, from below her earlobes, all the way to the tip of her tiny chin. The movement was gentle, but carried an irresistible undertone. Like to play exciting? Su-chan's voice was low, with a hint of teasing, echoing in this absolutely quiet space, though he knew she couldn't hear. Next time you want to play, you can look for a more professional one. His fingertips rested on her lips, which looked tantalizingly coated in shiny pink lip glaze. He just touched it vainly and did not go deeper. Zhang Yining's heartbeat value plus 1, plus 2, plus 1. The heartbeat value began to beat irregularly, growing slowly but continuously. It seemed that this little girl was stubborn with her mouth, but her body, or rather, her subconscious reaction was quite honest. Su-chan straightened up and took half a step back, sticking his hands in his pockets and sizing up Zhang Yining, who was leaning against the glass window, like she was admiring a work of art. Her pink checkered short skirt was indeed very short. It was a bit messy when Yang Jixuan pulled it just now, and now that Su-chan pushed her against the window, the hemline of the skirt shrunk upwards even more, revealing more white thigh skin. Su-chan's gaze did not stay on her legs for too long, but instead returned to her face. Those pink-colored eyes, even in their still state, exuded an unconquerable wildness. Kind of interesting. Su-chan let out a light laugh. He lifted his hand and gently pinned a strand of her pink hair that was scattered beside her cheek to the back of her ear, his fingertips brushing over her sensitive auricle if at all. Zhang Yining's heartbeat value plus 5, plus 3, plus 4. The speed at which the heartwarming value was growing had obviously accelerated. Su-chan watched the heartwarming value continue to climb and estimated that it was about time. The energy consumption of time pause was not small, and although the effect was overbearing, it could not be abused. He intended to add one last fire before the effect ended. He leaned down once again and came to Zhang Yining's ear, his warm breath almost blowing into her ear. Remember my face? His voice was like a sympathetic human whisper, carrying the magic of compulsion. Next time, don't look for the wrong person. Zhang Yining's heartwarming value plus 10, plus 15, plus 20. The heartwarming value soared like a rocket. 80, 90, 95. Just at the moment when it was about to break through 100, Su-chan suddenly felt that something was missing. According to his previous experience, when the completion of the strategy reached 100%, he should be able to feel a power boost, that is, an upgrade. He frowned slightly and called out in his mind, Demon? Host-sama, what's up? Disturbing my sleep, Devil Demon's lazy voice with a bit of wakefulness sounded in Su-chan's mind. This Zhang Yining's heartwarming value is almost full, how come I don't feel any signs of upgrading? Su-chan directly asked. Oops, Host Lord, you are now a LV10 approaching LV111 Demon King Heir. How can a district a great goddess let you upgrade? Devil Magic seemed to have sobered up a bit and explained. The energy needed to break through to the next stage is not something an A rank can provide. According to my estimation, you need to handle at least 2 more S rank goddesses, or more high quality A rank goddesses, before you can be upgraded. I see. Su-chan was enlightened. It seemed that the difficulty of upgrading increased geometrically as the level increased. Within these few short seconds of his pondering, Zhang Yining's heartwarming value 100. Ding. Target Zhang Yining's raid is 100% complete, and has been included in the Demon King's 6 Heart Slaves candidate list. Done. Su-chen nodded with satisfaction and looked at Zhang Yining, who was still in the position of being walloped by him on the window in front of him. At this moment, her cheeks were already red as if dripping blood, and although her expression was still fixed, the heartbeat data that jumped to full value quickly explained everything. Su-chen maliciously reached out his hand and gently scraped on the tip of her upturned nose, then casually tied her loose bow tie in front of her neck in a crooked bow, looking even more messy and alluring. After doing all this, he stopped staying, turned around, and with unhurried steps, returned to Zhou Weiya. Zhou Weiya still maintained that position of rolling up her sleeves in preparation for a fight. Her face still had a puffed-up expression. Su-chen stood beside her and adjusted his stance to ensure that it was not even remotely close to where he was before the pause. Glancing at his watch, the time was almost up. He silently recited in his heart. Time, resume. Time resumed to normal. Buzz. It was as if the air and sound that had been drained away violently poured back into the carriage, and the cacophony of people, the roar of the subway running, and the electronic tones of the radio announcing the station instantly tore the dead silence apart. Zhou Weiya still maintained that stance of rolling up her sleeves, glaring round eyes ready to rush up and argue with someone, full of anger that had yet to find a vent, and in the next second she was shocked by the bizarre sight in front of her and almost bit her tongue. Hey! What is the situation? Only to see that just a moment ago, the man in grey who was still pretending to play with the phone, at this moment, like a piece of dogskin plaster the whole face is almost pasted on the back of a big-waisted, wearing a sweaty shirt uncle. The uncle was obviously confused by this sudden attack from behind, is red-faced, trying to pull down the back of this sticky spirit, mouth also cursed. What are you doing? Who are you? Who are you? You're playing a hooligan in public. The pink-haired pretty girl is even more strange. She actually sat paralyzed on the ground? The person was leaning against the cold subway glass window, double ponytail somewhat scattered, face red like boiled shrimp. Eyes confused and with a bit of panic, small mouth slightly open, a look of not yet clear about the situation. Chapter 56. Disoriented little Tai Mei Zhang Yining. The bow tie in front of her neck that was originally tied neatly was currently hanging crookedly, loosely resting on her collarbone, adding to a few moments of messy allure. Is these two people possessed? Just now is not still good? Zhou Weiya, head full of question marks, subconsciously twisted his head to look at Su-chen beside him. Su-chen had little expression on his face, still with that lazy look, as if the chaotic scene in front of him, which was comparable to behavioral art, had nothing to do with him. However, the almost invisible, seemingly invisible curvature at the corner of his mouth, as well as the flicker of teasing in the depths of his eyes, still didn't completely escape Zhou Weiya's eyes. It was this guy who did it. It was definitely him. Although she didn't know what means Su-chen had used, Zhou Weiya was almost certain that this absurd scene in front of her was definitely Su-chan's handiwork. This guy, he's so bad, so bad. With this thought in mind, Zhou Weiya's fire that had been so angry on Su-chan's behalf subsided for the most part, and was replaced by a sense of absurdity that was beyond tears and laughter, as well as a hint of schadenfreude that was watching a good show. She hugged her arms and watched the chicken flying over there with interest. What the hell is going on here? What's up with that guy? Performing a sticking plaster? TSK, that little girl looks pretty, why is she sitting on the ground? Young people nowadays really know how to play. The surrounding passengers were also attracted by this unexpected situation, talking a lot. Many people took out their cell phones to shoot at that side, flash click 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 click. Yang Jishuan at the moment is bitter. He also do not know what happened. 1 second is still good pulling Zhang Yining one a sneak, the next second as if by an invisible force violently pushed a hand, cheek precise paced in front of the uncle's sweaty back. That's sourness. He wanted to die. What's worse, how he struggled was like he was stuck with strong glue, unable to move. He could only let the uncle's angry roar and the surrounding people's finger pointing drown him out. Zhang Yining's situation wasn't much better. The moment time resumed, she only felt a buzz in her head, and her body slipped and sat on the ground. A cold touch came from the glass window, causing her to jolt. She looked around blankly. What just happened? Why did she feel as if someone was leaning close, even having warm breath brush against her ears? And that low, magnetic voice. She subconsciously touched her cheeks, rolling hot. And then looked down. The bow tie did not know when it was ripped open, hanging crookedly. An inexplicable panic and blush welled up in her heart, making her not dare to look at the gazes of the people around her. Ding dong, the station ahead, Kitagawa University Station, please prepare for passengers getting off the train. At that exact moment, the subway radio rang out. As if nothing was wrong, Su-chen faintly swept a glance at the center of the chaos and said to Zhou Weiya next to him, "Let's go, it's the station." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the door of the car, walking calmly as if he had just accomplished a trivial and insignificant thing. Hey! Oh! Wait for me! Zhou Weiya froze for a moment, hurriedly putting away her thoughts of watching the show, grabbing her school bag and jogging to keep up with Su-chan's footsteps, afraid of being left behind by him. The two squeezed out of the car one after the other. In the carriage, Zhang Yining subconsciously raised her head, just in time to see Su-chan's long and straight back disappearing into the crowd. For some reason, the moment she saw that back, her heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable throb surged up. It was that boy just now. It had to be. Although she couldn't remember exactly what happened, that feeling of being enveloped by a powerful aura, that proximity that made her heart beat faster and her cheeks burn, was definitely him. An inexplicable impulse grew in the bottom of her heart, and she even wanted to recklessly chase after him, grab him, and ask for clarification. School sister. Are you alright, schoolmate? Why are you sitting on the ground? At this moment, Yang Jixuan finally rolled and crawled to break free amidst the uncle's angry scolding, and not caring about his wretched appearance, he hurriedly ran to Zhang Yining's side and reached out to help her. His hand had just touched Zhang Yining's arm when he was violently thrown away. Don't touch me! Zhang Yining's voice carried an unprecedented disgust and coldness, her eyes looking sharply at Yang Jixuan as if she was looking at something dirty. Yang Jixuan was startled by this sudden attitude of hers, and snapped back his hand. Yining, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yining didn't answer, just coldly extended her hand. Give me the cell phone. Oh. Although Yang Jixuan was puzzled, he subconsciously pulled out his cell phone, unlocked it and handed it over. Zhang Yining took the cell phone, not even looking at Yang Jixuan, and straight away clicked on the photo album. Inside, there were indeed a lot of photos that had just been taken secretly, as well as previous photos that had been taken of her from various angles, and there were even some scenery photos that were deliberately aimed at the bottom of her skirt. Chapter 57 Confess in Public? Would Su-chan agree? She was expressionless, her fingers slid quickly, selected, and deleted. After deleting the album, she clicked on the cloud disk software in her phone and entered Yang Jixuan's commonly used password. Sure enough, the cloud disk was backed up with more photos and short videos from all kinds of private angles. Looking at Zhang Yining's stomach churned. She forced herself to hold back her nausea, and with trembling fingers, she completely deleted all the contents about her in the cloud disk, without leaving a single one. Emptying the recycle bin. Only after doing all this did she forcefully shove the cell phone back to the dumbfounded Yang Jixuan, her voice as cold as ice. Yang Jixuan, from today onwards, we're done. Don't bother me again in the future, otherwise, I'll call the police. After saying that, she didn't even look at the pale Yang Jixuan, holding the handrail next to her, staggeringly stood up, straightened her messy clothes and hair, and squeezed out of the car without looking back. Only left Yang Jixuan alone, stood in place stupidly, clutching the cell phone that was emptied of all its treasures, as if he had lost the whole world. Su-chan and the two quickly arrived at the school. Almost to the door of the classroom, Zhou Wei's sharp eyes found that the door of their class was actually surrounded by a few people, and there was a girl with her back to them, was stretching her neck to look into the classroom. Looking at that figure, it seems that it is not from their class. What the hell? Blocking the door early in the morning, chasing stars? Zhou Wei muttered in a low voice, her brows habitually furrowed with a few points of irritation. She now looked at anyone as a potential love rival, especially strange women who appeared beside Su-can. Su-chan's footsteps did not stop at all, as if he did not see the scene at the door. When they were still a few steps away from the classroom door, the girl who had been looking in seemed to have heard the footsteps and turned her head violently. It was a girl with a clear appearance and a quiet temperament, wearing a plain dress and holding a few books in her arms, looking like a typical good girl schoolmarm. When her eyes touched Su-can, the pair of eyes that originally carried a few points of anxiety and anticipation instantly widened, as if the stars suddenly lit up in the dark night, which burst out with undisguised surprise and excitement. Su-can! The girl's voice was not big, but with a hint of trembling, as if she had summoned all the courage in her body. Her clear voice was extraordinarily clear in the slightly noisy corridor. You can finally come. Su-can's footsteps slightly paused, and his gaze calmly fell on the girl's body. He recognized this face. It seemed to be a little-known department flower of the foreign language department, called Su Meng. He had seen her picture in the school forum's school flower selection post before. Her face value was not low, probably with a score of 85 points or higher, and her temperament was also inclined towards the pure side. Zhou Wei heard this name, and that girl look at Su-can when the undisguised burning gaze, heart suddenly alarm bells. Good guy, this is directly blocked to the door of the class? And also, you finally came? Speaking as if he had waited for Su-chen for 800 years. She subconsciously took a step forward, almost blocking in front of Su-can, her eyes staring at Su Meng, like a little tigress protecting her food. Su Meng's attention, however, was completely focused on Su-can. She took a deep breath, her cheeks flushed with a lovely blush due to her nervousness and excitement. The book she was holding in her arms was pinched so tightly that her knuckles were a little white. She took a small step forward, her voice was louder and firmer than just now. I'm Su Meng from the foreign language department. She first reported her home, and then, under the gaze of everyone around her, she raised her head, looked straight at Su-can with an almost solitary look, and said word for word, Mr. Su-can, may I ask if you can be my boyfriend? Boom! These words were like dropping a deep water bomb on the surface of a calm lake. The entire corridor was instantly quiet for a second, followed by the eruption of buzzing murmurs and the sound of cold air being sucked in. Holy! It's not, is it? A public confession? This is Su Meng from the foreign language department? She actually confessed to Su-can. Oh my god. Too much courage. Su Kan ugh. That's Su Chan. This Su Meng usually looks quiet, but I didn't expect her to be so fierce. The surrounding students who were originally just passing by or watching the action all stopped in their tracks at this moment, and their gazes focused on Su Kan, Su Meng, and Jiao Wei, who had a face that said, "My mother is about to burst into flames." Jiao Wei simply wanted to explode with anger. Who is this woman? Who is this woman? Su Kan is her nominal brother. Even if it's not her own, it's not her turn to be coveted by this wildflower that came out of nowhere. She just wanted to open her mouth to spray, but was stopped by an untraceable look from Su Kan. That look was very light, but carried an unquestionable deterrent, making her swallow back the words that had reached her mouth, and could only stare viciously at Su Meng, her cheeks puffing out like a puffer fish. And those onlookers, girls, at this moment is even more exploded. Look at Su Meng's eyes complex to the extreme. There is shock, there is admiration, there is envy, of course there is no lack of jealousy. My mama, Su Meng is also too daring. I've been crushing on Su Kan for so long, and I don't even dare to say a word to him. That's right, Senior Su Kan's aura is too strong. I usually feel my legs go weak just looking at him. Don't you guys realize? Senior Su Kan seems to be even more handsome lately, and that feeling is that people can't forget it after a glance, and they also especially want to get closer, but they don't dare to. Right. It's that kind of feeling. He stood there, like a male protagonist coming out of a novel, cool and reserved, like a lotus flower on the top of a snowy mountain, which can only be viewed from afar and cannot be played with profanely. Su Meng actually dared to confess directly, she is a real warrior. For a while everyone was waiting for Su Kan's reply. Jiao Wei had a nervous face, her heartbeat reached the speed that avant-garde called. She didn't know if Su Kan would say yes or not. Chapter 58, High and Cold Goddess Associate Professor. Just when Jiao Wei's anger was about to break through the sky, Su Kan finally opened his mouth. His voice was not high and carried a characteristic magnetism that clearly penetrated everyone's ears, like a mountain stream or a mellow wine, making people unconsciously intoxicated. This student. Su Kan's smile was still gentle, but his eyes carried a hint of just the right amount of detachment, not appearing indifferent but also clearly drawing the line. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to have a girlfriend right now. The color of Su Meng's face faded cleanly, the pair of bright eyes instantly dimmed, like a candle flame blown out by the wind. The book she was holding in her arms, because of the owner's momentary loss of strength, almost slipped to the ground. The surrounding area was dead silent, and a needle could be heard. Just when the crowd thought that Su Kan would find a random reason to perfunctorily pass by, or simply ignore it with a high degree of indifference. However, his words changed, his tone took on a few points of serious meaning, his eyes also became sincere. Now, I have to focus on my studies. Pooh. No one in the crowd knew who couldn't hold back a suppressed giggle, but it was quickly drowned out by the huffing and puffing and gasps of the surrounding girls. Wow. Did you hear that? Senior Su Chan said he wants to prioritize his studies. Oh my god. Su Kan is also too handsome. Not only is he handsome, he's also so motivated. Woohoo, what kind of immortal student is this? Obviously he can rely on his face to eat, but he has to rely on his talent. Love. This kind of man with a sense of responsibility and commitment is truly the best of the best. Even though Su Meng was rejected, it's worth it to hear such a noble reason from Su Kan's own mouth, right? The girls looked at Su Kan as if they were pumped with chicken blood, their eyes were filled with admiration and fascination, as if he wasn't rejecting a girl's confession, but rather delivering some important acceptance speech. Su Meng also froze, she looked at Su Kan in a daze, the loss and sadness in her eyes was gradually replaced by an unspeakable complexity. He actually did it for his studies? This reason, although it made her heart ache, it also made her unable to refute it, and even gave birth to a trace of inexplicable admiration. Jiao Wei was dumbfounded at the sight, and almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Academics are important? Su Kan? This guy rubbed his nose in her house, teased her and her sister when something happened, and played disappearance when he didn't move. He was also having an affair with that little sister called Zhang Lan, and now he's telling her that he wants to prioritize his studies? That's a lie. This guy, he's pretending. He's so good at it. And he's so refreshing, so grandiose. This group of brainless girls still ate this. Jiao Wei was so angry that her liver hurt, but she had to admit that Su Kan's words, which were watertight, not only rejected the other party but also set up a perfect persona of a positive and upwardly mobile young man, which was simply a textbook level of King of the Seas operation. Just when the atmosphere in the corridor reached a small climax because of Su Kan's words, a clear and bright female voice with a little bit of majesty suddenly interjected, Okay, class is about to start, what are all gathered here? Don't you need to study? The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see a tall figure walking in style. The person wearing a burgundy chiffon shirt, lined with snowy skin, V-neckline just right to reveal a small piece of delicate collarbone. Underneath was a pure white wrap around short skirt, outlining her curvy buttocks and long, straight legs to the fullest. On her feet was a pair of simple white thin high heels, each step carried the competence and elegance of a professional woman. She had a head of long black shiny hair casually draped behind her shoulders, her face was painted with exquisite light makeup, willow leaf eyebrows, almond core eyes, high nose, red lips, and white teeth. Obviously is enough to let countless men crazy stunning face, but also with a subborn do not approach the cool and as a teacher of the majesty. It is the associate professor of the acting department, Wang Xiaoyu. The school's famous iceberg beauty, but also countless boys in the heart of the white moonlight, the vermilion sand mole. The female teacher's gaze swept through the crowd, finally settling on Su Kan, her brows frowning imperceptibly, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Su Kan, right? Just knows how to attract bees and butterflies. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding girls were instantly silenced, not even daring to breathe. Teacher Wang's aura was too strong. She was usually known for her strictness in the classroom, and at this moment, even though it was just a faint sentence, it was enough to make their hearts tremble with fear. Su Kan, however, still had that cloudy look on his face, and even had a polite smile on his face. His gaze landed on the top of Wang Xiaoyu's head, and the information panel surfaced clearly. Name, Wang Xiaoyu. Identity, Associate Professor of Beichuan University's Freshman Acting Department. Age, 24. Heartbeat, 10. Comic, intimate guidance from the teacher. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Face value, 96 points. Rank, SS Goddess. Rating progress, 10%. SS Grade Goddess. Moreover, it is also a comic label full of imagination like teacher's intimate guidance. The corner of Su Chan's mouth couldn't help but curl up in a playful arc. To be an associate professor at such a young age, and to be an SS grade, interesting, really interesting. This face value, this figure, this temperament, it was truly the best of the best, more than a notch higher than those ranks he had met before. Wang Xiaoyu didn't seem to notice that flash of dissimilarity in Su Kan's eyes. She paused and added a sentence, her tone slightly slowed down. However, it's still counting on you to be a little bit decent, knowing that you have to focus on your studies. This sounded like praise, but Su Kan keenly heard a hint of imperceptible flirting from it? Or perhaps it was a test? He smiled faintly and replied without being overbearing, teacher's lesson is right, the student keeps it in mind. Seeing this, Jiao, where did she dare to stay longer? Wang Xiaoyu's power she had learned. This young associate professor, although beautiful, but her temper was not very good, especially hated when students engaged in these messy things during study time. She hurriedly pulled Su Kan's sleeve, whispered, I'll go in first, and then slipped into her own classroom, afraid of being affected by Wang Xiaoyu's fire. Su Meng also lost her mind, clutching her books, and left with the help of her classmates. Wang Xiaoyu glanced at the fleeing Jiao and didn't say anything, but only said to Su Kan, you come in as well, class is about to start. After saying that, she turned around and walked into the classroom with elegant steps. Su Kan looked at her swaying back, especially the rounded and tight buttocks wrapped by the white wrap-around skirt. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he also followed her in. A new day, it seemed like there was going to be new fun.